ecosystem for players to use and innovate on top of. So when we look at those building blocks now, we see a number of players there. I've highlighted a few digital public goods. These are open source systems that are being used, but currently, at least as far as I'm aware, none of these are leveraging distributed ledgers. And so I think some of the questions are things like, in digital identity, how do we really leverage the powerful characteristic of blockchain to really make digital identity something that is secure, that has trust embedded in it, that is obviously immutable, all of those characteristics. In digital payments, can we link that so that we make KYC much easier for people? I forget the exact number, but there's at least 1 billion people that are unbanked worldwide right now. Getting them from sort of informal sector into the formal sector is often an issue of not having an identity that actually can be linked to getting you access to, for example, a bank account. So how are you going to get access to financial services, and how can we really make that a better process? And how can we put people in charge of their own data and build an open data ecosystem where people feel like it's the data silos dissolve, and we start to really understand that the value in data is what you do with it, not who controls it. And so, you know, there's many ideas around this, but I know that the blockchain ecosystem has such powerful ideas behind it that I would really love to see you as innovators starting to put effort into some of these things. Every country in the world will be trying to solve these problems. And for me, and from UNDP, it's taking what, as I said, what is working in some parts of the world and being able to turn that into publicly available models, publicly available, maybe even standards. We're working toward what can we do when it comes to sort of building out standards of what digital public infrastructure should look like, and then how can blockchain technologies really power that? Whether it be, you know, the use of crypto, whether it be the, you know, leveraging the distributed ledger aspect more. And then final thought, as I was kind of reflecting on this presentation, I was thinking about a lot of you are going to be talking about Web 3.0. And, well, a lot of us are talking about Web 3.0. But for me, this notion of digital public infrastructure is very similar in some ways to Web 3.0. When you talk about the principles of being open, the principles of having a more cooperative model, of being a more democratic internet. And I think digital public infrastructure, if it's done right, can really play in and support Web 3.0, or maybe it's vice versa as well. So I really, you know, I want to leave you with that thought, and just to say, it's for you as the blockchain innovators, this is something that we really look to partner with you on. And when I say we, it's the entire community. I mean, UNDP is interested, but the entire community of human development actors, because this is something that it needs to be done to accelerate progress against the SDGs, to really support that kind of empowerment of citizens, to really ensure that people have a rights-based and inclusive approach when it comes to national development, and that together we really start to create that future that we want. Thank you very much. I'll leave it there. I'm not taking, am I taking questions or no? Okay.
Shortly?
Good morning.
I'm Heather McGorry, and I'm going to be moderating this panel this morning on carbon neutrality and reduction. And I'm so delighted to have all of these awesome people sitting in front of us this morning. And I just thought I would take a little bit of time for everyone to be able to introduce themselves. So let's start with you, Wes.
Awesome. And thanks, Heather, and really appreciate everyone having us here this morning. Wes Geisenberger, the VP of Sustainability and ESG at the HBAR Foundation. At the HBAR Foundation, we're looking to grow the Hedera ecosystem, where we have 4 key funds supporting different sets of infrastructure across the Web3 space. And we're very happy to say that we have one of the largest funds. And the first fund in sustainability, our HBAR Foundation Sustainable Impact Fund, which I've been leading since late last year. So yeah, that's HBAR Foundation in a very quick nutshell.
Thanks. Topher?
I'm on mic, so I'm going to actually just sort of project a little bit. Topher White from Rainforest Connection. We're a nonprofit tech startup based in San Francisco. And yeah, we basically focus on acoustics. How can we use sound placed in remote places around the world to be able to pick up the sounds of threats like chainsaws, blocking trucks, and also measure biodiversity at a distance. So it's really just a wealth of data that we can use, not just measure issues in the forest, but actually the health of the forest itself.
Hey everybody, I'm Dave Ford. Nice to meet you. I run the Ocean Plastic Leadership Network, which is an impact network underneath Eco Networks. And it's dedicated to bringing together all sides of the ocean plastics crisis, from the Greenpeaces to the big petrochemical producers, to drive forward and accelerate on solutions. So we really look at like outwardly perceived really complex and chaotic environmental issues, and we bring all the stakeholders to try to figure out how to accelerate progress. And we are launching a network at the intersection of blockchain and climate, under the same premise. So we took 25 leaders just in August to Greenland. Sandra from GBBC was with us. We had Ripple, we had Solana, we had Greenpeace, we had organizations that don't always see eye to eye talking about how can we accelerate progress on climate change and really trying to sort of demystify some of the FUD that's out there about the intersection between climate and blockchain. So excited to be here. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Peter Rosberg. I work for Ripple. I head up the carbon markets product, and we promote XRPL as our blockchain of choice for carbon markets. We also have a full stack interface with carbon markets. So we all have a sustainability fund that we set up. Around 50 million of it is dedicated to actually doing equity investments in interesting projects, and those could be offset producers or people building infrastructure support for carbon credit products. And then we have another 50 million fund that's dedicated to purchasing and trading offsets, with the idea of doing forward purchases to help jumpstart some of these projects by giving them funding via buying their offsets in advance.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Natalia Vega-Berry. I'm the founder of the Global Brain Foundation. We are currently working on an initiative called the New Zero World that is intended to shift the climate change narratives from the climate change to the everything change, so we have more understanding mainstream about it. We are very interested in bringing all the Web3 and blockchain technologies to be able to create a more potential engagement on this climate narrative. So I'm very happy to be here and looking forward to the conversation.
Great. So I think this is primarily an audience that is more focused on blockchain and Web3. And we're here to also talk about carbon markets, carbon neutrality, which has been such a big part of the conversation in the climate finance sector over the last year or so. And one of the things that I think we have all experienced is this conversation of, oh, but all of crypto is just bad because it uses all this energy, so let's just throw it out. And so I thought that we would just kind of like put that elephant in the room and address it a little bit in this conversation. And Natalia, would love to just ask you to talk a little bit about that.
Thank you. Yes, it's interesting you say the elephant, because we call it the green elephant in the room, right? It's the actual problem that there's a perception, we have to replace dirty energy with clean energy. So that's the mandate to get into the 1.5 degrees, which is the goal for everybody to have, carbon neutrality. So there is this sense that people understand we cannot, adopt a new technology that is using more carbon electricity because that's going against us. Anyway, so the goal that we need to do is really try to create new narratives around it and just bring the positivity and really what is the real goal in terms of changing narratives for carbon. And I think it is a challenge. I think we haven't seen yet something that will really help for the people to understand what it really is and what is the balance with the perception that people has and what is the reality. So I think that that's the job we have. We have a lot of information in terms of data from the UNFCCC in terms of what is that is needed and required right now in terms besides global policy. And one of the things that came up was the narrative change. It is really important because of the climate psychology. We have a very challenging prospect of action of we as humans because we don't see a future. So the current climate narratives are not providing us any vision of a future. So we are focusing on this initiative we're working on is reimagining the vision of our future and just really see what is the opportunity. So that this is where blockchain comes in, because our current narrative, the struggles with instead of shining a light in the good things and the positive things that can influence for climate change, it shines a light in terms of the usage, and that is not good for the environment.
Great. I don't know, does anyone want to address that also from a more technical perspective, Wes?
Sure. So I think there's a lot of things that we can talk about in terms of the footprints of different blockchains and DLTs that are out there. As part of the Hedera ecosystem, we helped sponsor a report that University College of London came out with last year, even just looking at the subset of proof of stake networks compared to some of the other ubiquitous networks like Ethereum and Bitcoin, and showing the differences of these technologies. But at the end of the day, you can only reduce it so much before you just have to get rid of the technology. And with Hedera, we've been focused on having an extremely low carbon footprint because our technology is efficient. But at the end of the day, it still has some footprint. It's the equivalent footprint of driving 4 cars a year. So just to put it in perspective, where some of these other networks have been compared to using the same energy footprint as small, medium-sized countries. But this technology has a purpose, right? It's not here just for the sake of being here. And one of the things I do like to point out is that there's an opportunity to use this technology to help solve some of the most difficult issues related to climate change, related to the UN SDGs, where you can actually use this technology for auditability, use this technology to create a balance sheet for the planet, for these different UN SDGs, whether it's for carbon emissions or for voluntary carbon markets or compliance markets. And we can improve the trust between all these different roles and actors who are trying to get to a shared outcome. And I think that's really one of the big focus areas is it's not just being lowest carbon footprint. That's important, having low carbon footprint, but it's also important to think about how we use these tools to solve some of the biggest problems or challenges we have today.
I think that makes sense, yeah.
Well, first, I'd like to congratulate Ethereum for moving to proof of stake, because that's totally awesome. So, I mean, we have gotten rid of one of the big energy consumers. And that means, the Bitcoin, other than Bitcoin, the next largest energy consumer is Dogecoin. So I think, we're knocking them down pretty quickly. I think a lot of people, at least from a technology geeky perspective, I think a lot of the just reason that people are so upset is because it's just changed the code, right? And the banking industry uses a lot more energy than the crypto industry. There's plenty of industries that use a lot more energy. But in the case of these proof of work, if they change the code, then it would be much more efficient, just like Ethereum just did. So I have high hopes that now that Ethereum's led the way, that it's going to get better and we're going to have more people get more efficient. And I think there is arguments too for there's the energy islands, the trapped energy. You've got methane flaring in some places where you can actually use that energy for something that otherwise would have gone to waste. So there are good applications for trying to capture that energy. And then I'd finally say, I think we are, like Wes said, that the the amount of energy you're using for a transaction on most of these proof of stakes is tiny. So as soon as we get that narrative out, I know we did a study for XRPL, and the carbon footprint of a cash transaction is 5 times as bad as a transaction on blockchain. So I think for a proof of stake blockchain. So I think, we actually are really energy efficient. We just need to get that out there and get a few more people to change the code, and we'll be set.
Great. Did you want to add anything to that?
I was just going to say, I think that when we get into rooms like this and it's very inside baseball where we know how these technologies work, and I think at a macro level, there is still incredible amount of confusion around what is proof of work and what is proof of stake and what is the merge, and whether, and that, and that's propelled by certain politicians that might have agendas. I'm going on stage in a couple weeks in front of 20 of the biggest industrial companies in the world, like making planes and cars and phone technologies. And I pitched this idea of talking to them on the heels of this Greenland expedition, the intersection of blockchain and climate, and sort of the chaos and confusion, demystification. And the people that I was talking to just totally leaned forward. These are like top fellows, like dotted line into the C-suite, like the top technical people at the biggest companies in the world, who were just like, yes, please. Like, I don't, one of them said they took one of the biggest, she was like the top fellow at one of the biggest plane companies out there, and said, like, I just took a course at Villanova trying to figure this out. Like, there's just, we're really like in like the first batters up in the first inning in this baseball analogy. And there's just a need for widespread education. And it can outwardly seem incredibly confusing, but you can break down in a way that not only the top scientists at some of the biggest companies in the world, but so that everybody can understand this. And I think we're really early in that process.
I think we're really early in that process. Yeah. Yeah, and I think you raised a really good point around capacity building and how the more that we can be cross-collaborating across sectors, I think we'll be better off in building what we have to build more quickly, because we've really got to get to this, having emissions by 2030, and it's almost 2023. So TikTok, no pressure. But I think just to pick up on the capacity building piece, I'd love Dave and Topher, maybe for you to address some of the things that you do in your work of just how we're addressing increasing finance flows. And Wes, you might have something to add on this too, just increasing finance flows, building capacity for project development, project financing, maybe a little bit more around the voluntary carbon markets, but it certainly extends into other areas. Topher, if you want to take some of that.
Go ahead.
So when it comes to carbon neutrality, a lot of what this ends up happening in our field is really around offsets, right? So what are the offsets that can happen from avoided deforestation, from basically a change in the methods that we're using to protect the environment around the world. So in our case, I'm really interested in the ways in which you all have seen blockchain applied to not just the carbon markets themselves, but also, say, carbon co-benefits such as biodiversity and things like that play into it. I'm really interested in the applications that you've seen. If anyone wants to talk to that.
I mean, I think the sort of lowest hanging fruit use cases that we've seen is certainly like bringing trust and transparency to the carbon market. That I think is where, there's obviously a lot of energies there. I would also say that, and maybe I could set Wes up, we're starting to see some really interesting supply chain tracking, which obviously has like huge carbon implications. And can you talk about what you guys are working on there?
And it brings accountability, right? That's the huge piece in terms of, blockchain technologies. That's the interest, for example, the United Nations, how to adopt that in the different agencies like UNEP, UNDP for accountability, especially when we talk about the intersection of greenwashing and, global policy.
Yeah. So one thing, I think we think about is this balance sheet concept. And our goal from the Sustainable Impact Fund at the HBAR Foundation is bringing the balance sheet of the planet to the public ledger and making everything auditable, data discoverable, so we actually understand the information from these audit trails in an easy and succinct way. but ultimately getting to a liquidity point. And to do that, we need to bring some of these major carbon emitters on chain. And so one of the tools we've created is a tool called the Open Source Guardian, which makes it easy to take a digital measurement, reporting, and verification process, whether it's from measuring carbon emissions or creating voluntary carbon market assets like offsets or renewable energy credits on chain. And so one of the big implementations actually just came out in the release notes this week that it's coming to life this month is Avery Dennison announced with their Atma IO platform. And for those who don't know, Avery Dennison's the world's largest RFID manufacturer. They create more digital labels and are in more items than you may know. If you check the back of your shirt, that little red triangle is Avery Dennison's logo. But they're taking their digital trigger technology and they've integrated it to Hedera as a public ledger to take advantage of the different throughput on Hedera, but also to use the Guardian to track carbon emissions on all the different items that run through Atma IO. And the idea that every single product has its own unique fingerprint, that includes a carbon footprint. That includes following a methodology for carbon accounting where you need to know the roles and actors. And every RFID scan is a different point in the chain of custody for these real world assets. And the assets they track have a much larger carbon footprint than most public ledgers. They're integrated with some of the biggest companies in the world. Some of their largest customers are folks like Adidas. And this technology that they're bringing to market is a mass scale use of DLT. They've talked about doing billions and billions of events on a public ledger. I don't know of another Fortune 500 who's run an application on a public ledger in that way, but we're super excited that they decided to do that in the carbon markets and bringing their balance sheet for their customers, as well as Avery Dennison itself, involves the public ledger as part of that narrative.
And we in our Ocean Plastics network, we work with most of the big companies that are reliant or produce or the retailers that work in the plastic ecosystem. And Avery Dennison is like one of these companies that normal folks may not have heard of, but they're like incredibly important and powerful. And kind of like backing this back up to the capacity building piece, when I'm on stage talking about blockchain and climate in front of these 20 companies, Fortune 100, most of them, about this, we thought that the best way to like make this real, the actual impact real, was to bring Hedera and Avery Dennison with us, and I'm gonna be like interviewing them on stage to try to give a real, the real world use case. And that's the way I feel like adoption's gonna get driven, exponentially. It's like make it real so that these leaders can take it back, and understand that we're all going to be on chain. There's a global plastics treaty that's getting negotiated right now, and like the tracking of that Coke or Pepsi bottle from the time it's produced to where it then ends up in a recycling center. Hopefully, that's really important data. Like people talk about COPs as like a carbon accounting conferences. It's really like you go there, that's what you're talking about, carbon accounting. And this plastics treaty that's happening in the UN right now, I think probably at a minimum is going to end up being a plastic accounting conference. And without this kind of technology, or maybe to better say, like with this technology, it can bring a layer of trust and transparency that we've like never seen before.
It's a huge opportunity, really.
Yeah, and go ahead, Toby.
And some of the best applications we've seen for supply chain in, frankly, illegal logging issues in especially South America is the fact that often trees will be illegally cut, inserted directly into the supply chain at various places. So when the actually legal trees are cut, to be able to take an RFID attached to the tree and then make sure it's tracked all the way through, because in fact there are entire industries in illegal logging or the logging in general that rely upon inserting, illegally cut timber along the way. So being able to track that helps.
I think there's an idea here brewing also about how it's really important to be building this type of infrastructure and bringing corporate leaders, but then how are we also engaging policymakers who really need this too, right? So as Europe and the EU is figuring out how to do carbon border tax adjustments, like these are the types of solutions that we should be bringing to them. And I don't know how you're seeing this, but I'm continuing to see like this is like starting to happen, these bridges being built. I think Natalia, you being here is a great example of it, right? Yeah. But I would love to hear from you of what you're doing in your work around continuing to build these bridges, capacity building. Would love to hear Natalia and whoever
Sure.
else wants to take that.
I think in our case, it is exactly that, is to build bridges between, what global policy is doing and how these new technologies can be very effective and useful for them. But the first component is the educational part that David was, explaining, and that is so critical because many of them just definitely just put a bar and said, well, I heard this is not good for the planet, so therefore I'm not going to embrace it. So we need to really completely shift that conversation into the opposite side. And it's like, that's the theory of the everything change, right? It's like, how can we use these technologies to advance climate action? And I think that is the work of evangelizing, and that's the work we all in our capacity can do. But that's what we're really trying to focus right now and build those bridges for more kind of like in the beginning of B2B and then going more into mainstream perhaps.
I'd also say one of the things that I didn't expect when I started working in this area was I'm spending a lot of time with our central bank digital currency team. And there's a lot of back and forth between the CBDC people and the people that are working on carbon problems. You're accounting for carbon, you're tracking carbon, you're trying to set up a new way for tracking currency in your nation. A lot of the countries that we're working with are small island states. Those small island states very much care about the environment. And then you have a fiat on-ramp, so you can trade and buy carbon credits. So I think it's been an interesting way that we at Ripple have been able to use XRPL, not only to help these governments become more independent financially, but also solve their carbon problems at the same time.
So one thing I think when we talk about this interoperability or building capacity in these really complex markets, whether it's related to emissions or emissions regulation or even voluntary carbon credits or how we regulate those markets, is a lot of the tools are being built in a vacuum. They're being built, in a SaaS application. There's probably 1,000 different SaaS applications on how you track carbon emissions. Some of them follow standards, some of them don't. And so I think one thing that we need to think about as a group is open sourcing and making as much of this technology as well as the standards available as possible. And so one of the cool things that the IWA does is there's a series of sustainability business working group task forces. So we have the Voluntary Ecological Markets Task Force, the Carbon Emissions Task Force, as well as the Renewable Energy Task Force, and making all these standards available so we can speak different languages across technologies, across different geographic jurisdictions is important. But also when we use these standards, we make sure that technology is open source and available, so that things like the methodologies are easily understood. But all that comes back to the standards. And one of the cool things that we have with the IWA is every few months we release a new set of these standards. And so, I think today, if you go to the QR code on the back of your name tag, what you'll see is the Voluntary Ecological Markets version 2 of the task force paper on how these standards work. And when it comes to capacity building, what we're trying to do is put some of this information on paper in a way where anyone can understand it, whether it's a regulator, technologist, a Fortune 500 company. And I'm really proud of working with a lot of the folks here in this room of some of the work we've been able to produce and then go implement. So this paper involves some of the different examples that are out there, including probably the first production example of adoption of these standards. But that makes it a real tangible use case that somebody can say, well, how do I build a set of regulations around this? How do I go talk to some of the co-authors of this paper in a way that we better understand what technology is available to solve the tough challenges, across different types of organizations?
I think too, it's kind of building on this interoperability and like, how do you get the L1s to work together and how impossible that is. I've heard all these different analogies that I love around like the L1s is Game of Thrones without alliances, where everyone's trying to cut off each other's head. And then about like the Pirates of the Caribbean sort of pirates meeting where they just no one can, but we are seeing, I think, some really interesting opportunities. And like, there's a big group of us, I think a lot of people in this room are going to Medellin to explore interop a lot of different L1s. Like most, I would say, of the top 30 L1s, they're all coming together to explore, like, is this possible in the name of climate, moving on climate change and accelerating this narrative and educating on this narrative that crypto equals bad for climate, right? That's like, or to
Mhm.
dispel that myth right away.
I feel like even we need a little bit of like, what is the solution, blockchain solutions type of, information summit forum, something that will just address sustainability through blockchain or other things that the ESG factor and all other pieces. So business, the private sector brands can understand really how they can channel their solutions also through blockchain.
Yeah, I think there is a lot on this capacity building, and even just, I noticed I have more of a climate finance, and I'm a former carbon trader. That's my background. Is like when you say standards in your universe, I'm constantly thinking about a different set of standards, and so even just how are we coming together? And that's why I was asking you a lot of qualifying questions. I was like, what do you mean by standards? What kind of standards? Whose standards? Because we say standards for whatever business we're in, right? But we all mean something different. And so even just that, like, aligning on what are we even all talking about when we mean standards is, I think, quite critical. And I also want to just address the standards that I'm thinking about, which is gold standard, Vera, et cetera, right? There's like a lot of energy in the room right now around like, well, what are they going to say? And what's the public consultation? And so we'd just love to, I feel like that's another elephant that'd be great to talk about. So, however you want to take that question around how you're integrating, not integrating, looking forward to, have anxiety about Vera and gold standard and their blockchain process. Oh, I don't know, or Topher, I don't know if you also want to address it from just your perspective too.
Yeah, so I think one of the cool things is a lot of the rule sets that Vera and Gold Standard have today in the methodology perspective is out there, it's available. And there's a lot of opportunities to take those rules and map them into some of the processes that we do in DLT. So one of the things we're working with is as the HBAR Foundation is part of the Gold Standard Working Group on DMRB. Hedera is part of the Tokenization Asset Working Group. And I know a lot of the folks in the room are part of these different working groups as part of Gold Standard and Vera. So we always appreciate the process for them to welcome us into the room to help scale markets. I think they understand that there is an ability to scale there. What we've done from an HBAR Foundation perspective is we've actually created an open source tool that allows you to map every role and actor tied to a methodology. We call it the digitized version of the methodology of policy, where you can get trusted data from every actor to try to bring some of these processes that they have in an on-chain way where we're not just tokenizing the asset without an audit trail. I think one of the big concerns is there's potential double counting issues if we can't understand what was in the registry versus what is on chain. And there's questions and real concerns about the tokenization if there is no auditability of it. And so I think that what they're trying to do is get a handle on those things, and we welcome them understanding and capacity building, right? Internally in their organizations, in the industry, to better get their head around DLT, better understand some of the interests and motivations. And if we can work together to scale carbon markets, I think that's only a good thing. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it is a really exciting moment in carbon markets, definitely for sure. Carbon is also just a single metric that is very complicated to measure, of course. Looking beyond that, even in Climate Week, I think we're seeing there's recognition that carbon measurement itself is insufficient, except in the context of biodiversity and the rest. So there's never been a better opportunity now to make use of blockchain tech that's out there now to help people on the ground who are helping to protect biodiversity through monitoring tools, through smart contracts, being able to make sure that payments get to them in a way that helps to encourage their fostering of the environment. So yeah, whatever the standard will be that measures biodiversity as a carbon co-benefit, it's not quite out yet, but in the meantime, we can do a lot of good.
Hi, everyone. We'll take questions for just a minute. If you have questions, feel free to raise your hand and Anastasia will come and turn your microphone on.
I don't know if I need my, but Wes, you were talking about a tool that you were working with Vera on. I didn't hear you. I missed it, and I wanted to write it down. So I was wondering what that tool was that was for tracking the methodologies.
So we aren't necessarily working with Vera on the tool. The tool is an open source tool where you can map methodologies in it. So if you have a rule set that's out there today, whether it's a rule set that exists from one of the major registries out there or a new rule set that you want to propose. The Guardian, which is the name of the tool, it's open source on the Hashgraph GitHub. You can go deploy it and you can build the rules yourself or create a digitized version. What it allows you to do is map the roles and actors who fulfill those roles, as well as the data that they produce, to link to a tokenized asset. So it's not just creating a token that's unique to the metric ton, which is the model that we generally encourage that follows the IWA FEM standards for a carbon removal or reduction unit, but it allows you to trace that back to how the data was produced to get to that metric ton, to every single point of metadata, whether it's durability, additionality, leakage, and how do we even define that? Who's involved in defining that? And how do we decide this is this type of methodology, and who's actually allowed to deploy that methodology according to the rule set? And so we're really excited about that, and we have a few different open source methodologies that are out there today that folks can go and test. Dovu.earth, which is one of the examples referenced in the paper that's on the GBBC website. They actually mapped out all the workflows in their methodology, which isn't tied to gold standard or Vera. It's their own methodology to look at basically a soil organic carbon method of sequestration.
What company was that?
Dovu.earth.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for a great conversation. Dave, you mentioned the Medellin gathering in Colombia in a couple weeks. Can you talk a little bit about what it actually is for those who are not familiar?
Yeah, sure. So it's being run by BICO WG, which is like looking at sort of the specifically infrastructure and how different L1s can work together to come up with, in the spirit of coming up with interoperability principles. And I know that Wes is going, Peter's going, and I think it's pretty interesting, and I think powerful in that sort of grand scheme of like the history of this space to even start talking about this. I don't know, Wes and Peter, if you guys have any comments either.
I'll just say this in the spirit of the comment you made earlier. I think that sustainability and different climate goals it's a method of co-opetition. If I can help Peter or Peter can help me, we're going to try to help each other to go solve the toughest challenges in climate. There's different technology tools that can help solve the problem in ways that we're each individually, as our networks and individually good at. And I think it's just collaboration to try to solve the toughest challenges that we have in front of us.
Yeah, and I think it's built into everybody's DNA in the Web3 world that everything has to be public and open source is important. And so there's a lot of sharing of tools and capabilities. And I think for a lot of people, certainly for me, it's like, look, we're all on the same side. So if somebody else wins, I'm not that bummed out. At the end of the day, we all want to help each other out. There's all sorts of great projects we want to do. And if I see some cool technology that Wes is building or Protocol Labs is building, I want to use it too, and we figure out a way to work together. That's the great thing about the carbon markets in general. Is I really feel like there's a lot of, we just want to solve this problem, whatever it is.
And I mean, a rising tide will lift all the ships, right? I mean, this is like a mega PR public perception challenge that this industry is trying to overcome. And I'm very encouraged that so many of the biggest, so let's just say top 30, top 40 L1s are coming to this.
Do you want, I think you could ask it, yeah.
Hi, I'm Tori from Save the Children. You mentioned sort of the inconvenient myth. How is the sector going to dispel that myth?
Well, I think the merge just happened, right? So that's sort of maybe the biggest headline that's happened right now. I don't know if anybody has any comments, but that's definitely what jumps off the page to me is like sort of what's happening now.
From our perspective, one of the cool things is I get a chuckle when somebody finds out they're using Hedera, but they don't necessarily know. And it's ironic that Avery Dennison, which is in the back of everyone's shirts, and sometimes they know the triangle logo, but they don't necessarily know the name, is one of the ones who's enabling a use case where you could track carbon emissions in a really scalable way. You're talking about billions of unique items. The best way is when someone's wearing a shirt or a shoe that's tracking carbon emissions, and they can if they want to really dig into it, go look it up on a public ledger. So.
I think you can also say that, I mean, the Greenpeace changed the code, which is specifically an action that Greenpeace is taking with Sierra Club and others in response to the fact that a lot of coal plants that were shut down are now, people are plugging Bitcoin miners back into it. And so the fact that as a massive, probably the biggest, most powerful environmental NGO is coming out, not commenting on the sort of technical functionality of whether that's possible or anything, but they've also acknowledged proof of stake, right? So like their donors or normal people are realizing that, okay, there's an alternative to this proof of work challenge. And that's part of, I think, in the sort of widening public perception. I mean, when more people understand that there are two types of technology, when our parents can all come and sit down with us and say, "Oh, did you hear there's proof of stake and proof of work?" I think that'll be a good sign.
I also I know I'm moderating, but I have an opinion on this too. There's something also, and we talked a little bit about this in another meeting yesterday, which is like, if you're like this is like tools and infrastructure is not something that we normally talk about when we're using our computers and using our phones and using spreadsheets, right? And so in a way, if it almost disappears into the background, then we've succeeded, because it's what is that thing doing to help to have positive impact. So as somebody who works at a public affairs agency, maybe we should just try to hide it a little bit.
Happens, right?
Just move on to, focus on impact, talk about something else.
I'd add to that and say, look, I don't want my dad to know the difference between proof of work, proof of stake. That's not gonna happen. I want my dad to just say, oh yeah, they fixed that.
Yeah.
Right? It's fixed. They used to be really bad, everybody changed. It's all good now. That's what I really want to hear.
Yep.
Yeah. Any other last questions? No? Any other last comments? Anything you want to say you didn't get to say?
Thank you to the Blockchain Business Council for having us and raising this important conversation. I think that's, really crucial that we address new narratives, understand proof of stake, and all of the things that need to be, across the sector, this new emergence.
I don't think my parents are going to understand that. So I'm with Peter. Like we fixed this. That's a great goal.
Great. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Shortly, we will begin our panel on food for crisis using digital tools to combat hunger.
If you do need to take a break, we're running even a few minutes early. We're going to give you about 2 minutes if you want to take a break, and we're going to come right back for a very exciting and important topic around food and nutrition. Hello, hello. All right. We've been a little acoustics challenge this morning, so I want to make sure that this is actually working. We're going to corral folks who tend to gravitate outside. Once you let them know there's a break, come back in.
Perfect. Can you hear me already?
It sounds like the voice of from the heavens, but I believe that's Bernard Coswatch. Yes?
Yes, that's me, Sandra. I'm here from somewhere virtual, but
Yes.
like great to be here.
Freaking out some of the audience, but good to have you. Are you sitting in Munich?
I am joining you live from Munich, virtually,
All right.
like in the olden days that happened in between something.
Yes, all right. Well, we're going to put you on in a moment, so there you are. But first, we're going to actually kick off. So Jackson, can you tell everyone, are we good? Okay. All right. So good morning, everyone who are in the room and also those who are live streaming. Thank you for joining us online. We have decided going forward, we will do as many of these sort of hybrid gatherings as possible, which allows those who cannot join us in person in New York to be here and participating. My name is Sandra Rowe. I'm the CEO of the Global Blockchain Business Council. This is our 5th UNGA Blockchain Central. We are absolutely, as an organization and a community, focused on supporting the United Nations SDGs, and we're delighted in this segment to talk about food and nutrition. And we're honored to have Andreas Bluthner, who is the director of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation nutrition team. And Andreas, it'd be great to have you. And then after that, we'll have Bernhard, but first is Andreas.
Thanks so much. Great to be here and good to see you. Well, the food and nutrition crisis is really around us, and you probably have seen in your own supermarket that oils or flours get more expensive or even short. This problem is much more virulent for people that have a couple of dollars a day. So we have seen edible oil prices at the ground hiking by 500, 600%. That's a disaster for people that cannot afford the right amount of food. Unfortunately, there's a couple of interventions in nutrition that can help to increase the nutritional density and the nutritional intake, and food fortification is one of them. Food fortification, you might know from your home kitchen table, you have iodized salt if you don't have enough iodine in your diet. Then you are lucky because there's other people that don't have enough iron, enough folic, enough vitamin A in their diet, and there's mandates by governments that you have to, as a miller, put some of these nutrients in the staple foods. The basic idea is it doesn't need behavioral change. So people eat staple foods to fill their stomach, and even more, if foods get more expensive, they rely on these calorie-dense staples. But you need micronutrients to survive and thrive in your life. Otherwise, you fall short in productivity, IQ, education, and physical development. Unfortunately, some of these millers are really doing a great job. They reach hundreds of millions of people with their fortified foods, and others are free riding on that. So we have importers or also some millers domestically that just don't add what needs to be added for the population at stake. And our vision at the Gates Foundation, developed with our partners from WFP Innovation Accelerator, is that we would like to trace these micronutrients. A lot has been said about climate, but can we really tokenize the impact of one of the most powerful public health interventions, which has been assessed to have a cost benefit of 1 to 30, even much more than vaccination or other interventions. But we need to get it work. And I think the hide and seek game we played with, authorities monitoring millers, doing chemical analysis, finding these micronutrients. It's really, really difficult, costly, and complex. And we propose today, for the first time public, to have a complete digitized system of substituting external quality assurance with self-monitoring of factories producing these foods. And quickly going through that, you see at the bottom of that picture, a factory that produces pharma-grade micronutrients. You see a food mill in that square that can monitor the input of micronutrients, the output, the dosing of these micronutrients. And that piece could be tokenized because these micronutrients unfold the impact in the population in terms of the benefits this intervention have. And you see, if you can GPS track where these nutrients go, we potentially could help to make these foods even more affordable. But we really need to know, is it in there? And when we know it's in there and it has impact, another problem with micronutrient deficiencies is it's very invasive, very costly, very static to really define who is deficient. So if you go to your doctor and you get a blood sample on your vitamin D status, which might be a good idea in this time of the year, he takes blood. But do that on a population level on 5 micronutrients, it costs millions, it takes really a long time. Can we use AI and machine learning to work with proxy indicators? Because poverty is very equivalent to malnutrition. We have geospatial data in the agricultural community, which is much more advanced than the nutrition community in digitization. So can we have dynamic maps like the World Hunger Map Live, but on micronutrients that shows us, for example, in Nigeria, in the northeastern part, there's a heat map being very red. And if an oil company or a flour company delivers fully fortified foods to this part of the region, could we see a live battle of the solution battling against the problem on that map? And how can government and public sector work together? Because authorities have connected devices to kind of join that battle. So we really want to make hidden hunger a term that is history, because we want to make it transparent, we want to make it traceable, and eventually tokenize it so that investors like us also have a better experience in really seeing what's happening, not relying on paper reports of somebody reporting from the country what's going on. That's my proposal for today. I'm here for questions. I have little analog scribbles, and you see I'm coming from a different world also with my tie here, but I'm here to learn also and dialogue. Thank you very much.
Always something in my life.
I may have one question.
Go ahead.
I'm Michael Marus, Chief Information Officer at the International Forest Stewardship Council, but I'm asking a question from my previous work in CGIAR, which is a global agricultural research organization. I love this idea of tracing the micronutrients, and I think a lot of foods that are potentials there may come from good research. Would you also trace things that have been modified, or because maybe that customs area would require to have information on, is it naturally micronutrient rich, or is it enhanced vitamin A rich, like for example, rice? Would this also have the idea of carrying along that information so that it could easily be traded across borders and get to those people? Thank you.
Thanks for the question. That's really a great one. This intervention is not about genetically modified plants and agricultural intervention. It's about the simple addition of pharma-grade micronutrients you can buy in every pharmacy, but you make it kind of functional food for the poor, if I may say so. And I think on the data side, you see up there picturing the problem. There's good reasons we would love to look in household data, intake data. So how much do people take in? It depends on the soil quality, it depends on the quality of the diet. This is very, very complex. I mean, go to households, interview people. Even the quality of the data is sometimes not there because people don't remember necessarily what they've eaten over the last months. So it's really the most complex data set you can imagine, but I think there's a lot of correlating data. And if you could get really the cutting the edge machine learning people and the human intelligence behind the artificial intelligence and the machine learning, I'm very optimistic that we could create let's say proxy sets we can leverage and let run against the primary data sets we have. And we financed complete national surveys of micronutrient deficiency in Ethiopia and Nigeria. So these data sets are brand new. So we believe with WFP and the World Hunger Map team, we can really kind of train these models to then guide us dynamically, statically, and even give us forecasts. I mean, the next drought is coming, the climate panel we had before. Could we really forecast where the next, let's say, hunger catastrophe is looming, and then respond much earlier with targeted interventions? Thank you.
Bernard. Many of you know him. He's the head of the World Food Program's Innovation Hub. And if we can get him back, we are very, very excited to launch a new initiative. For those who are not aware, GBBC Giving is a C3 charitable entity of the Global Blockchain Business Council. And in partnership, Bernard's going to talk about our latest initiative around food. Thank you, Bernard. Over to you.
Thanks so much, Sandra. And it's also, of course, great to come here after Andreas, because we're working on this tokenization idea, but also what you're going to see here is exactly one of those aspects that, sometimes we're talking about. And actually this comes from, I would say, years of working together, exploring things, and just most recently, at the annual blockchain summit with the GBBC, we were thinking about what could be moonshots that bring the world to the next level. And this is where the Food for Crisis Web3 initiative is coming from. And the basic idea, and Andreas was mentioning this already before, is we are facing one of the worst humanitarian crises since World War II. So you're seeing that, for instance, the number of acutely hungry people. So these are people who are at risk of dying from hunger, famine-like situations, has gone up from 135 million people to 345 million people just right now. And the drivers of that, of course, as we heard, is climate change, conflicts, the pandemic, but also inflation, fuel prices, and food price increases. This is something that's really, really hitting some of the most vulnerable people again, that already have been vulnerable before, or that may have been just getting by. And so this is where I think we just need to also make sure that we are reaching those most vulnerable. Now, why the World Food Program? World Food Program, if you don't know us, we're a United Nations entity reaching about 128 million people in 120 countries and territories. Now, I lead our World Food Program Innovation Accelerator, our global innovation hub or center, if you want, including, like, we've supported an initiative called Building Blocks that uses blockchain wallets. It's now reaching more than 1 million people already. They can go into stores and purchase food with blockchain wallets. Right now, we've transferred over $400 million of cash using that tool. And then, of course, GBBC, you're here right now for the event, like, you know, GBBC. And the idea is, how can we bring the best of the field presence of the World Food Program, also, like, what can we do with Web3 together, and address some of those challenges that the community has. Specifically, when you think about the crypto, but also Web3 community, there's 3 problems. The first is, even if people are interested, like, they don't know what has the biggest impact. Should I focus on one problem or the other, or where should we even start? The second aspect is about control. If I donate money, I would want to also be able to influence what that money is being used for, and not just vanish in some obscure funding allocation that I never hear about anymore what it's being used for. And the last piece about trust and transparency. We heard this earlier on, like, it's one of the key aspects why Web3 and blockchain have advantages over other technologies. Now, World Food Program has already implemented certain things, like Hunger Map Live shows real-time hunger stats in over 90 countries. There's the Share the Meal app, which I actually co-founded, that actually already lets you choose. But then, you know, why don't we bring all of that together into the next level? And this is where the Food for Crisis Web3 initiative comes from into play. The vision here is really to launch a $1 billion Food for Crisis fund with $500 million going into wherever the need is the greatest, and $500 million for innovations or sustainably ending hunger, that uses scientifically proven real-time data to provide choices for donors, that allows you control, trust, and transparency on the decisions where, for instance, those cash-based transfers are being used, or grant investments for innovations, and will complement those data with blockchain and central systems with monitoring and evaluation data, and partners that are external. And summarizing that also with a global awareness campaign across the crypto space with, you know, environmental and also social enthusiasts. And, you know, what could be the impact of that? Just taking or thinking about it, like, the World Food Program in 2021 reached 128 million people with a budget of about $9 billion. So the $500 million would provide life-saving food assistance to about 7.2 million people. Similarly, the $500 million in innovation sustainably ending hunger, you just heard it, like, there's like this multiplier effect that you have, either by startups, you create more jobs, you lift people out of hunger, like things that, you know, may have a small investment can have a multiplier effect that actually, like, mushroom into a lot more impact going forward. And the way forward for this is, like, okay, there was an ideation. I have to say, with Sandra, the GBBC, and a lot of partners have already come, you know, to the stage that actually said, like, we like this idea. We want to be part of this and help actually make this a reality. We are aiming for having a first pilot ready in mid 2023 with a pilot of $100 million to launch in 2024 and scaling then to $1 billion, assuming it's going to be successful, which I hope it will be. And now I'll hand over to Sandra, I believe, who is just going to mention how can you as a community get involved. Sandra, I'll give the word to you.
Great. Hi, everyone. I'm back again. Thank you, Bernard. And we're very proud to participate and obviously partner on this incredibly important initiative. I think one of the things that I'd like to impress upon those who are interested, first of all, you can go to either the World Food Program Innovation Accelerator, Bernard, and to the GBBC to get information. So you could go to either entity. The main focus, I would say, is not only the raise funds in fiat and crypto, but also the tracking and tracing. We talk a lot about tracking donor funds. Well, let's do it at scale, and let's do it for real. And let's bring in the engaging tools that we all know we could use, community tokens, NFTs. We want to create an ability to basically do also hunger data innovation. This is a mass data, let's get smarter based on what the World Food Program already has. And who knows, we may actually throw up even more interesting places where data lies and it's not being underutilized or can be utilized to actually be smarter about decisions and forecasting. Andreas and Bernard both mentioned we need to get better at forecasting when there's going to be a crisis. So this is all possible. If we can put people into space and do all kinds of amazing imagery coming from very, very far away in the world, we can solve what's an immediate problem today. No child, no person should be starving to death. That is just unacceptable, and we as a society need to say no. And the blockchain community in particular can do a lot here. Just because we're tech doesn't mean that we're not also citizens who can do good. And so our view is let's use our brain power. Let's use our resources, and whether it's crypto or fiat, we don't care. And the hours and the volunteer hours that we are going to donate, let's do this together. We're also activating universities around the world to support. There's nothing better than getting a lot of young people energized to figure out solutions as well. So Bernhard, I think we'll take one question if there is one in the audience. Otherwise, have a thought, come back to us, and get involved. Any questions? Everyone's thinking really hard. Okay. Well, Bernard, I'm going to thank you for your time. I wish you were with us, but at some point we will convene in person. But the beauty of what we now have in technology is Bernard can sit in Munich comfortably and join us. Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you, Bernard.
So much. And thank you, everybody.
Hi, everyone. We will be starting our session in discussion, governance in the digital age. Thank you.
We were told not to sit too close to one another.
Interference. So Superintendent Harris, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
So let me start out with some introductions. So I'm Donna Parisi. I'm a partner here at Sherman & Sterling, head our financial services and fintech practice. And several years ago, we launched our FinTech Foundry initiative to really focus on our clients in the community and to help them add value to their fintech journey. So Superintendent Harris, tell us a little bit about your background and your career.
Sure, happy to do so. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having me. I have spent my entire career in financial services, first at a law firm, much like Sherman & Sterling, called Sullivan & Cromwell, downtown, where I started as an associate before going to the Treasury Department in the Obama administration as a senior advisor to the Deputy Secretary, and then to the White House National Economic Council as a special assistant to President Obama for economic policy, overseeing the financial services portfolio. So implementing Dodd-Frank, GSE reform, and it was there that I stood up the FinTech task force, interagency task force, as well as a distributed ledger task force as part of the administration. After the administration, I thought, well, I've done all this work on FinTech and FinTech policy. I should put my money where my mouth is. And I went to Silicon Valley, started a company with a group of friends, an AI insurtech company that we grew and took public earlier last year, before spending some time in academia and then having the great honor of being appointed to this post by Governor Kathy Hochul.
So you bring a wealth of experience and knowledge to your role at the New York State Department of Financial Services. And I know you just came to the end of your first year on the job. Can you share with us some of your reflections from year one? What do you consider to be your major accomplishments?
Yeah, it's been a whirlwind year. It's gone by very quickly, and at the same time, it feels like maybe it's been 10 years. For folks who don't know, the Department of Financial Services regulates seemingly everything in financial services. We regulate 80 foreign banks, 17 GSIBs, 120 state chartered banks, about 1,700 insurance companies in health, property, life. We're the group-wide supervisors for AIG and MetLife. We regulate debt collectors, pharmacy benefit managers, student loan servicers, mortgage servicers, and crypto. We're really the only prudential regulator of cryptocurrency in the country. And I say that knowing that the OCC dabbles in the space as well. But we really are the only prudential regulator who has rules on the books and the affirmative authority to regulate crypto. You know, in the first year, we've done a lot, especially around crypto. When I came into the agency, there were maybe 3 people in the unit. And New York has really been a leader in crypto for a long time. The BIT license and the limited purpose trust charter came online in 2015. So we've been regulating the space for a long time, but the unit was just understaffed, didn't have the talent it needed to regulate and keep abreast with the developments in such a fast-moving space. So we've added several dozen people to the unit. We're hiring all the time in the spirit of UNGA. I know there are a bunch of public servant-minded folks here in person and in the audience. So we're really growing the team. And we launched an initiative called VOLT, which stands for Vision, Operations, Leadership, and Technology. Vision meaning we want to continue to be the preeminent global regulator for cryptocurrency and have cryptocurrency live and thrive here in New York and do so safely. Operations, there's been a lot of talk about just how long it takes to get a BIT license or a limited purpose trust charter in New York, to get your products approved. So we're working very hard to make those operations more streamlined and more efficient. Leadership, making sure that we have the most talented people in the department. So we've brought people from industry, from companies, from consultancies, from the federal government, academics to build out that unit. And technology, just as we think about regulating technology, it's important that we ourselves are using technology for transaction monitoring, to look at insider trading, to look at AML, BSA, and we do that. But you know, the one thing I think that's really come out in the last year is, with all the talk about the speed to get the license or the speed to get the new product approval, and that is important, we want to be efficient, but speed is not really the right metric. It is much more important that we are engaging in the space and getting things right when we are licensing companies, when we're approving new products, new coins, because we see what happens when there isn't a regulator in place or when perhaps they're rushed. So when I think about the work that we've done at the department, including our blockchain analytics guidance, which you haven't seen from any other regulator, including our stablecoin guidance that had reserving and asset mix requirements, redemption requirements, independent attestation requirements. You haven't seen us, frankly, license companies that then went bust because we have capitalization requirements. You didn't see us approve algorithmically backed stablecoins, right? So I continue to say, I think one of the big learnings of the past year has been speed is not the answer. Efficiency is important, but it's much more important to get it right so that we can protect consumers, ensure the safety and soundness of institutions and the integrity of the market, and then grow the space responsibly.
Okay, so we're in the middle of a crypto winter, yet DFS has remained steadfast in its commitment to being a leader in the digital asset space. You just talked about what's happened, in the last year and in the past. So what changes are you observing currently in New York's digital assets market? And given your experience at a startup, has this had a noticeable effect on the startup landscape?
Yeah, I mean, I think in crypto and more broadly in fintech, right, we've seen valuations maybe get a little bit more realistic. We've seen, I think over many years, we've seen an increased focus on compliance, even by venture investors. It's one of the things we did in my company, is we were very compliance focused from the outset. I think, it's obviously horrible when you see consumers get caught up in things like the crypto winter, right? People who did not understand potentially the risks in the things that they were investing in and engaging with. I think the silver lining is it refocused industry in the space on the importance of compliance, on the importance of clear, transparent rules from an engaged and fast-moving regulator.
So, we remain concerned, right, about the risk that cryptocurrencies posed to consumers. We want to encourage innovation, right? Because there's so much promise to this technology, including the promise of inclusion. So how does DFS seek to strike the balance between consumer protection and continued innovation in this space? And what are your views, like what more should be done from a regulatory and legal standpoint to balance those two objectives?
Yeah, this is always the question, right, for a regulator. And I think it's particularly imperative as a state regulator. And one of the things I think is so wonderful about DFS is we are at the same time very local as a state regulator, but because it's New York, because it's the financial capital of the world, we are also national and indeed global. And we have international regulators all the time come to us and say, we know if New York has signed off, the company is good to go. It's really a badge of honor and a good housekeeping seal of approval. But you're going to hear more from us soon on consumer protection requirements. We already have robust disclosure requirements in place, but we're going to make those more clear. We already have capitalization requirements, but I think there's more we can do to make sure that institutions are safe and sound. I mentioned our stablecoin guidance that we put out in the spring that required one-to-one reserves with on-chain assets, required T+2 redemption time, talked about the asset mix that's required in the institutions that can hold those reserves. And so all of that clarity, that transparency is incredibly important for protecting consumers and again, for protecting the markets. And I think, we know that DFS historically is famous for its enforcement actions. We bring those as well, and we have done that recently in the crypto space. We have ongoing investigations now, but I think we're all better off if we're not trying to regulate by enforcement. Of course, when companies run afoul of the law, we will bring enforcement actions, but how much better is it if you can prevent the bad action in the first place through clear rules, regulation, guidance, and engagement with industry. So there's a lot more to come from DFS, and we, excuse me, we always welcome companies to come in. My rule to everybody is never surprise your regulator, right? If you're thinking about a new product, there's a new coin, you have questions about how the law applies to you, come in and sit with us and ask us. It'll make for a much better relationship and conversation.
Yeah, and I will tell you, from my perspective, you made the point earlier, for a startup, right? They really do need to get their regulatory house in order because when they go to raise their next round of financing, those questions are going to come and they better have some good answers to those questions.
Absolutely. And I think it's part of, having this robust licensing regime that we have with the BIT license and the limited purpose trust. I think investors know, just like other regulators, if you pass muster in New York, that really is a good sign of having your house together. We also have a program called DFS Exchange, which is sort of like office hours. You can come in, talk to our team of data scientists, of blockchain experts, of compliance experts. We've brought people in from industry, from federal regulators, from academia, from international regulators and companies. So it really is a robust and diverse team that's happy to talk with folks, and not just about the particular issues that you may be facing as a company or things you're thinking about, but about trends in the space. Where is this all going? Because we'll all be much better off if we're working together to get there.
So most of my clients, they want a regulatory roadmap, right? They want some regulatory clarity, which New York State is taking the lead in providing, but we're on a global stage, right? So how is DFS engaging with US federal and other regulators, international regulators, other countries' regulators, so that we have a system of global regulation that makes sense?
Yeah, absolutely. There is not a day that goes by when either I or a member of my team are talking with national regulators, other state regulators, international regulators. We are very friendly with the alphabet soup in DC and really do talk with them daily. Same goes for Treasury, Congress. We really are deeply engaged, and I was incredibly gratified during the markup of the House Financial Services bill when Representative McHenry said, we should be looking to New York. New York is a leader in the space, and we hear that refrain over and over again from the federal government and from international regulators. I think for us, many of the things we think about are how do we streamline requirements. We already know that, especially internationally, regulators will look at companies that are licensed in New York and say, this is great, this is a stamp of approval, this is the good housekeeping seal, and it makes their review easier. But we're spending a lot of time with FCA, MAS, Bundesbank, on and on, to say, well, should we think about reciprocity regime? Should we think about passporting? How is it that we can have a company licensed in New York? And yes, they may still need to be licensed with your regulator, but maybe there's a streamlined approach. And we do that with other states as well. So, the space is developing quickly. I think we're gratified to see the federal government now digging into this, in all candor. We're hopeful that they will appreciate the work that happens on the state level, especially in New York, and take that into account rather than reinventing the wheel. And so we talk with them about that quite a lot as well.
So I mentioned earlier that digital assets, blockchain, right, has such a promise when it comes to inclusivity. So what progress do you think the industry's made towards that goal?
Yeah,
what more work needs to be done? Because I'm sure there's more work that needs to be done.
There's a lot of work to be done. And I think whether it's blockchain and crypto or fintech more generally, there's been buzz for years and years and years about the potential for financial inclusion. But if you look even just in the United States at the FDIC surveys of those who are underbanked and unbanked, you see over the last 10 years, we've included maybe 1 million, 1.5 million more people in the financial system. And that seems like a lot, but if you think about the rapid pace of innovation, the number of new products and services that are come online, it doesn't really compare. You would think with all that innovation, with all those new products and services, with so many smart people thinking about this every day, all the time, that we really would have made far more gains in terms of financial inclusion. And it's not just inclusion in the financial system, but it's financial health as well. Right? It's not enough just to have a bank account or to have access to payments mechanisms. You really need to have a financial system that works well for you, can help you with your own financial resiliency, debt management, planning, all of these things. So I really do challenge the industry to do more and think more about inclusion, and not just innovation for innovation's sake, but what is meaningful innovation? How can you really include more people and do so safely? I actually, we have companies come in all the time. As I mentioned, we like to engage with companies about particular regulatory issues, but more broadly. And people come in and they say, oh, financial inclusion, we're including, all these people, all these LMI. And I go, great, how many? Silence. Right? How many people that weren't included in the system before are now on your platform? Oh, we don't really know. How many LMI people, right, are now? Oh, we don't really measure, right? And I say this not just to the fintech and crypto communities. I say this to incumbents as well. I don't have a lot of tolerance for fluff. I like data. I like information. I like facts. So if you come in and talk to us about all the stuff you're doing on inclusion, fair warning, you better be prepared to back it up. But if you can back it up, and if you are really working to make gains in that way, we will help you do so in a way that's safe and compliant with our laws.
Thanks. So, I started out asking you to reflect on your first year in office. I'm now going to turn to asking you to look ahead to 2023 and beyond. So what are some of the things that you're going to be focusing on? What are the challenges that you face?
Yeah, well, it's unrelated potentially to the crypto and blockchain universe. People ask me about surprises from the first year, and I mentioned at the top that we regulate, among other things, insurance. So I always sort of joke, if you would have told me when I came into this job that I'd be working on monkeypox and polio and other things, I would have been like, it's 2022. Are we talking about polio? But we are. So I don't really know what 2023 is going to bring between crypto winters and polio and other things. What I do know is that we will continue to remain focused on our mission and on building policy that protects consumers, protects the safety and soundness of institutions, creates a sustainable market for crypto and blockchain. I think very often those things are presented as diametrically opposed, right? You can either protect consumers or you can be good for business. And I think that's especially true in the financial services policy space for some reason. I will fully admit that it is harder to do both, but it's fully possible. And you see when you have clear rules of the road, and I urge other regulators to make rules, because that's how we govern the space transparently, that you can, in fact, protect consumers. And I think we've done a good job of that in New York and grow a robust marketplace. In fact, in 2021, 41% of venture capital and private equity investment was in New York-based and regulated crypto companies, which is 2x San Francisco, 8x Miami, right? So I think the proof is in the pudding there. So I think you'll see more engagement, more guidance from us on our requirements for consumer disclosures, for capitalization, on cybersecurity, on BSA, AML. We're really the only regulator that has those requirements for the crypto space. Just more transparency, engagement, and guidance as the space develops.
Right. So listen, you've got a fabulous audience here that represents, again, the globe, government, private business. So is there any message that you would want to get to this audience that hasn't come across in the questions I've asked you so far?
Yeah, so, I mentioned companies coming in and talking to us, which we love. And I mentioned the speed of licensing and new product approvals. We are working very hard to streamline operations, but we are not going to sacrifice our regulatory standards in order for speed. And I know I did talk about this a little bit, but I think it bears repeating. And what I would say to folks is we see often companies coming in and they say, oh, well, your regs require that you have a cybersecurity policy. Here's our cybersecurity policy. I kid you not when I say companies will come in with another company's cybersecurity policy, including the other company's name throughout the document. Did we all not learn the plagiarism lesson in high school? Like, don't. And then and the companies come in and they say, we've got a cybersecurity policy. Check the box. Next, like, give me my license. It's not the way it works, right? You need robust policies and procedures. You need the resources in your compliance department that scale the same way that your product development, your engineering staff scales. This is not a check the box exercise, and we are not here to make your lives unnecessarily hard. When you meet New York's requirements, we hear time and time again from companies that, wow, having to level up to meet New York standards meant that we've made a much better enterprise across the board. It meant we had to level up our cybersecurity, we had to level up our BSA AML, and it made for a better company. So I would urge folks to treat the team and the regulations in the spirit of which they're intended, which is not to make your lives hard for no reason. We all have more than enough work to do already, right? But it's to help make your companies better so that you can serve your institutional and retail customers better and make sure the space survives much longer and becomes a more robust part of the financial system.
Well, Superintendent Harris, thank you so much for your leadership at DFS, your leadership in New York State, and your leadership on the global stage when it comes to crypto and blockchain. And thank you for joining us today.
No, thanks for having me. Good to see everyone.
Hey, everyone, we'll be taking a short break before the next session. So if you need to step outside, please do so now.
No, it just feels. Higher always. Yeah, I saw this. So you're gonna give me shit. No, they're not. Yeah, the tech bros decimated. Well, I started talking about Oh, yes.
Hello, hello. And for those who are on live stream, we will be starting in just a couple minutes. We have some people stuck in traffic, which if you live in New York City, you know is even worse during this period of time. But we're going to start on a very important topic. So I'm going to hand over the mic. Thank you, Sandra.
Okay, sure, no problem. Oh, I'm good. I'm fine. Thanks. Yep, I'm good. Okay. Oh, great. Hello, everybody. And if there was any doubt that New York is not back, I just was stuck in traffic. So I can assure you New York is back in 2019. Welcome. And according to the United Nations, the COVID-19 pandemic exposed large inconsistencies in our global healthcare system, with almost 23 million children missing basic vaccines in 2020, and with disrupted essential health services in 92% of countries. Now, as we move past 2020, the underlying issues in healthcare and medical research persist and need to be addressed. And in this panel, we will discuss how leaders are using technology as a tool to help organizations maximize information sharing and cooperate to focus more on ESG-centered initiatives. So with me today, experts in blockchain and healthcare, and we're going to explore perhaps if blockchain can be one of the solutions to prevent this in the future, make our healthcare system more efficient, cost-effective, and equitable. And with me, we've got Susan Joseph, the founder and chief executive officer of Health Trends AI. Mark Treshak, the executive director of emerging technology, CVS Health. And Dr. Jamie Wells, the former director of the Research Science Institute at MIT. And AM president and founder of the Yale Alumni Health Network, and a GBBC US Healthcare Ambassador. And Subroto will be joining us soon. So he's just going to slide in there, and we're going to include him as soon as he gets here. I think he's stuck in traffic too. So we'll start with Susan. So Susan, healthcare is increasingly relying on data. What is the quality of our current data? Can blockchain be used to improve that? And then I also want you to explain internal versus external data. We had a nice little conversation about that before, so go ahead.
Can you hear me? Okay. Thanks. Thank you for inviting me to this panel and for being on such an esteemed group of colleagues. And thanks for the question. So, data. The quality of it is lacking. I know that you've probably seen a lot of articles about different kinds of data. I mean, we're looking in our startup at critical data sets for public health. And I know that you've seen a lot of articles. There was one in the New York Times today talking about how hard it is to get good data and how hard it is for the states to publish good data and how hard it is to get access to it. That's a problem that we're trying to solve with our startup. And I think that you see, and you certainly have seen during the pandemic, that companies relying on what I call internal data or their own data needs to be supplemented with external data, meaning population, economic, anything that's happening out in the world. And nowhere was that more apparent than the supply chain issues, because there were no real models to figure out how to get things where they needed to go, how to get people where they needed to go. There were no models with economic shutdowns. There were really nothing out there when the pandemic hit. And so this acquisition of data being very timely or as close to as near real time and accurate as possible is really essential to moving society and the economics along.
Okay, thank you very much. And Mark, how severe of an issue is fraudulent pharmaceuticals? Could blockchain mitigate that issue?
Yeah, so thank you. Thank you, everyone. Fraudulent pharmaceuticals are a severe problem in some parts of the world more than others. So in Africa and Asia and parts of Eastern Europe, they are an extensive problem, and they're also a problem in the United States as well. And there have been a number of pilots and production systems that have used blockchain. So you could imagine a blockchain system tracking the complete provenance of a pharmaceutical from the time it's manufactured as it flows through the distribution chain all the way to the dispenser, the pharmacy or the hospital. You could also imagine alternatively that you could give a bottle of medicine a verifiable credential. That's another way of doing it. And both of these, when I was at IBM before CVS, we did a project for the FDA along with Merck and KPMG, where we showed how blockchain could be used to do this, to provide track and trace. And even beyond fraudulent pharmaceuticals, it's the same technology. We've seen great examples where blockchain is used to track the temperature provenance of a drug. Now, something like half the medicines that are approved in the US require temperature monitoring. They need to be kept cold or extremely cold, like we've seen with the COVID vaccine. And there we have examples in production, where in Japan, Mitsubishi, which acts as, in Japan, a pharmaceutical distributor, so sort of similar to AmerisourceBergen or McKesson, has deployed a blockchain-based platform to do just this. And they issued a press release, I think it was with Mitsubishi on Takeda, the Japanese pharmaceutical company, maybe 4 months ago, where this is an example. This platform is in production, and we're seeing this work in the world. And I think it has a tremendous promise to scale.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Mark. And Jamie, the current state of healthcare record management is you're laughing, yeah, is disjointed. There's not a common framework, as I understand it, architecture. There's no standards. How can blockchain help with that?
I'm laughing because I think last night at dinner I was telling Mark that I almost have PTSD, like many physicians who practiced at the time of the forced implementation of the electronic health record. And I bring that up mainly because I think it's a cautionary tale when it comes to any new company, new startup, anyone proclaiming disruption. You know, you have to be very clear. I'm very pro using technology as an adjunct and facilitator to enhance patient care and well-being. But a lot of times things come on with different intent, and how the electronic health record was billed to physicians and the world was anywhere, anytime, decrease costs, decrease everything as a panacea. And what was actually delivered was a glorified billing platform that really marginalized meaningful patient data, marginalized the primary stakeholders of doctor and patient, and I would argue most important patient. You know, it definitely prioritized hospital systems, insurers, et cetera. By design, they were intended to be not interoperable, which impacted patient care. And I would direct everyone, Kaiser Health News and Fortune did an investigative series. It came out a couple of years ago on 10 years of the negative I would argue that how the electronic health records were implemented was one of the most negatively disruptive forms of implementing technology, which of course has a lot of good intentions with regard to it, but patient care was impacted. Patients were never fully informed about who would get access to their data. There was ballooning of third parties, so there were bioethical issues with regard to it, a whole host of issues. And that series, Death by 1,000 Clicks, only scratches the surface of it. But if you want a nice review of some of the over decade not good outcomes of with regard to the implementation of electronic health records, that's a good starting point. I would say in general, in terms of health policy, we tend to be reactive, not proactive. So I think blockchain has an opportunity, as we saw by the COVID, everybody starting from behind, a lot of regular treatments, getting treatments for other illnesses early were suspended or delayed indefinitely, which led to greater advancement of disease and poorer patient outcomes. So I think there are a lot of ways where, number one, I would urge with any technology is only as good as it could be. I've seen many wonderful pieces of technology that sit on a shelf because they never considered the end user. So when I say patient-centered, I really mean the life of the patient, the quality of their care, not disrupting their relationship with who cares for them, having them be an integral part of that and get a voice. Unfortunately, I felt that it took me quitting medical practice to get a voice, because a lot of times those on the front lines of healthcare are not a part of the equation when it comes to the implementation of a lot of these things. But I think where blockchain can make a difference is in what my colleagues on the table or in the panel are mentioning on initially beginning in solving needs that required solutions, not
creating more unintended consequences. So one of the things that Mark mentioned with regard to refrigeration, well, our standard vaccines, some vaccines, for example, varicella, which is chickenpox, requires reconstitution. So it's in a powdered formulation that can endure on a shelf for a period of time. Once it's reconstituted, it has to be with a sterile solution. So things where blockchain, I think, can be helpful are in waste, are in tracking and tracing, are in, fundamental things around the world. There's disparity within the US regionally. There's disparity in developing countries, and they're different. So understanding what the needs are locally, like some hospitals in other parts of the world have one autoclave for the entire hospital. Some can't get to an appointment. So fundamental things, just getting people where they need to be. Credentialing of physicians is one case example where blockchain has been used to eliminate frauds and those kinds of things. And I will hand it back to you, but I recall every time, in medicine, every time you get a medical license in a different state, you get affiliations at different healthcare facilities. There are times where I've had to physically bring in a diploma that's the size of me in original Latin, and I've had to physically bring it to the hospital, bring the translation of the Latin, find archival stored employee information of hospitals that may not exist anymore, and have to be a sleuth to determine that they were relocated to Texas, to the Federal Board of Medical Examiner, et cetera. So it's onerous, and I think those things, if you can facilitate people's, physicians and nurses and caregivers' ability to administer care, patients' ability to go anywhere in the world and be able to bring their COVID vaccination status with lot number, et cetera. Those are tangible, actionable things that I think eventually will coalesce to a greater movement, where I think one of the main issues with how electronic health records were implemented was simultaneously everywhere. And it really caused a mass exodus of older physicians who were seasoned. So it didn't consider, it was ageist, in my opinion. So inclusive end user consideration with every step in the chain, I think, is the best way forward.
Okay, and you've all brought up follow-up questions that I have, but let's go through So Susan, you've talked about open science in the past. Explain what that is and how it could be applied to healthcare.
Sure. So open science is, if you've heard of something called a distributed autonomous organization, or a DAO, if you've seen that in the news, these are communities that are created through technology. They're managed through technology. They're governed through technology. Participants who use the technology to govern them. They're basically communities. And what they do is whatever the particular community wants. So there's one that's called Open Science, which is a 501c3, and is dedicated to creating more access to public research. They have a whole system for points and putting data out there in publications. And their point is that the research should not be siloed the way that it is and difficult to get at, and we should have more access in general. That's one of them. The other one that I found really interesting this month was a longevity DAO, which Pfizer just invested $500,000 in. Probably not a lot for them, but for me, that's a lot of money. And they're interested in looking at whatever kind of research can happen in sort of the pre-IPO phase, and exploring that in like-minded communities. So it's an effort to get science more to people who are really interested in it without silos.
Okay. And Mark, do you see an opportunity for blockchain to work with other technologies like artificial intelligence and robotics in healthcare?
Yeah, absolutely. I had a saying when I was at IBM. I had a slide, being IBM a consultant, we have slides, and it was blockchain and friends, right? So blockchain works best when it comes with, as part of a constellation of things. So robotics, artificial intelligence, AI, ML, all of these things, to use a buzzword, are synergistic when brought together. So by way of example, so we talk about blockchain as being a single source of truth or a single source of trust. So again, to use the pharmaceutical example, imagine all over the country or all over the world, we're adding in supply chain movement data about pharmaceuticals as they go from a manufacturer all the way through to the end, maybe to an individual patient. And this is the best data that any of these participants have, right? So this is the gold standard, right? As good as we could get it in society. And now it's coming together in a federated database, right, if you will. And if you have access to that, again, access controlled through blockchain, imagine what we could do if we bring AI and ML to that problem. So we'll have supply chain visibility, supply chain movement data like we've never had before. And one of the biggest problems in AI or ML or any of these is the quality of the data that we put in. And we see this, and we see the power of this when we could give these systems, these models, high quality data with a breadth that we've never seen before. They can produce some incredible things. So by that, I mean incredible levels of efficiency and optimization in terms of supply chain movements, in terms of routing around catastrophes or events, or now I'll conclude by tying it back to my cold chain example. So imagine again, a pharmaceutical is going through a process, it needs to be temperature refrigerated. And because there's this access to this data, into a machine learning model, it's able to route around a storm. Or we're able to say that we don't think from a predictive perspective that this refrigerator drug will make it to its endpoint in time, right? It will be outside of its exposure window. So while it's still in the supply chain, we're dealing with sending a replacement, right? We're dealing with sending a replacement. So it's going from simply managing what's in flight to being predictive, and then being predictive about how we handle these things. And I think that's the true potential of this.
Can I add
Absolutely.
something to that? So yeah, I mean, I totally agree with everything that you say, but in talking about the data, imagine also adding to that verified public critical data sets.
Yeah.
So I think that piece, I mean, I know I've seen it in other industries, has definitely been missing, the population type data that is verified that you can count on. And that would also go, because if you're using insurance data, hospital data, et cetera, you're using a population that showed up there. You're not using the general population to understand what that segment is vis-a-vis the rest of the population. And I think probably that helps with health equity and other sorts of just in general supply chain investment, et cetera, but it also helps with social impact issues.
To tail on to that from a practice perspective, good data can save and perpetuate healthy and high quality lives. Bad data in healthcare can really end them and do harm. And there's a lot of dirty data out there that decisions are being made on. And to Susan's point with regard to medicine is very regionally dependent. You have to understand population health. I used this example last night that I'm like 5'1.5", but I've been measured 5'2" twice, which in my lifetime, so I'm going with that one. But in isolation, that means nothing. But if I compare it to the height of everyone else in this room, then that has a different meaning of who's taller, who's less. That's information that you can gather from it. And data is only as good as how you interpret that data and employ it. And in medicine and healthcare, population health is wonderful and is great. And a lot of times, like some of these CDC morbidity and mortality reports are sometimes 2 to 5 years delayed or behind, just by nature of how that is collected. They're excellent, but you have to be able to know your population, understand the environmental factors, socioeconomic, social determinants of health, all of these different factors in terms of how you treat patients. And even that can be disparate within a hospital itself in different departments. Care variability is a huge problem that good data can effectively help.
Stop me if I'm monopolizing, but I know that the previous speaker, superintendent for financial services, said she didn't realize she would be dealing with polio and monkeypox as in addition to COVID when she stepped into the job this year. So if you're going to wait 2 to 5 years for good public data, that's a problem when you have crises going on now. And it looks to be, I mean, it is supposition, but there is a lot of supposition that climate change has brought on more opportunistic ability for pathogens to attack populations. And if that's the case, then we really need to be prepared to have near real-time or as close to real-time public data to start to help businesses, help people, help health equity, help all of it.
All right, thank you. And Mark, thank you for the title for my next TV show, Blockchain and Friends. I'm loving that. Yeah, I might just steal that. Jamie, and while we're on the topic of vaccines, let's talk about could blockchain, crypto even be used to address SDG 3, support the research and development of vaccines and medicines for communicable, non-communicable diseases that primarily affect developing countries. Could it provide access to vaccines as well?
It's a big question. I'll try to answer a couple little things. I think where blockchain could have utility is in data from clinical management of clinical trials with regard to the wonderful Excelsior development of Mark and friends with regard to a digital pass of your COVID vaccination status, et cetera. But I think if you try to make these advances in absence of fundamental lack of public health infrastructures, recognizing vaccine requires refrigeration, prevention of disease requires good sanitation, hand washing, good water sources, things like that, even formula reconstitution of formula, which is why there's a big push globally with regard to breastfeeding. But that can have issues when mom is malnourished, and and reconstitution of formula requires clean water. So all of these things, I'm very much an advocate of using a multidisciplinary approach, eliminating the silos between the health tech person, the health practitioner, the legal regulatory folks, because I think really when we all have subcultures and language. And I learned end user through my involvement with pediatric engineering and workaround. Those weren't terms that I routinely or readily used, and they mean different things in different arenas. So I think in terms of waste, blockchain is a very good tracer of those events. In terms of access to care, if there are any ways that can be employed to, especially in developing places around the world that have a shortage of medical staff, if there could be ways to expedite getting medical staff there through, I don't know if credentialing is the biggest issue, and I'm going to pass along the torch so that he has an ability to speak. I'll stop here.
Welcome, Sabrodo. Great to have you here. Yeah, no, that's okay. And I know your area of expertise is logistics and supply chains and things like that. And we've been touching on that a little bit, but talk about what extent blockchain may be able to help with the weaknesses in supply chain issues.
Yeah, so if you look at it, what, why, and how. So in the what happened, everybody knows. There were stockouts, there were 67% supply chain issues where they could not fulfill, and even 59 to 83% they were not able to get the supply materials. So that was and if you have seen all the empty shelves, pantry loading going on. So I think in terms of how do you and what was the reason behind it? Why did it happen? So if you look at it, we don't have enough interoperable systems which kind of connects with different systems out there. We don't have enough track and trace and visibility, end-to-end visibility going around. Those are the things. So in terms of how blockchain can support it, is the best way you can put in the blockchain technologies for the track and trace, counterfeiting. We have around $200 billion of loss for counterfeiting. How can that help you in that? Especially that's the deficiencies, and how can all the different organizations can add more automation. And I have seen myself, a lot of systems are still manual. There are a lot of still Excel work going around, a lot of trust issues. The contracts are still in a very old dated fashion. So these are the areas which I think personally a blockchain can be really effective to start putting in them and have more effective automation and technologies around it.
Okay, thank you. And if you don't mind, could I ask you a follow-up question, since you, particularly about AI, robotics, and how that might be able to help developing countries have access to healthcare?
Yeah, so if you look at it, I have my personal experience. I was trying to help a friend who wanted to open up a contract manufacturing in Africa during the vaccine and COVID period, and we could not get enough expertise or contract manufacturing expertise in that area. They would have land, they would have everything. So if you look at it in terms of the robotics and AI, the best way is like, how can we slowly have those more automation, robotics, AI in terms of manufacturing, so we can easily scale up, or you can scale down whenever you need, and certain facilities in certain regions like developing countries, they don't have enough expertise in there. And then you look at other areas of healthcare, like you look at remote assistance, telemedicine. So if you don't have enough resources in those areas in developing countries, that can be easily expedited with this robotics and AI. And another important factor, if you think about in drug development, which is very heavily used nowadays, is robotics and AI and analytics is helping you expedite your drug development, your drug discovery. So if you look at it, we are spending around $340 billion plus on any new drug development. Think about that. If you are using the AI and data analytics techniques, you can reduce the cost. Now that can be passed back to your developing countries. You can have better access and better cost efficient things on there.
I want to add one thing, in terms of medicine to dovetail on that question. AI and machine learning are being used in a lot of ways to relook at repurposing of drugs, because it takes for a drug to get through the regulatory system. It could take 20 years or something for the life of a patent, and they only have a limited window to extend it before it goes generic. So drugs that have already been approved for safety and efficacy are being relooked at and reexamined, and in some cases successfully reapplied to different diseases. So that's one avenue where machine learning and AI has also been implemented from a medical perspective, medication perspective.
A very real example is Paxlovid, right? The COVID drug developed by Pfizer that was developed using AI techniques, supercomputers, and it was rapidly accelerated, developed only in a handful of months, something that would have taken years through traditional processes.
On the public health side, so you're used to seeing for a COVID data dashboard, actual data that's collected every day in every state, at least during the height of the pandemic. Flu data and a lot of other data is more predictive in nature, where a certain amount is collected and then predicted out. Probably most people don't. I didn't know that when I first started looking. When I looked at the CDC and saw flu, I thought they were counting cases. But the supercomputer, and actually I would think it was done through an NSF grant, started predicting flu, and that's one way that the CDC gets a handle on the flu.
Interesting. We didn't even really touch on quantum computing, but that would be another interesting technology. So I'd like for each of you to weigh in on security of our health data. And we've seen so many breaches and, crypto hacks and exchanges and things like that. Are we at a point where our health data could be secure at this point? We'll start down at the end. So, Roberto, if you want, and then everybody can weigh in.
Really, it's more about how you do the security infrastructure. So it has to be all managed and maintained. I feel personally that is the way you can start looking at more centralized or more secure data network or hosted data, so that you don't get hacked or even have those ransomwares coming up, right? It has to be started with those. And then I think definitely blockchain is one of the areas where record and health passes can be created. I know with crypto hacks, that becomes a little challenging now. How do you want to consider that? But there will be definitely scenarios where you can definitely use blockchain to start having more of the record keeping, which can be then accessed across it, but at the same time have more security around those structures to help make that happen.
I mean, I don't really want to focus on, because I think it's an obvious one, the encryption of just HIPAA protected personal information and such. But the things where I would love to see advancements, simply because the technology was so much faster than the laws. For example, digital geofencing, which is when marketing companies, attorneys are using digital perimeters around hospital and healthcare facilities, so that, say, someone is unconscious, gets transported into a hospital by 911 ambulance. Companies know they've entered the ER. During your most vulnerable, I think humanity at its core should be retained if possible at every arena, because I think that's horrendous. And I believe the Attorney General of Massachusetts a few years back was trying to use consumer protection laws, because that's as current as we're on the books, to apply to situations like that. Because what people can do as well is, if someone's phone entered an oncologist's office or an infectious disease office who specializes in HIV or other kinds of conditions, you could figure out what their conditions are. And I think that should always be sacrosanct in the hands of a patient. So those kinds of securities, and also when people are not realizing, which Europe was very good about and we're getting better at, when people don't realize who has access to their data. So better informed population and truly informed consent in every arena. But, unfortunately, that seems just to be for HIPAA for physicians and patients.
So I'll tackle the other side of this, which is verifiability. So if data is suspect because of potential breaches or manipulation, how do we trust the data that we see? And I'll give some examples of how blockchain is being used in healthcare. While at IBM, I had the privilege of being one of the leaders of the Excelsior Pass project, which, for those of you who don't know, is New York's vaccine passport. All right, so this allowed New Yorkers during the pandemic to receive the vaccine to have a digital credential. It was cryptographically secure, verifiable for when they were vaccinated. But setting aside for a moment what you feel about vaccine passports and whether they're appropriate or not, what we were able to do is to say, here's a fact that Mark was vaccinated. We have a fact, we have a way of verifying it, an irrefutable way of verifying it that doesn't involve going back to a central state database or a central database. So the fact that I was vaccinated could be verified anywhere in the world on the edge securely using cryptography and blockchain. So why is that important, right? Again, in a world where data breaches are increasingly common, so and impersonation is increasingly common, and we talk about giving individuals sort of sovereign access to their health data, you can imagine this being extended. So where you could take other medical facts, other facts about yourself, which have all been cryptographically secured, carry them around, cross national borders, which is something we saw during COVID, and have the ability to have those facts be verifiable sort of on the edge out in the wild. And I think that's the other side of security. And that's very important. It was very important. It will become increasingly important, right, in the world of tomorrow.
So I have a slightly different perspective, and I actually don't know the answer to this. But yes, you can prevent data breaches, and yes, you can do verifiable credentials. And I think those are all great. But you also have GPS tracking. And I don't know how you stop that. I mean, and you see a lot coming up now is so I could protect all that data, but if my phone tells me that I'm going into a clinic to get treated for cancer or something, you know, it kind of doesn't matter because you can assimilate what the record is or what the person is doing in some ways based on where they are and where they're traveling. And I think that that might end up being a regulatory legislative issue that we need to handle because it's really not a technology issue per se. You need to have geolocation for your stuff to work. So the question really becomes, what's the law going to do about it? And they haven't done anything about it yet.
Yeah, well, as we perfect and get better at this technology, there's other issues that pop up, it seems like, as well. So do you think like we might, and I'll speak from a consumer point of view, we might have a wallet, like a healthcare wallet someday, and we can transport that to, I can take it to my general doctor and I can take it to, and they'll have all the healthcare information. I don't have to worry about getting records back and forth. Do you think that's in our future? We can start at the end again. Go ahead.
Was in that direction. So there is always a plan of having those kind of health passes, or the best way, even we had multiple projects in that direction. How can we have this kind of one health pass or one identity, like we have your passports, you have licenses, can we do that? There's a lot of directions going on, but to be very honest, I've not seen any concerted effort which is being done, kind of combination of healthcare insurance providers, medical facilities, and even policies. There's a lot of talks, a lot of discussions, a lot of planning in that direction, a lot of smaller projects going around. Some of the smaller startups are having that, but it needs a lot of considered effort to have that kind of a wallet and health pass uniquely available for everyone.
Any other thoughts on that?
I think that's been promised since the advent of electronic health records. And I agree with everything that he just said. I don't know. I know the public buy-in of medical facilities and this word collaboration that comes around, but I'd like to see that more tangibly occur. And you'll need that for people if they go to this facility in this state, this facility elsewhere, to be able to communicate that. And interoperability is still the same buzzword it was 10 years ago, and we're not there at this moment, but hopefully in the future.
And I think we'll get to a vision of that, or version of that rather. The question is, who controls it? Who controls this wallet? Right? We see Apple and other companies moving aggressively and innovatively into this space. But is that what we want? Right? Do we want a universal healthcare wallet that's controlled by a third-party company? Right? Or do we want something that's more open and interoperable? And can we have something more open and interoperable, right? So earlier this week, the Linux Foundation announced the Open Wallet initiative, right, which is an open source project to try to tackle just that, right? So I think it will converge. It's just a matter of what it looks like when it converges, and is that really what we want?
I think you're also going to see lessons that you can take from financial services, because they'll be the first to put the more uniform digital wallets out there. They're already starting to figure out how to aggregate those and create them as more social platforms or connector platforms. And so there could be a lot of really interesting things that develop that healthcare can, so to speak, pirate or build upon. And I think I would watch that space because it's evolving pretty rapidly.
Interesting.
So I want to add one more point is like always we can have smaller segments to be starting with. For exactly Sandra was talking about in the future, can we do something for the college students? Can we have a smaller segment of Health Pass starting for those segments of students, which can be a starting point. And that could be a way to kind of gradually go to other areas in that aspect.
Okay, so we just have about 10 minutes left. What I want you all to kind of wrap up in maybe 2 minutes. Where do you see it? You're all experts in this industry. Where are we in 5 years? Where are we in 10 years in terms of technology and healthcare? And we'll start with Sabrina again down at the end.
I would say we are rapidly growing there. A lot of the technology space are becoming more realistic at this point of time with advent of AI, cloud computing, which is significantly a strength is there. So I personally think we could have a lot of changes in 5 years down the line, which could be more accessible, effective, and as well as readily usable for many consumers.
I would say that in terms of historically with health policy, broad strokes don't tend to do the job. You really, as I said, it's very regional dependent. So to your point, with regard to starting with college students and the like, I think these use cases that we're mentioning with the digital pass, et cetera, over time will make the train, what's the book, the little engine that could, that's what I'm like, will make the train go necessarily in that direction. I think the populace is getting more and more informed about what rights they have been annihilated against their knowledge. I'm for an even more informed transparency with regard to that. I think that we've ballooned, which has impacted medical error and patient safety, all of the third-party interferences of I'm not saying it should simply be doctor-patient to affect change in a person's chronic disease or illness, but putting it back into the control of those who are the primary stakeholders will really achieve the greatest compliance and greatest outcomes. And that continuity of care is much more effective in positive outcomes in medicine than the ever fragmenting that we're experiencing. So I do think that it's wonderful. AI and the like is being utilized and has been in radiology, and I think that will be very beneficial. But some of the early steps have shown there's some issues with bias. There are issues, so nothing is perfect necessarily, and still will require. I think the initial fear was it will completely eliminate the need for radiologists, and I think that that's something in my lifetime that I've seen with different, calls for panacea of stem cells or this or that kind of thing. I'm a skeptical optimist. You have to look, like the superintendent was saying, all these things, words like revolutionary, and they give me the chills a little bit. You have to look under the hood of the car and what are the actual things that have taken place and can be moved forward with regard to that. So I think that good technology will always be a facilitator of better medical care, and doesn't have to mean it could free up caretakers for really patient care, and that would be the greatest direction, where they're not spending X number of hours writing electronic medical records or away from patient care, or X number of hours submitting their credentials every single year, every 18 months for a license, it's so onerous, those kinds of things. So if it can free up those things and work in harmony with the human aspect of it, then I think the sky is the limit in my lifetime too.
Yeah, so earlier this year, New York State piloted a program where they put robots, small robots, into homes with elderly. And these weren't caregivers, they were companions, sort of like pets. That's the idea. At the same time, there were robot dogs walking around Shanghai telling people to stay indoors, right? So two very different visions of the future. One is kind of nice, the other is sort of like Westworld. And, you know, I think we'll see, the world will simultaneously move towards both of these, right? As we often see the case. But I prefer to look at a future of abundance, right? What can this technology bring us in terms of medical abundance? And the silver lining, a silver lining of COVID is how much things advanced in only 2 years. Right now, sitting on the other side of this, right, we have vaccine passports. We created a tool was created to verify manufacturers of non-traditional manufacturers of PPE. There's tools that track the vaccine movement all over the world. None of this existed in anything other than a PowerPoint, right, in January of 2020. So it really is possible for us to move towards the light. And we see examples of this going on. So large traditional players such as CVS, we see players such as Apple, new market entrants are all trying to disrupt, working to disrupt or change healthcare in the US. And I think technology plays a role in that. But this isn't a technology problem, it's a social problem. Right, and the risk in is thinking about this is to look at it as a application of blockchain, right, and to look at that on its own, and you have to look at this comprehensively. So it's blockchain and other technologies, but also blockchain and the human experience, blockchain and the policy, blockchain and aligning with the regulators, and that's how we move forward. And take some of these visions and turn them into reality.
Okay, Susan, bring us home.
Thanks a lot, guys. So I think what's really interesting to me for moving forward is that we've got 50 states doing 50 different kinds of interesting work on populations and, as Jimmy said, more local healthcare. And for that, I think we have a really positive future because yes, it's not all necessarily well funded, but it is an opportunity to really go out and innovate and advance. And a country like ours that has the 50 states versus a country that has one unified sort of way of looking at things, you can say, well, we are in a way distributed in the way that we govern, and that can help the healthcare push forward faster. P.S. I agree with everything that you guys said.
Okay, quickly.
Just one more thing I want to add is like I was discussing with a doctor who has turned around few hospitals, and he has his own practice. One thing I heard from him, and just want to share that, is like future hospitals. It's not going to be a big, large-scale hospitals. It could be smaller at-home hospitals or monitored and managed by home. That's, I think, is going to be very modular and scalable hospital sector that can come in. Obviously, with remote diagnostics, monitoring, telemedicine, and precision medicine, this all things can combine and help you more faster access to your care.
Thank you so much. What a great panel. You guys had so much insight, and it's definitely interesting future ahead for healthcare, one way or the other. I think we can all agree on that. Thank you, Subroto, Jamie, Mark, and Susan for joining us today.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Our next panel, Driving the Provenance of Energy, will begin shortly.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. I am Emma Joyce. I am CEO of GBBC Digital Finance, and it is my absolute pleasure to be here with you today in this wonderful city. Thank you so much for joining us. I will take a few minutes very shortly for the panelists to introduce themselves, and I'm incredibly honored to be on this panel with such an esteemed selection of panelists. So thank you very much. So we're talking today about driving the provenance of energy, and this panel is in partnership with VCV Digital Group. So thank you to VCV. So why are we here? Well, the United Nations has noticed that progress in the electrification has slowed, and the challenges of reaching those communities that have been hardest to reach over the past decade increasing. Although the use of renewable energy and energy efficiency has improved, progress is not fast enough to achieve Sustainable Development Goal 7, affordable and clean energy. So we're going to look at why is the provenance of energy important? How is blockchain being used in this area today? And we're going to take a little time to discuss the projects that the panelists are involved in or know about. So if I could ask you all to take a couple of minutes to introduce yourselves and your companies, and then we'll get the conversation started.
Hey, I'll start. My name is Jerry Tan. I'm the CEO of VCV Digital. Our business is focused on providing infrastructure for crypto mining companies. That's how we are related to energy. We try to use this as a tool to help accelerating deployment of some renewable projects, including wind and solar.
Hi, everybody. My name is Emma Todd. I am the CEO of MMH Digital Systems. I am also a GBBC ambassador. Woohoo! Okay, you guys are just not morning people. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I do work with some work with Jerry, and I am also doing work with Sustainable Bitcoin Protocol. And I'm so excited to talk to everybody on the panel about this today, because what we do is we provide certificates to let companies know that they do green mining. So we verify that with them, and we are having a hot topic of conversation outside. And so I'm looking forward to continuing it in here.
My name is Ellen Carey. I'm the Vice President for Policy and Public Affairs for Circular. So we track and trace especially critical minerals from a mine site, say lithium, nickel, cobalt, et cetera, through to production, rare earths even, all of the minerals and materials that are really making this electrification transition that's happening in our world possible. We're proving where they came from and that there's sustainable responsible sourcing in that production.
Hi, everyone. My name is Joseph Chu. I am the head of mining at BlockFi. BlockFi is a leading asset manager for retail and institutional investors. My background is 2 years of running both self-mining infrastructure and mining lending at BlockFi. Before that, I was in a variety of different financial services roles, but the most important to this panel would be my time financing renewable energy products.
Hi, everyone. I'm Naveed Isanola, Head of Engineering Research at Algorand, Inc. Algorand is a pure proof-of-stake Layer 1 blockchain invented by Sylvia Macaulay, Turing Award winner. And at Algorand, I wear a lot of hats. Among them, I spend a lot of time on central bank digital currencies and energy and sustainability projects. It's great to meet everyone.
Fantastic. Thank you all so much. So Naveed, I'm going to start with you, if you don't mind. Why is the provenance of energy important?
Sure. No, energy provenance is important because authenticity starts at the very beginning. And with the supply side, the generation side of energy, you have to understand how it was sourced. Is it renewable? If it's being generated in a green fashion. So everywhere else in the pipeline thereafter, you know where you began, and you can then assert all your claims correctly. We don't want to, as the climate becomes more and more of an issue going forward, we want to make sure that our energy is responsibly sourced.
My And I can follow that up because it's related. I'm going to use a specific example of a project that I'm working on for the creation of green Bitcoin. So obviously, Bitcoin's the center of some controversy about its energy use. To the extent that a person that wants to buy a Bitcoin would know with 100% certainty the provenance of that energy, that it was actually mined using electricity from, for example, a hydroelectric plant in Norway, hypothetically. Being sure, well, the ultimate buyer being sure that that's exactly where the electricity came from and it wasn't mixed together with some other sources. And then it went into a pool. And I'm not sure if everyone's familiar with how Bitcoin's mined, but usually lots of miners put their processing power together and then it goes into a one pool, and it's all it functions as like a mixer. So from the point of view of a pool, you need to be separating all that green energy from the pool. Anyway, there are lots of issues like this when it comes to trying to create something like green Bitcoin, and it's a challenge to get it right.
So a different application of this that I'm excited about is, we're trying to decarbonize transportation, and we're doing that through electric vehicles, battery electric vehicle, plug-in hybrid electric vehicles. And just in the last month, the US has joined Europe in saying, if you're going to buy an electric vehicle, you're going to know where these minerals and materials came from, and you're going to have proof of their journey, proof of their production, and that they were responsibly sourced. So what's really exciting is that consumers like you and me, when we go buy an electric vehicle and something that requires a lot of minerals and materials out of the earth, we're going to be able to say, I know where it came from. I know there was no child labor. I know there was no forced labor. And in Europe, it would be, I know the embedded carbon in my vehicle. And that's going to put strong power within the purchasing power of consumers. And that's really exciting.
That is very exciting. I like that. So I'm like, I just want to hear more. So what I am doing is similar to what Joseph is doing, where what we do is when people buy Bitcoin, and I know everyone's interested in Bitcoin or cryptocurrencies here, the question always is it renewable? And what we're seeing is some people were like, listen, we want to buy Bitcoin, but their challenge is we really do believe in trying to preserve the earth, and we really want to make sure that what we're buying is renewable. So what we've done is we've created a certificate, but the best part about that is it's transferable. So that means, Emma, if you want to buy some Bitcoin, then you want to sell it later, and then you want to sell it to Ellen, you can also, that certificate that we give you that tells you that this Bitcoin that you bought is renewable, or percentage of Bitcoin is renewable, you can also take that certificate and you can give it to Ellen, so she knows that the Bitcoin that she now possesses is renewable.
Yeah, speaking from my experience, I think, and echo the other panelists, is how do you verify the source has X percentage of renewable, nuclear, gas, coal? And the thing is with electricity grid is it's very dynamic. The demand and load, they change every second. Because the demand is kind of random. So how do you go back and verify at every moment when you are using the electricity, how much was being generated from renewable, how much was being generated from non-renewable sources? That's seems easy, but not not easily done.
Okay, thank you. I think we're going to come back to the projects because, I think we need to spend a bit more time on, these use cases and exactly what's happening. But can we have a think now, how is blockchain being used, at the moment? Ellen, can I start with you on that?
Sure. So, and I can talk about a project too. We're working with the German Economic and Climate Ministry to do a battery pass project. So we are the demonstrator or the organizer of all of the different data points that you're going to want to know about every battery that's placed into service into the European market. So there's different parts of information that's shareable, not shareable. And what we're doing is we're using our technology underpinned by blockchain to ensure that different information is shared with the right participants and not shared with others. And that's something I think that Europe is really leading on in terms of management and creating transparency for what's in the batteries, but then also that they start creating a circular economy and economic benefits for the next generations of technology.
Thank you. Jerry, do you see blockchain as the future in this area? I mean, we're starting, but how much is it going to be used, do you think?
Wow, that's a very large question. Everybody is trying to find out the answer. I think the general direction is right. Blockchain and crypto in general is probably one of the fastest growing industry. That's why I changed my career direction from Wall Street and real estate into crypto. I think just be specific. I think the fact that like Alan was working on the tracing various sources and be able to say this is how it's produced and where it's produced. I think it's very important, and I think a blockchain probably is the more efficient technology for that. So that there's a lot of applications, that can be very helpful in the ESG sphere.
Emma, would you agree with that blockchain is the most efficient?
I think so. I think so. In the end, you can use smart contracts and generate it fairly quickly. It just works very well for what we're doing. And what I like about blockchain is that it's transparent. You can see what's happening, and someone can't. And we're all aware of those companies or companies that say they're doing one thing but end up doing another. And so when you have it on the blockchain, you can verify. And I think that is the best thing about it, transparency.
I'd agree with that completely. Joseph, what are your thoughts?
I would support that. Thinking about how the sources of the energy are verified, right? Like attested to. You could see a model like rating agencies, for example, where you've got a Moody's or Fitch or whoever saying, okay, we're the authority on this. We're going to put a greenness rating on this Bitcoin, right? 100 or 50 or whatever it is. But then you have that entity that is the kind of like a semi-monopolistic entity that has control over the market, that collects economic rents, and by definition, that's inefficient. So if you can use the blockchain and circumvent that kind of like information storage, the ledger, who has control over the ledger, then you've taken that part out of the economic rent equation. Now you still need the attestation. You need the entity that's going to verify, right, that it actually came from where you said it came from, but you've taken parts of it out of that world.
Naveed?
Hi, so I'd like to echo what Joe said. I wholeheartedly agree. It's the fact that blockchain sort of deals with the not just the attestation. We know the blockchain is open and transparent, but because it's decentralized, it allows for things that are very difficult in a pre-regulated sort of innovative market like energy provenance. And blockchains allow for self-assembly because it's decentralized. But there's another piece that I think that really gets me excited about blockchain, and that is blockchain has its own built-in incentivization model. Because currency value can be transferred and swapped on blockchain, you can align your incentive model for why I want green energy and attaching it to the right consumers, those who are motivated to buy it, using the built-in crypto or stable or CBDC that might be present. And that's something that's completely new. I have a confession. I used to work in the Web 2 world. I worked for a company called Mozilla. We built the Firefox browser, but I also worked heavily on standards for everything related to the internet. And one of my sort of things that I feel we did poorly there is we made this amazing platform for building anything, and there was no built-in monetary system. And so what happened, I think we all know, ads became the monetary system of Web 2.0. And that means the incentivization model is your personal data, et cetera, et cetera. With blockchain, we have the possibility of, I'm focused solely on the on this particular nuclear power generation or wind generation or the exact attributes I want for a particularly sourced joule or kilowatt hour. And I can connect it and I can pay for it. And since I'm paying for it directly, those who want to generate that kind of power are benefiting from generating that kind of power.
Thank you. So I think we've, as we've discussed, blockchain is a very efficient way to work in this area, and it's very transparent. And I think that means that consumers can understand the provenance of energy. Now, is it up to industry to push for blockchain use, or should we be expecting governments and policymakers to be doing that?
I'm going to take that.
Okay.
I think we have to push. If we wait for the government, it may not happen, let's be honest here, right? And, we're going to get old quickly. So we really have to push. And also, when you lead, you can sort of direct how you want it to go, the discussion and things that need to be focused on. So I would rather we do that rather than the government tell us what to do, because they may mess it up or they may not focus on the things that we think are the best things to focus on.
And are we doing that? Are governments taking note, do we think?
It's okay, I'll take that one again. Yes, they are. Not necessarily in the way that I would like sometimes, but they are. The White House just released a paper. I'm going to spend a riveting night tonight going through it in detail because I'll have a little bit of time. I hear it is amazing. Has anyone gone through it as yet? Is it really as amazing? I heard. Yeah, okay. Basically, they tell you fix it or else we'll fix it for you. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. So we're doing that now. Why it's really important, even given the fact that I'm Canadian, is because if the US does something, other countries tend to be a fast follow. So we really need to have a look at that. And as the chair of the mining committee in Canada, I really want to make sure that we're making sure that we're doing all that we can and we're really pushing renewable sources where possible.
Okay, thank you, Emma. Naveed?
Okay, if I could add, I completely agree with what Emma said. We want to start. We don't want the government to tell us what to do, and it's not because I'm cynical and think the government will do it wrong. But I think there's a natural progression of innovation, and that is we have ideas, we throw a bunch of things at walls and find out what sticks, and most of them will be bad. But we have to be able to play in that environment where we can do it quickly, and then collectively, the suppliers, the industries, the people who really are have some sort of stake in this game, figuring out what works best. And then once we get a version that we like, the governments will definitely be paying attention. As I read that paper, and they're paying attention. And I think what I learned from reading that paper is they want to see what we come up with. And then regulation will look at that and say, what parts of this should be standardized? But once they standardize it, they also recognize that it will be very, very hard to change. So give us some space. We'll come up with something that works well. Collectively, that's the blockchain designers like myself, the industries who generate and consume power, even all the way through the consumers, what model might work there. And when we have some variants that we're pretty happy with, I think we can get that standardized. And once it's standardized, everyone else who's not interested in this problem will benefit from our implementation.
I'm like agnostic as to which side is best suited to deal with the problem. But let's just face it, when it comes to anything blockchain or crypto oriented, governments are slower to respond. That almost all the innovation is occurring in the private sector. So if we want something to happen and happen relatively quickly, it's going to be a private sector initiative. And so it's just a fact, I think.
So someone should just set up take a page from the Green E certification, which is actually a private business, and just start a company and focused on doing accounting, auditing of power sources.
Well, I just had one thought about that. So one thing that is government related, regulation related, that is driving sustainability in general is reporting. So to the extent that the SEC says you have to, public company, have to report, and then you're subject to Starbucks and all of these incentives and disincentives, they are then find it in their own self-interest to do these types of reporting. So disclosure might be the kind of backdoor way to do it.
Yeah, I see it that way as well. And I have seen it being led by industry. For instance, we work predominantly in the automotive space where you have automotive brands that are saying we're sustainable and we're ready to prove it. And we need blockchain technology to enable us to do that. Now, we've been showing that to governments both in the EU and the US, and they're catching hold. They don't necessarily know what technology they need, but they know what they like, and they know what they like that they see that it's working in terms of labeling, proving, et cetera. And so it's a continuous educational effort. But again, coming back to either the SEC regulations or the Inflation Reduction Act regulations and fulfilling those provisions, or the EU various requirements, it is coming up with that. We know our entire chain of custody, and we're able to prove it to a product level in terms of the sustainability and the responsibility.
Brilliant. That's what we need. Joseph, could I come back to you and maybe delve a little deeper into projects in this space, please?
Sure. So just with this Green Bitcoin initiative, it's pretty hard nut to crack here. I believe that it's going to be way harder than most people think it's going to be, because you got to get, in my view, to the actual source, the generator of the power. So that means going to every single, basically, renewable power plant in the world, really, and somehow getting them to agree that that there's some a tester that has access to audit their supply chain and verify that it's the case. So it's not going to be easy to roll out, but ultimately it's, I think, essential, because what you really want is you want the consumer, the person that in this case is buying the green Bitcoin, to be sure that it's not a scam, or and for that to hold up over time, it's going to have to be authentic. It's going to have to be transparent. The standards are going to have to be transparent, and the blockchain will have some role in that transparency.
Absolutely. Emma, did you want to go next?
Okay, now, I get what you're saying, Joseph. I think one of the things is that one way to combat it, it's not perfect, but it's better than nothing, is obviously an audit. So if you get that company or all the companies to say, like in their audit, we're disclosing that we are only selling it once, and we can verify that, and also have Bitcoin companies, when they're getting energy, ensure that that renewable certificate or that they're getting is only being issued once into them. That's the only way I can really think of doing it. Yes, it does require a little bit of trust, but I think that the audit should hopefully back that up. But that's really the only way I can think of that does that.
To add something here if I could. Do you want to respond first? I want to trust everyone. I think we all want to trust one another. So instead of making it about trusting a person or not, let's make it about easy versus hard. Right now, auditing is massively intensive, labor intensive, and paperwork intensive, requires usually a number of agencies across the pipeline from power generation to consumption. I'm working on a project that's being deployed with European government that I think addresses that pipeline in a way that actually makes sense. On the supply side, we need attestation of that it's green, that it came from this particular generator. And when you have a certificate that this generator is nuclear, of course you know what its characteristics are, or if it's a wind powered, or et cetera, or if it's even being powered by some sort of fuel, what the source of those fuels were. Now you have it tested in some fashion. And then in the middle, you need some sort of currency that marks that carbon or that kilowatt hour. And the blockchain, we all know, is fantastic for that. But the part that really makes it hard is on the supply side, on the consumer consumption side. How do we only track it once? And what we're doing is we're pairing the generation with a consumer who wants that particular type of power. And they can say, I want it sourced like this. And then that one-to-one is mapped on the blockchain, that pair is taken away. And then you get your one-to-one, it's only been used once. I can't say that I have 20% green. I'm 100% green. I bought all my power from these places. And that still sounds too hard, to me at least. So the last step, and I think the brilliant step, and it's not my idea, so I take zero credit for this, is smart meters that actually, all the way from the beginning to end, connected to the blockchain and to the process, that do all the work for you. So you, as a consumer, say, I want this pattern of assets, or sorry, of energy, and it will deal with your credit card payments and buy the appropriate energy from all the right suppliers.
Okay, I love that. Jerry, is there a project you want to talk about?
Yeah, I guess continue on that thought thread. I think maybe there are certain low-hanging fruits, at least in tracing the source, energy source. There are certain areas and the regions in the US that data is published on an hourly basis on generation sources, how many megawatt hours generated and used. So maybe that's an area where we can kind of get us started.
For sure. There's in the US, I don't know other international markets as well, but there's SCADA data on every single power plant in the US. So there is that. You'd have to go a little bit behind that, but there is a source of data, and doing what Naveen's suggesting, which is connecting that source with the ultimate user, whether it's a smart meter, which is a great idea. I mean, you could have this meter on your house, and it would say, okay, right now you're getting green wind energy, or that's no longer available. Now you're getting solar, and then that ran out. So you're getting coal. But at least you know, and you can put a preferences in to say, I want that first. I want solar first. I want wind first, and I'll pay more for it. And that's like the last part, which Navi was suggesting, that there's got to be an economic model for it. If people are willing to pay more, then there will be the natural incentive. And that works for this green Bitcoin idea too, thinking that green Bitcoin will probably trade at a premium to not green Bitcoin.
Actually, I have a question for Naveen. How do you think about the relationship between what do you do, which seems like it's some sort of energy market, micro energy market, versus RECs, versus renewable energy credits? What are the interaction between those two things?
So maybe I'm not familiar enough with renewable energy credits. I'm familiar with carbon credits. Are they similar?
Well, RECs is probably more official. I guess carbon credit is kind of soft.
Okay.
Right?
So what I can say is the matching. I'm working on a number of different projects, all the way from this sort of ultimate solution to carbon markets like climate trade and global carbon holding, which tokenize carbon sequestering, and so you can purchase offsets that way. So I think all of these projects apply. Some of them are really hard solutions that require the government to be involved almost from the beginning. That sort of ultimate metering model that also requires hardware and lots of other orchestration. But some are much easier to do, like the credit model. What I like about that is I today know that I used up 80% 18 tons of carbon somehow because I'm burning paper in the backyard or something. I can buy that offset, and that's immediate. No one else needs to be involved, and I feel good about myself. And then maybe I did something somewhat reasonable to balance out my usage. But that helps on one-off basis. It doesn't sort of help the overall universe of energy production be transparent, see what it's doing, and the moment you make it all transparent and available, I think what will happen is we'll all start to optimize for decreasing energy consumption overall, but also grossly decreasing energy consumption from dirty carbon sources. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, I guess it's interesting because there is already in half of the U.S. energy market is kind of free market already. So it seems like maybe you're suggesting you differentiate the energy when you trade them somehow, right? Maybe nuclear has a higher price versus other type of fossil fuel energy.
Absolutely. So, Joe mentioned this earlier.
Right.
I imagine a future where...
Because right now, natural gas seems to have the highest price.
Right. For different reasons, maybe, but there'll be premiums for different creation, or there should be. Green Bitcoin, when it's trading, will likely have a premium, and I think people will be willing to pay a premium for wind, nuclear, et cetera, different sourced energies. But right now, there's no good way to do that, because I can say that I bought green energy for a 5% premium, but there's no proof that I actually sourced that. And so until you sort of solve the pairing problem, it's all sort of ephemeral and pretend. And as much as I like all of us being, conscious about the environmental impact we have, I would rather it also be real.
I think the real problem that we have is that we're going to have to charge a premium on green Bitcoin. It should be opposite. But there's really no way around it, I don't think, to solve for that problem.
Well, if it creates the right incentive mechanism, that's probably worth it.
I think we've got about 10 minutes left. And Ellen, I'm going to come to you first. What I'd love to hear is, what is the dream? Where do we want to end up? I mean, immediately I want a smart meter now, which is going to tell me exactly what I'm using, so I want that. But really, what's the dream for the industry and really for all of us?
Well, I couldn't agree more that this real-time carbon issue has to get sorted out, not just in terms of achieving a premium, but meeting a regulation. So in 2024, I'm going to speak back to the batteries because it's really setting a precedent for all of the products that are getting set into the European market. You're going to have to prove your carbon by that battery. So that's going to take time. And until people have real-time information about the grid and power generation, they're just saying, hey, I want Bonneville Power Association hydro, or I want to go up to Quebec and have peace of mind, period, full stop. So I think that has to get solved very quickly in terms of both achieving that premium or showing that proof of compliance with forthcoming regulations, for sure.
Emma, can I come on to you? What's the dream? Where are we? Where do we need to go?
The dream would be to have more renewable energy being used for Bitcoin and for crypto, and have it be more affordable, and have, honestly, people not be as greedy in terms of the pricing that they want, because they have it, but it's very expensive, and they put on all these different things that they want, which then prices it a little bit out of the market. So it's very, very hard to find it. So that means then that people won't necessarily do anything in North America. They end up going somewhere else, which is actually not necessarily a bad thing. But if we can keep some jobs here at home, that's also good, as opposed to going to another country.
And what's the solution to trying to take out that greed? Is there one?
I don't think so.
No.
I think it's really just, it's
No.
a free market, right?
Human nature.
Unfortunately. If anyone has a solution to this, come find me after. I would love to hear it. But yeah, I really don't think there is one.
Jerry, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think ideally we can use Bitcoin mining, which is a captive and flexible energy user, to speed up the renewable developments a little bit. There's a lot of I guess, clog ups in certain regions like PJM, that's Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Maryland, the grid stopped taking new applications, I think, for renewable projects because the renewable are very intermittent, so the grid couldn't handle it right now. So if you have a captive user, maybe you can do it off grid first. At least you get the renewable farms up and running, and then connect to the grid when they are ready.
Naveed, where should we end up?
I think you heard a little bit already about where I would like to end up. But to add to that, I want to see a bidirectional grid. What I mean by that is right now we have primarily a pipeline from creation to consumption. But in the world I want to live in 2024, we'll have solar on our own roofs. Large industrial complexes often have batteries and other power generation locally as well. And I'm working with a large energy company on their demand response system. So they're able to say, hey, tomorrow at noon, it's going to be hot. We need a lot of power from all of you who don't need it during the day. And then having the blockchain be an arbiter in that as well. So they can get their excess energy they require to meet the grid demands. But once again, from green sources first, maybe at some premium, but the blockchain can facilitate that with on-chain auctions in near real time. And then I think once all that's done, in past 2025, 2030, the government says, hey, this looks pretty good. Let's make it real for everyone. Because before that, I think it's an opt-in system. And at some point, we need it to be not opt-in because we want everyone to participate, even though the last few people who are for whatever reason not so excited by green production and consumption.
Joseph.
Yeah, I love that. Just the connection of the source to the user through this immutable, transparent data system that enables virtue signaling to be replaced by actual virtue. Like I've actually used green energy rather than I drive a Tesla, but also fly private. I think that's the promise of this data, the availability of data and the ability to control and trust the data.
Well, and hopefully you're saying, I drive a Tesla and I know exactly where that nickel came from. I know exactly where that cobalt came from. And I know that my lithium was produced with carbon capture sequestration, and I have the proof. So the ideal world for me is, we're gonna mine 386 mines in the next 10 years to produce the electrified economies that we want. We have to do it sustainably. We have to create transparency and reward the folks that are doing it along the entire supply chain, both the mine, but also all the way to our products. That if they're going with hydropower and low carbon emissions, if they're doing it safely and responsibly, that's transparent and they're rewarded for that, so that we're upping the game. And then ultimately too, the assets that we do build are then recycled securely, safely, responsibly with low carbon. And all of this can be enabled by blockchain, right? Creating this economy where everything is transparent and we know not just this next generation where it came from, but the following as well.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. I think we've probably got, 1 or 2 minutes left if anybody wanted to add any final thoughts at all.
Naveed, I want you to know that in the US, they're already using demand response, and they're seeing some interesting results to the point where some of these Bitcoin mining companies are actually making more money selling back to the grid than they are actually doing Bitcoin mining. So it's kind of interesting. What I would like to see is on top of that, it just be green. But baby steps. But it's really quite interesting to see that there's some companies, they're actually not even doing Bitcoin mining now. They're just selling the power back to the grid, and they're making way more money. Yeah.
the company I'm working with, they're targeting California first. So yes, demand response exists there, but blockchain with auctions is something we're going to bring.
Brilliant. Well, thank you so much to my panelists for fitting all of that into 40 minutes. I didn't think we would. It's a big subject. We had a lot to talk about. We got it down. So thank you so much. Thank you all for listening to us today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Hey everyone, before we break for lunch, we're going to have our keynote address by Megan Roberts.
Hi, everyone. My name is Megan Roberts. I'm Director of Policy Planning at the United Nations Foundation. And I know we're doing a hybrid event today, but I realize that for those of you in the room, I am the only thing standing between you and lunch. So I will try to be very disciplined in my time. But I'm absolutely thrilled to be here today as part of the 5th Blockchain Central UNGA. So congratulations to the GBBC team, and particularly excited to be here in person with so many of you. It's an honor to be part of this event, which is also part of the Global Goals Week, which seeks to drive collective action toward advancing the Sustainable Development Goals. And we at the UN Foundation work every day to advance the 17 SDGs, which really are a blueprint for achieving a better and more sustainable future. And part of my work is to help understand the role that new technologies can play in advancing the SDGs, and also how the UN can work to maximize the benefits and minimize the risks of new and emerging technologies. So today I'd like to share with you how the UN system is deploying new technologies and putting those to work to help millions of people around the world, and also how it's serving as a platform for global conversations around responsible technology and innovation. So first, on how the UN is using new technologies, and I realize there's already been some exciting updates and announcements on new initiatives, particularly in the humanitarian space this morning. But really across the UN system, innovators are using new and emerging technologies, including blockchain, to tackle longstanding development challenges. So just to give a few more examples, UNICEF, the UN's agency for children, has invested in blockchain startups around the world for years. In 2019, to really accelerate and turbocharge that work, UNICEF stood up its own crypto fund, the first in the UN system. And UNICEF is also exploring ways that blockchain applications can help improve the agency's efficiency and transparency. The Food and Agriculture Organization, the FAO, is exploring the ways blockchain can be used for food supply chains and to support climate action in agriculture. And the UN Development Program is exploring how blockchain can increase financial inclusion, how it can increase access to energy, in addition to a number of other applications. The UN is also collaborating in new ways across agencies, funds, and programs to pilot, test, and scale blockchain solutions. And it's also advising countries on their own journeys in terms of how they use blockchain. For instance, how blockchain can help build transparent, sustainable, and efficient value chains, and how blockchain can be used to support sustainable urbanization, which is going to be a crucial challenge over the next decade. And it's helping policymakers understand the questions that they need to ask and the implications of using blockchain to achieve their policy goals and the SDGs. I'm not doing this, am I? Okay. And it's not only blockchain, of course, from using drones to deliver life-saving vaccines, to using satellites to better understand the effects of climate change. The UN is really exploring how it can use blockchain, digital technologies, and emerging technologies to advance the SDGs and really to help people around the world. And to do so, it's working in partnership with experts and actors across all different sectors, so private sector, civil society, technologists, academia. There's a real recognition that in order for the UN to do this work successfully, it needs to tap expertise, it needs to build new partnerships outside of the organization. And then it's not only about changing what the organization does, but also how it does its work. So it's pairing all these new projects and new initiatives on new technologies with a strengthening of a culture of innovation at the UN, with bolstering its capacities on foresights and futures. And as the UN puts new technologies and innovation to work to better deliver around the world, it's also working to foster a global conversation about how we can all work together to ensure a safe and equitable digital future. So this brings me to the second part of my remarks on how the UN is serving as this platform for global conversations. Because even as we can appreciate the truly immense benefits, we also see that the digital transformation is not unfolding evenly. It's leaving many people behind. Still in 2022, a third of humanity is not connected to the internet at all. And that's to say nothing of the hundreds of millions of people who don't have meaningful or affordable access to the internet. The UN Secretary General has warned that the digital divide threatens to become the new face of inequality around the world. And as you all know, the digital transformation is also introducing new threats that our current means of cooperation just aren't yet tackling. So things like cyber attacks, data breaches, digital surveillance. We see governments clamping down on rights and the digital space, and a growing risk that there are potentially irreparable fractures in the open and global internet on which we all really depend. So even as we know new technologies offer such incredible promise, we also see that actually realizing their benefits requires healthy and agile means of cooperation and setting the rules of the road. And the UN is really working to create spaces for exactly these types of conversations. Last year, the UN Secretary General called for a global digital compact that would outline shared principles for an open, free, and secure digital future for all. He suggested the compact could cover areas ranging from connectivity to internet fragmentation to human rights online, and also that it could reflect on the development of AI in line with shared global values. He also recently appointed a new envoy on technology who is working to foster conversations on global digital cooperation and on how we can use new technologies to advance the SDGs. Issues of new technologies are increasingly on the agendas of the Security Council, the Human Rights Council, and the General Assembly. And I expect this week we'll hear a number of world leaders reflect on the promise and perils of new technologies for security, for development, human rights, and human prosperity. I've talked a little bit about the risks of new technologies, but as I'm coming toward the end of my remarks, I also want to reflect on why I'm feeling particularly optimistic at the start of this year's UN General Assembly. So 3 reasons. First, I think we're seeing a real and deepened commitment around building solutions and investing in solutions. You look across today's agenda today, food security, health, energy, these are essential challenges of our time and a real focus on solutions. Related to this, I'm also very excited around potential opportunities for decentralizing the development and sharing of scientific knowledge. There's some incredibly important roles that blockchain can play in this space, and I think this could be a real game changer for the SDGs. The second reason that I'm really optimistic coming into this week is the dynamism that I see in this space. The UN can often seem like a big, slow-moving, bureaucratic organization, but I think we are at a point where we see how some of these innovative experiments, some of these pilot projects are starting to really accumulate into a larger set of work that's scaling for impact. And I think you heard about some of that earlier today. And the third reason that I'm optimistic is that we're all here as part of UN General Assembly High Level Week. I'm sure lots of headlines will be written about what world leaders have to say from the General Assembly podium. But this week has also brought together, here in New York, leading thinkers and doers from the private sector, from civil society, from academia, from elsewhere, to come together around some of today's toughest challenges and most exciting opportunities. And that's certainly true in this room, and I think, really feeling that energy across the week. That so many top leaders from so many different sectors are here and participating in these discussions gives me real hope, because I think this is exactly the kind of collective action and cooperation that we'll need to realize the best that the 21st century has to offer for humanity, and to develop and deploy the digital tools, the digital systems that can benefit us all and that can help really unlock progress on the Sustainable Development Goals as we reach the halfway point on our way to 2030. So we probably can't figure all of that out in just 1 week, but I'm very hopeful that we can gain some traction on these things, and really appreciate the opportunity to be here with all of you as part of this ambitious agenda. And thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you all for joining us for this morning's programming. We're going to take a break until 1:30 p.m. and then we'll reconvene for the evening sessions. Food is out in the lobby.
Hello. Hello. Thank you for taking a break, and I hope you enjoyed the morning. We're going to get started in just a little bit here. So if you want to get your seat, start coming in, grab a seat. We've got a big afternoon planned, so looking forward to the afternoon as well. The session is starting if you could want to come in.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us for this afternoon's session. We will be starting with our panel special discussion, White House Framework for Responsible Development of Digital Assets.
Ready? Can you guys hear me? Can we go? Oh, 1 minute. Okay. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I hope you guys had a good lunch. My name is Catherine Atterbury. I am the General Counsel of KICO, also known as Challenger Deep. We are a market data provider of digital assets data. While market data is our current game, we are, the long game for us is blockchain. It's smart contracts. It's, putting data onto the blockchain to create various use cases. We believe that, the future of pretty much everything belongs on the blockchain. So I'm very happy to be here to discuss the recent publication from the White House, the Framework for Responsible Development of Digital Assets. The expert today is Alan Cohn. I'll let you introduce yourself, Alan.
Sure. Hi. I'm Alan Cohn. I'm the co-chair of the blockchain and cryptocurrency practice at Steptoe & Johnson, a law firm based out of Washington, D.C. I was formerly an assistant secretary at the Department of Homeland Security, working on a range of different issues, including an introduction to cryptocurrency at that point.
Thank you. So I'm going to start with the obvious question, which is, what's this framework? And I guess it's 3 questions. What's this framework? What does it say? And what does it do?
So it's an interesting question because, of course, there's an announcement of a framework, but then there's no document that says this is the framework for digital assets. So really what the framework is, it's a follow-on from the March 9th executive order on digital assets, combined with 9 of the different reports that were specified and required as part of that executive order, and a kind of pulling together of all of that in an interagency process between the White House and the different federal departments and agencies to kind of condense around 7 issues. And I mentioned that interagency process because we'll come back to that in a minute. But basically, it comes down to 7 issues: highlighting, protecting consumers, investors, and businesses, promoting access to safe, affordable financial services, fostering financial stability, advancing responsible innovation, reinforcing the U.S. global financial leadership and competitiveness, fighting illegal finance, and exploring a central bank digital currency. Forgive me for using the notes. And so in many ways, it's restating and reemphasizing the topical headings of the executive order, but with some important distinctions.
Right. So maybe we could talk about, before we get into the distinctions, kind of as an insider and an expert, how, and, when we were chatting last night, you talked about what this means to you or kind of experts in the field, right? And how can we, us mere mortals, how can we decipher this? And what does it mean for us, right? What does it mean for someone like me who's in digital assets? What does it mean for sustainable finance? Is there anything that we can take away and say, God, okay, got it, let's go?
Sure. So I think there's 2 ways to view it. Number 1, what it says, and number 2, what it kind of almost conspicuously doesn't say. So first, you can map the initial 6 areas of emphasis from the executive order to this 7 items in the framework. And when you do that, what you see is, now the original executive order had 6 elements, 3 really focused on things like investor and consumer protection, financial stability, and illegal finance, but the others were about innovation and leadership technological advances, and financial inclusion. When you see this all mapped to the framework, what you see is an expansion of the concept of enforcement, really an encouragement of not just the CFTC or the Commodity Futures Trading Commission and the Securities and Exchange Commission, but also the Consumer Financial Protection Board, the Federal Trade Commission, and others to really use the full powers of their enforcement authorities against this industry. And really an encouragement across each of these areas for guidance, for regulation, for enforcement as necessary, and for promotion of both US principles of financial regulation out into the world environment, and looking at other aspects of fintech besides digital assets for some of the solutions and issues that were raised.
Let me ask you this. So I hear you talk about the executive order, which, you know, a lot of us read and thought, okay, great. We should do lots of things, right? Let's do something. And then now there's a framework that seems to say, God, we should really do something. And here's the 7 layers of things that we should do. Do you find this disappointing? Were you expecting more?
Well, I was expecting more because in particular, the things that the framework doesn't say. So for example, first and foremost, the framework talks about risks and the reports talk about risks, but really what they're talking about is about threat. Risk is threat and vulnerability and consequence, and hence a sense of proportion. And so buried in the reports are still statements of things like illicit financing is still basically a traditional financial service issue. But yet we're going to spend pages and pages and pages describing the potential for this and the potential for that in our industry. Not that those things don't exist, but the proportionality of it seems out of place. Second, there's no following up from the executive order on the concepts of driving digital assets and Web3 technology into use. So, and not just regulating that which already exists. So there's not really a discussion about federal government usage of this technology, either on its own or paired with the other executive order from the spring focused on zero trust technology and identity. You know, there's a sense of wanting to project U.S. financial values, financial regulatory values on the world, but there isn't a reciprocal sense of what can we learn from the rest of the world. What can the U.S. learn from the EU or from other countries or regions in the world that have really gone deeply into other aspects of regulation of this industry beyond anti-money laundering, where the U.S. has been a leader, and into other areas where the U.S. has lagged? I think 2 other points. One is there's a lot of talk about having regulatory agencies promulgate more rules, do more enforcement. There's very little discussion about harmonization. How is this all supposed to fit together? What about deconfliction? If you go, you see a nod towards the Treasury Department's federal framework to regulate non-bank payment providers, but this is really another effort to push the OCC set of rules, which are very beneficial, but have run into roadblocks of harmonization. And then finally, there's no real accountability other than enforcement for the government. There's no sense of how much investment. There's no sense of how much end products. There's no sense of how much from the Commerce Department report, how much we've promoted US companies into the world. So I think those things surprised me because they're the natural follow-ons from the executive order, and they're diminished or missing in the framework.
That's okay. I'm glad you said that, because that was my takeaway when I was reading it. But at the same time, it is something, right? It is a framework. It was published. Should one feel kind of hopeful that, you know, there was, I don't want to say buzz, but, you know, we've taken another maybe super tiny step toward some regulation, some harmonization, and should everybody in this group kind of go with that, with kind of the knowledge that maybe the takeaway is, one should know what the rules are, take some from traditional finance, apply them, because you could be subject to enforcement.
No, I think the industry should definitely take away that this issue remains important to the federal government, to the administration. And second, that your voices matter, that your voices are being solicited. Agencies have opened their eyes and their ears to what you have to say. And it's important that you take advantage of those opportunities, because there is a real emphasis on pushing new guidance, new guidelines, new regulations. And third is, it's definitely important for you to think about engaging with these agencies in an effective and proper way, because again, there's a real emphasis here. And in addition to the agencies, with Congress, which is actively considering its own considerations in this area, that have to do with a lot of these subjects. So I think it definitely should be taken as a sign that that digital assets and Web3 are still very much a priority, but it also comes with a note of caution.
Right. And does that, would it be wrong to say that, it's priority, we just don't really know what to do yet? And therefore, if you're, as you said, right, or as I'm about to say, if you're an opportunist, you wrap yourself in this framework and you walk in and say, here's what I think, and this is how I propose to do certain things.
I think that's right. I would also add one piece from this concept that these are all the products of coordination and negotiation within the executive branch, which is that what this means, what this symbolizes, this framework, all of these reports, is an intense amount of discussion among the regulatory agencies, among the different departments and agencies that were charged with developing reports and are described in the framework. And they've had to negotiate with one another over what they're going to say. And so, the framework is kind of the peace treaty. It's the compromise amongst everyone. But it does represent that each agency is kind of feeling out its own authorities. What can it do? What does it want? So it's an opportunity, I think, to talk to the agencies that maybe your companies or entities haven't spoken to before, the CFPB, the FTC. And it's also an effort to say, how can what I'm doing fit within what as many different elements of this framework fit as possible. But third is also, and highly important, to help educate each of these agencies as they lay out in these action plans what they're going to do and what they're going to look at the beneficial working current uses of this technology in production, in use. How does it work? How is it being used? And how is it really benefiting people?
Okay. Maybe to use our last minutes, I wanted to talk about sustainability, right? So this framework to me has just, a laundry. There's something for everyone. You can find yourself in this framework, even if you're just nowhere. But if we talk about sustainability, is there more of an opportunity for sustainability? Like for, let's say, sustainable finance, is there more of an is this a new interest? Or is there, I'm just trying to see, is there an angle that people could use to say, like, now you're really focused on, sustainable finance or something like that? Or is it just kind of part of the laundry list?
I think that at the top level, the framework level, it's kind of part of the laundry list. But if you go underneath one level to the reports that the agencies provided, I think you see some challenges and some opportunities. For example, in the Treasury Department report, you see some kind of renewed skepticism over digital assets, the ability of digital assets to enhance financial inclusion. So it's a real moment to go back and engage with those agencies to educate. On the flip side, you see the Commerce Department really advocating for, how can this technology be useful? How can the US government be supportive of its development? And it's a moment to really engage, I think, them and others and try to amplify those voices.
So might the takeaway be find your in, because it's there.
It's
and go for it.
It's definitely there. And, you know, for those who care deeply about the intersection of sustainability and the SDGs with this technology and its potential, it's really a moment to make sure that your voices are heard with the US government, with both the agencies that are named in the White House, as well as with Congress, to make sure that what you're doing, the projects you're working on, the actual impact you're having is really known and understood and can be factored in.
Okay, thank you, Alan. I think that was it. I hope we've encouraged you to go in and, you know, share. But otherwise, thank you.
Yes, thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. We've hit the afternoon and you're here. Welcome. Welcome to those who've just joined, and thank you to all who've been here since morning. We've covered a lot of different topics. This morning, we announced our Food for Crisis Web3 initiative with the World Food Program. I'm now teeing up another scenario. We're announcing the UN 100+ Blockchain Initiative. But it is not I who will tell you what that is. It will be Stuart Hutton here. I want to thank him for coming all the way from the UK and appreciate his time. Do you want to go to the podium, Stuart? So please welcome Stuart, the European partner for the environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra, and thank you for the GBBC offering us the chance to introduce and launch this exciting initiative, and also for Shim and Sterling for their support in this fabulous venue. I hope you've enjoyed the day so far. Megan Roberts from the UN Foundation just before lunch explained the aspirations of the UN, also how we can use blockchain and collaboration for this digital transformation. Business is, as usual, is no more an option. This is why we are focusing on blockchain as a potential game changer. Allow me for a few minutes to introduce you to the BC 100+ initiative. So the initiative and intention has come around the fact that there's an economic tipping point we're reaching where the world is on the brink of 5 disastrous climate tipping points around giant ice sheets and ocean currents and permafrost regions already passing many points of irreversible change. And there's a need for a social economic change to change the game for terms of accountability, finance, and redistribution of values. A UNGA resolution declaring access to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment is a universal human right. The resolution contains strong political commitments and calls upon states and international organizations and businesses to scale up efforts to ensure a healthy environment for all. To date, 126 countries have enshrined this right in their constitutions and national laws, including 19 out of the 27 of the EU countries. The recognition of the new right obliges states to adopt policies to enhance international cooperation, strengthen capacity building, and continue to share good practices in order to scale up efforts and to ensure a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment for all. And the UN President High Patron has given this initiative aiming to get people out of the silos and to collaborate in a decentralized manner. UN agencies will cooperate with platforms and initiatives related to blockchain and the SDGs all over the world. To introduce the Blockchain 100% initiative, the purpose of the global initiative under the high patronage of His Excellency Saba Karozi, President of the 77th UN General Assembly, is to bring together 100+ networks and platforms to envisage a blockchain ecosystem and its situation room in support of the UN Charter values and the Sustainable Development Goals. The outcomes of this Blockchain 100+ will be presented in New York at the beginning of May next year. It should contribute to the Global Digital Compact to be agreed by the UN Summit for the Future in September next year as well, and the vision of the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres of the UNGA 77, as a time to recalibrate multilateralism and strengthen the foundations of global cooperation, as well as UN processes and the building blocks of the UN Agenda 2030-2050. The SDGs, the climate objectives, and the new framework for managing nature through 2030 biodiversity and oceans, as well as finance sustainable development in order to tackle and manage planetary boundaries and the global public interest and common good, in particular the UN member states with large environmental footprints. There are 5 priorities that we are looking at with this regards to open collaboration and progress is conducted in line with the Sustainable Development Goals and UN Charter, making significant and measurable progress in implementing the Sustainable Development Goals. Also developing a situation room, the review of DLT delivery towards integrated systemic solutions, enhancing the role of science in decision-making, and increasing solidarity in addressing the digital divide and the empowerment of the poor and the disadvantaged. We are asking the Blockchain 100+ partners to come together and explore how they could make use of common distributed ledger technology as an ecosystem to provide transparency and accountability. This will form the basis for a permanent dialogue on the basis of the UN Charter values and the Sustainable Development Goals. And it will be a game changer to manage better risks in the public interest and build trust, generate innovations, and provide economic and financial incentives. The approach to be adopted under this will be the potential for transformative change at scale. And we'll be looking at a number of events and conferences over the next year, which the steering group will attend, as well as looking at various actions and deliverables, including a mapping exercise, which will identify blockchain projects and organizations working in pro of the UN values and the SDGs ecosystem. The goal is to define the potential members of the BC 100+, the Blockchain 100+ initiative, and the process of how to engage with them. And this result shall be a list of over 100 blockchain platforms, organizations and communities, and agreements with the candidates on their initiative membership. We'll also organize a situation room, which will look at basically how we can bring together spaces to promote areas around digital divide and training academies, inclusive of social entrepreneurship and blockchain training, and platforms for youth climate and DLT tools, as well as global cooperation in trade, climate, and human rights. The focus also will be looking at 3 regional consultations, one in Africa Union Partnership, one in the Asia Pacific, and also an American regional debate, with a view to bringing together the platforms at an event in Rome early next year towards putting together the chapter. The role blockchain might play will be enlightened as public funds management models in the face of the requirement of transformative change at scale, as well as business models, and companies and finance for disruptive change at scale will have to be made more efficient. The draft chapter will focus on 10 areas inspired by System Change Compass, the Green Day Report, and the Blockchain for Good second report on blockchain. We have a high-level expert group in place and is developing, and also a steering group, which GBBC is one. Thank you, Sandra. And also INAPTA, which is the International Association for Trusted Blockchain Applications, as well as many others, including Miroslav here from Climate as well. We have a really good steering group and a strong group to take this forward. And we ask for call to actions to please come and talk to us, become part of that process, and hopefully be part of this chapter we go forward over the next 12 months. Thank you very much for having your time.
Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3.
Hi, everyone. We will now be starting our panel on forging a more equitable internet.
Good afternoon. My name is Casey Patenko. So today we are going to be tackling the issue of how to forge a more equitable internet. Not to start off on a negative side, but as we all know, the COVID-19 crisis significantly exacerbated global income inequity. So me personally, I work with nonprofits both locally and around the world that are trying to address these issues. So I'm real excited today to have this panel of experts from varying experiences, backgrounds, and have different perspectives on how we can sort of tap into the Web3 world and the opportunities that it's going to present to us to try to reduce inequities, to promote access to resources, and to really provide those educational tools that we need. So with that, we're going to jump right in. I'm going to turn it over to Catherine to start, just to sort of set the scene for us, give us a little bit of introduction. What is Web3 and how does it differentiate from what we all know now, Web2?
Well, thanks for giving me that question. I think sorry, it's right here. On the side. Oh, the side, okay. There we go. It's good. Something turned on, isn't it? Well, that is a great question to start with, and I think many of us in this room have different ideas what the change will mean. But certainly, coming from the not-for-profit world and running Creative Commons, I really think it's based on values. And I think what I'm seeing about the difference between Web 2 and Web 3 and the potential that there is that you can have more open values and also be more citizen-centered. And I think we talk about users, some people were talking about end users and users, and I think we use the word citizen because I think this is really about what we know has failed in Web 2 and what we can do differently with Web 3. I also think there's such amazing new ways of how we can, there's Danny, welcome our final panelist who's coming on in a moment. But I think there's something about how we can do community differently as well. And these new models about how we can do governance slightly differently, how we can involve and be inclusive, because the word inclusivity is peppered today. And I think that's something I really see as the difference between Web 2 and where we're going to with Web 3. So I'll let the other panelists jump in the next question. Thank you.
That was super helpful. Thank you. So Paul, I'm going to turn to you. Can you talk a little bit about how blockchain and other types of emerging technology can really help to improve the outcomes of Web3?
So, I mean, I think blockchain and Web3 are almost exactly synonymous. And I think that the key issue in Web2 is that at its heart, digital networks are natural monopolies, right? It's Metcalfe's law. The more participants you have in the network, the more valuable the network becomes. And as a consequence, in the world of Web 2, we live in this era of the golden age of digital monopolies. And I think one of the key ideas behind Web 3 is that you can have digital connectivity, you can interact and interconnect in business models, but you don't have a central authority that can capture all of the value that's created, right? Digital technology creates enormous value. It presents incredible opportunities for streamlining business, for cutting out costs. But right now, almost all of that, in some cases, even more of it is captured by the enterprise at the center of the network, not by the participants in the network. And so when I think about Web3 and blockchain's contribution to it, it's really about a more equitable business ecosystem where participants in a business ecosystem keep a larger portion of the value that they create.
Thank you. So I'm actually going to turn it back to Catherine again. Sorry.
All right, there we go.
Just to talk a little bit about what we foresee for the future. So what will the digital economies of the future look like? And do you think digital platforms should be open source?
Well, I'm a huge advocate for open source and open content. And I think the potential here, clearly running Creative Commons and the fact that we changed all rights reserved copyright to some rights reserved copyright, a system over 20 years, what we're thinking about, I guess, in the next 20 years, is that where can we also build a new commons, a commons where creativity can build on creativity, that knowledge can build on knowledge, that we all share. Because I think one of the great challenges and maybe perhaps dangers we could face is if we don't build on a commons, we could end up having just Web 2 and speed. And if we're not careful, we could do that. But we're all here today and we're thinking about these things. We're talking about the Sustainable Development Goals, and we know that so much of what you are all doing in your day-to-day work has the potential to help us actually deliver on the Sustainable Development Goals. And I think just picture what we could do if we actually could do that together. And the commons is so much part of that solution. So I'm really excited about the potential, but there are dangers out there that we can't, ignore. But it's great to be thinking about how we can forge a more equitable internet together. And I'm so grateful to be here.
And Danny, I'm going to hop over to you quickly. I'm just interested what your perspective is on digital platforms being open source.
I think it's fundamental. I think I really see sort of Web3 as being less of a kind of replacement and more of a sort of sequel to the pre-existing webs. There was always an opportunity there that was taken to create open systems that could compete on a level playing field with proprietary and closed systems. And those open systems benefited and ultimately triumphed because of their ability to, as everyone said, collectively take the value and reshare it so that you can build a commons that creates a wider commons. Open source is an important part of that. I remember when people were incredibly skeptical of the idea of being able to build and create code that existed outside of corporate sponsorship and creation. These days, when I talk to developers, it's actually a little hard to explain to them what proprietary software is. I had to like sit down with someone and I was saying, oh yeah, when open source first developed in the 90s, and they went, wait, as opposed to what? And I went, well, I guess like Windows. And they said, wait, I can't get the source to Windows? And well, you can, but you have to like, anyway. So we're dealing with a generation now that sort of understands that as an important grounding in these things. I think what we haven't yet seen is the glue, the thing that connects all of these things together. Right now, we have a lot of innovation in the blockchain space. We have a lot of innovation in the Web3 space, but what we haven't quite got is the interoperability between all of those different systems. But it'll come because all of those systems are open, which means people aren't going to be prosecuted, aren't going to be handed intellectual property infringement suits by building those connections. So that's a very promising future for me.
Sure. So I think we'll move now from, what we think the future should look like or what we think it will look like, and focus a little bit on what people are doing now in the space. So I think I'll turn it over to you, Dino, just to talk a little bit about how you're currently using Web3 and how it's helping to decrease some of the inequities of Web2.
Thank you. Yes, definitely. I think at the UN Pension Fund, I can humbly and proudly say that we have embraced these technologies. And last year, we went live with a solution that combined three main technology: biometrics, facial recognition, the blockchain based on Hyperledger Indy for digital identity, and the global positioning system, GPS. And this is, I believe, an example of how the UN can demonstrate to its stakeholders and the governing bodies that it's practicing what it's preaching. So we heard, and I heard from my colleagues this morning, how blockchain, how these new technologies have and are being implemented in the humanitarian, in the climate protection, and so forth. So here at the pension fund, we have an example of how we made an effective and efficient use of this technology within the UN itself. We have an issue where we have more than 80,000 beneficiary retirees that are located in 195 countries around the world. And one of the main issues when I was appointed as CIO in 2017 was the only process that had not been automated in the pension fund was the process of confirming and verifying that our beneficiaries are still alive. The proof of existence, how to demonstrate that. And we are a unique pension fund, if you will. We don't have access to that registry, to mortality tables of each country. And the pension fund was put in a position of having to demonstrate a negative, which is impossible. How can, we were told by our oversight body, by the governing bodies, how can you demonstrate that there is no fraud, that you're not paying someone who's no longer alive? And therefore, I come from my background in IT auditing. I was in charge of the IT audit in the UN for 10 years. And the only way that for me, I could prove that it was a positive, to demonstrate, to provide an evidence that someone is actually still alive, biometrics and facial recognition, and also to create an immutable transaction on the blockchain to be used for our oversight body to make sure that there is an audit trail that can be audited and verified. So I believe that we have been successful. We had challenges, and I'll be happy to share also those challenges, how we're trying to look at resolving it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Krish, I think you had some interesting perspective on what you guys are doing using Web3.
Right. I'll, take off from where Danny left when he said there's no glue in between. That's exactly the glue we are building. So at the foundation, what we are doing, it's an open source foundation. We are putting together a very easy way for even a citizen developer to create a Web3 app. This and basically what we call it the D-Plat, or the decentralized platform, And what this has is essentially three elements. It has a library of low-code, no-code modules. It has a whole bunch of connectors which will connect to the existing Web2 enterprise, the glue which you're talking about, right? How do these two systems talk? We can't wish away the Web2 systems. They've been there. They're very advanced, very good systems. We need to coexist. So how do you connect? So a whole bunch of connectors around it. And then, of course, there are some ways of doing the UI, UX, and some other modules to make for a citizen developer to make it very easy to develop Web3 applications. And then for the enterprise, building on this, they can take the open source dplat. They could add their, proprietary connectors or whatever else they feel is necessary for that enterprise app to be successful. So we have created this. It's very early days. We opened up in a limited way to some of the developer community, a closed community, and we were surprised at the kind of applications they have come up with, right? It's all around, how do you use NFTs on the marketing side, for warranty management, for tokenization of assets. We are really amazed when you make it simple, easy, and that's the goal of our foundation. We want to be the easy button for the world to adopt Web3 technologies, build on top of it. And what that also creates, because it's a foundation, the low-code, no-code libraries, the connectors, we are looking at developers to come, use it, and also build and contribute back, because it's a massive initiative. Can't be done by one company or two companies. We want multiple communities, whole communities to be involved. And all this sits on top of multiple L1s. We are L1 agnostic. So pick up the protocol of your choice. We are enabling one by one multiple protocols. And we hope to have a large basket of protocols. And the beauty of it is, if you use this decentralized platform to build a digital asset, for example, on any of our supported protocols, moving it to another protocol, the issue of interoperability, which was mentioned, it becomes fairly simple, very, very simple. We are trying to make it as easy as by push of a button, not easy technically, but with very little work, all these assets could be made interoperable. So that's what we have been up to, Casey.
That's awesome. So before we move on to challenges, does anyone else want to speak about some of the interesting things they're doing in the Web3 world? I was just asking if anyone else wanted to talk about what they're doing in the Web3 world before we move on to challenges.
We all have a pitch, but after you.
I would just say, from an EY perspective, our big sort of R&D investment is technology called Nightfall. And Nightfall enables privacy on the Ethereum blockchain. And Nightfall is a public domain open source application distributed under a Creative Commons license. So it is truly open source with no strings attached. And our goal is really to industrialize privacy. We have other privacy tools under development, but the priority for us is to make it possible for individuals and enterprises to transact with privacy, not for the purpose of avoiding regulators, but really for the purpose of maintaining their privacy and maintaining their privacy from their competition and other things, not avoiding regulatory compliance.
That is something I think the industry needs, especially the enterprise customers. That's really great. Yeah.
I'll just add that one of the things I've been thinking a lot about with this, the sustainable goals, is that this intention to reduce inequities. And I think one of the greatest inequities right now, because of the centralized internet, is how we find that we're seeding not just our data, but the location of our data, that it's ending up in these sort of central repositories. I mean, my throwaway line about the Filecoin network is that it's a decentralized storage network. But I think the thing that interests me most about that class of blockchain-enabled technologies is it means it's moving data back to being globally distributed again. And I think that's really important, because as we deal with more and more data, like in the petabyte and exabyte range, data has a gravity. If you have data in one place, then you have to move it somewhere else to process it. And if we leave it in these centralized repositories, that means not only do we see control of that data, we also see processing of that data. So one of the things that's fascinating to me, watching technologies like Filecoin begin to roll out, is we see that data being kept and processed close to those who create it and those who might best and equitably profit from it.
That's great. So we'll move on to challenges now, and I'm going to open this up to the full panel again. But I'm actually going to start with you, Dino. When we had a discussion about this, one of the things that struck me when you were talking about the pension fund, and you can correct me on the numbers, but I believe you said that the pension fund covers 80,000 people in 95 countries. And just the scale of implementing something of that size and something so new, you had to have had challenges. So can you talk a little bit about what they were and how you were able to address them? And if you think education is a key component of that.
Absolutely. So thank you actually for remembering all the details. Yes, indeed. It was quite a challenge also because we went live with our pilot right at the beginning of the pandemic. And we had prepared this grandiose plan to reach out to our client in the various parts of the world. And all of a sudden, we were prevented from doing that. And so we had to come up with alternative option. And everything was forced to become digital. So definitely education was the first topic. The second thing was communication. And the third one is verification. So communication is, again, we were, I would say, even myself, very naive. We thought, okay, we are going to deliver. We are going to offer to our client something that is in line with the Secretary General principle to include people, to protect people, and to respect their basic rights, for example, data privacy. But all of a sudden, we understood that there is an issue of usability. Communicating how to use an app that will take a biometric profile, then that will need to be used for people to confirm they're still alive, and that will be saved and immutable. And there were a lot of questions from our user. Also because it has to be recognized, the demographics of our users. And therefore, we had to revisit our plan to communicate a certain concept and to make sure that for them, was going to be transparent, that they could rely on the technology, but they did not necessarily need to understand how the technology works. And this brings me to the third point, the verification. Again, my background is an audit. I immediately approached the issue as how can I demonstrate due diligence in having developed this solution to my oversight bodies, to my governing bodies, as well as to stakeholders at large. What are today, I heard this morning, a lot of talk about auditing. But what is the meaning of auditing in a blockchain world? What are the 5 C of auditing? The criteria, the condition, the concept, the cause, the consequence, and the corrective action. Starting number 1, what are the criteria? What are the standards? I mean, the GBBC did an excellent, I think, initiative with the global standard mapping initiative. But then, what is the consensus? What are the criteria, the terms of reference for someone to confirm that indeed a blockchain-based application is reliable? So for me, I'm still struggling with that element. I've been working and following many professional bodies, but still I don't see a set of criteria that it's commonly accepted and shared to provide assurance on the reliability of blockchain solutions. So that's definitely for me a big issue to be resolved.
If we're talking about assurance, can I chime in as an audit firm? So I would actually say, I feel very increasingly confident that assurance part it's not perfectly solved, but I think we are making tremendous progress. In fact, overall, I would say in my mind, there's sort of 5 kind of key obstacles to the pervasive take-up of blockchain and Web3. And the first one of them is, call it a user confidence, which comes with assurance. People talk about blockchain as a trustless environment, and this is one of the most fundamental errors that you can make. Blockchain gives you a choice of who you trust, but it doesn't and it gets rid of a controlling central authority in the network, but it doesn't get rid of the requirement to actually trust somebody, right? If you're in a blockchain transaction and somebody's offering you a stablecoin, how do you know that that stablecoin is real, right? How do you know that the digital token that represents some off-chain asset, if it's not a cryptocurrency, is real? The answer is you need some form of assurance or attestation or system of controls reporting. And these things are maturing. In fact, the technology to support these is maturing much faster than a regulator's ability to put their stamp of approval on them. There's lots of things that we've been waiting to do for a long time that we can't do, like pretty much continuous digital attestation for stablecoins. It's technically feasible. The current rules don't actually support us being able to do it. Some of the other key things that we're looking at, scalability. This is the one that everybody comes back to, particularly for public blockchains. I think this one is largely solved. It's not completely solved because we expect to see demand headed towards the hundreds of millions of transactions a day over the next few years as industrial companies bring on their transactions and individuals bring on more transactions. Today we can, public Ethereum can handle a few million a day, and when you add in layer two solutions, you can get to 20 or 30 million, and eventually we need to get to, our estimate is probably an upper limit. We need to hit about 4 billion transactions a day in capacity. But it's getting there. Third issue, privacy. I talked about that. I think it's gradually being solved, but privacy is really essential. You will not get enterprise users on blockchains without privacy, and you'll not get some users. Disappointingly, I have to say, individual users are already used to giving away their privacy, and they continue to do that. And then I think that the fourth issue, regulatory compliance. And we need two things for regulatory compliance to kind of go forward. Number one, we need clarity on the rules, right? It's not enough to have enforcement actions. We actually need some positive, let's say positive clarity on like what you can do, right? And then number two, we have to figure out how to code those rules into a blockchain environment in a way that's scalable and doesn't kind of produce kind of system gridlock. And then finally, ease of use. Blockchain is still, for the most part, it's the domain of hobbyists, of experts, of enterprises with large IT budgets. And some of the things that need to happen, we need low code and no code, as the ZByte Foundation is doing. We need APIs, we need simplification. The reality is that most users and most enterprises are never going to have in-house squads of mathematicians and cryptographers to make these things run. So those are, if you ask me sort of the 5 key things that I think are sort of holding back mass adoption, there they are. All of them are in the process of being solved, but until they get completely solved or substantially solved, adoption will be a little bit spotty.
Just like to add on one point to what Paul said. This may not be a technical issue, but learning to coexist with the existing large systems which are there in Web 2, that's an important thing which we all will have to, it's transition. It's not going to be rip and replace, right? Because the systems are old, they're very solid, and enterprises are not going to throw them away and adopt Web3 systems. So we will have to learn how to coexist with them, slowly transitioning them out. And that's another challenge, I feel, but that's also a huge business opportunity. Every challenge, the other side of a challenge is a business opportunity. I do see a massive opportunity for everybody in this room.
I also think we can't forget the public interest in all of this discussion, and it would be remiss of me not to say something on that. I think the challenge, you talked about education, you talked about trust. I think today we've seen some really amazing world examples of what this technology can do to really kind of change people's lives. And I think we need more of that so that you can build public trust in something that's very new and very nascent. I think also what was really interesting when he was talking about thinking about big pensions or pension schemes, I'm thinking about individual citizens, certainly in the UK, with multiple pensions all over the place, and what blockchain could do to really help them be able to, when they come of age, to be able to access that in a way that's much more simple. And I think if you can show how practically you're making people's lives easier, and also much more this thing that Danny touched on about interoperability, I think you said that as well, Paul. There's so much of that this technology can do. And I think we're at a moment where we can really see some of these changes. But today we're here to talk about the Sustainable Development Goals and a more equitable internet. And so going back to that, what are the 3 key issues that we're facing as a world? It's issues around food, it's issues around water, and it's issues around energy. And today we saw some of this discussion. And I think if we can show on those 3 examples that link to a more equitable internet and a more equitable world, we can maybe get people to come along on the journey. Thanks.
Thank you for bringing us back to our theme again.
Sorry.
So it's interesting, you mentioned privacy. My sister does privacy law, and we've talked about this topic a few times over the last couple of weeks, and we can't talk about it without her bringing up all privacy concerns and everything. So it's definitely a very real concern. Something else that has often come up in all of the conversations we had have to do with regulators and how the regulations are addressing this or not addressing this, the confusion that's out there. So it kind of brings me to my next question. And so as we're looking to the future and we're looking to sort of create the infrastructure for this, what do we need to do? And I say we, meaning businesses, nonprofits, the government, the regulators. What do we need to do in order to ensure that the results of this are going to benefit those, the most vulnerable populations, those who are disproportionately impacted by COVID-19? And this is for everyone.
One of the things that I keep coming back to is the fact that there's still so few experts in this space that can go and help regulators, and regulators are calling out for people who have expertise. And I know so many of you in this room have huge amount of expertise that can help build better regulation as well. So that's one just observation to help us. The privacy issue as well is an interesting one, because we have GDPR and other rules in the EU. You've got different things going on in the US and in other parts of the world that, you know, we're dealing with different systems, and yet we're trying to think about a global system often in this space. And so kind of that's a challenge, but also an opportunity.
Sure.
One thing that I think is important is I really think we need to call BS on some of the social justice washing, some of the nonsense that people spew out about blockchain. Blockchain by itself is not going to bank the unbanked, right? Is not going to completely transform. Like, I've seen a lot of sales pitches in this space that are not useful, right? The ability to sell people useless Ponzi schemes is not democratizing finance. And I think we need to ask, like, creating artificial scarcity, not helping anybody, right? Blockchain is great at managing scarcity, and we should be using it to manage the resources that we have a limited amount of. But I personally, it makes me cringe when I see people talking about how awesome it is that we can create artificial scarcity and drive up demand, or we can democratize finance by pitching more garbage, right? That is like, as much as we need to do positive things, we really need to be more assertive in calling BS, and the regulators need to be more assertive. I would like to see regulators be more assertive in taking down the bad actors in this ecosystem, because there are plenty of them. The number of enforcement actions and the number of bad actors are wildly sort of mismatched.
I think this is a generalization, but it is true, like all generalizations. I think that all these things are coordination problems, right? Everything is a coordination problem. And the thing that always gets me excited about new technologies like blockchain is they enable us to coordinate and work together to in different and new ways to solve problems. Sometimes less solved problems is create solutions that don't quite have problems yet. And sometimes we're just creating a new cast of problems. But I think the place that all of these technologies fit in is the opportunity to coordinate at a global level. And I think that's one of the challenges for governance. And of course, it's a challenge that the United Nations has struggled with since its very inception. But it's just become an increasingly pressing problem. And this is without sort of like connecting the two directly, I think the problem, and it precedes Web3, that the regulators increasingly struggle with is they're dealing with a global network, with a global community of people, sometimes coordinating in ways that they're consenting to, and in some ways being attacked and abused and manipulated and cheated. And trying to work out how to police a global network when we're still really governing at a nation state level is extremely difficult. I don't have an answer, but I would know that the technologies that we're building cannot but help work at a global level, because that's the nature of what they're building on. And so perhaps the opportunity here is to take some of those technologies and use those rather than fear them so much that you end up reining them in at a national level.
if I can just add an example, again, very small scale, as a practitioner within the UN, how we have adopted an approach and embraced the new technologies. We started with a principle issued by the Secretary General in his various strategies, starting with the strategy on new technology in 2018, the data strategy in 2020, and in 2021, our common agenda, when he spoke about the 12 commitment and the improvement of digital cooperation. So we try to align ourselves to those principles. And I believe that there is a need for a top-down and a bottom-up approach, where you have definitely the high-level principle, you have the framework. In our case, we have the SGB, the Secretary General Bulletin, we have the Administrative Instruction, Information Circular, but then we very much rely on standards that comes from the professional community. ISO standard, for example, standard of association, for example, in my former field, internal auditors, IIA, and ISACA, and so forth. So I believe that we should make use of all this input, but not just trying to rely on overarching normative that try to holistically, comprehensively regulate everything and everywhere, but try to combine both the top and the bottom. Thank you.
Yeah, it's station, but it's.
All right. Oh, sorry.
I'll just add on, because whatever we are building today is for the future. The next generations, the Generation Z, Alpha, whatever you want to call them, they will be the actual beneficiaries, actual users of Web3, right? So educating them, which is also part of one of the SDGs there, is very, very important. I think we need to start, and we, as our foundation, we have launched something where we are going out to colleges, giving them a platform, making it easy, getting them to learn what it is. And during that process, to the point which Paul brought out, telling them the do's and don'ts, the goods and bads, right? This industry has been hit by scamsters. We are all facing consequences of that, and we are hoping Sandra and the GBBC will help us with clarity on regulators and other things, but the regulators have their point of view, which is very valid, right? So I think educating the next generation is a very, very important aspect, which will help us, take this forward as it scales. This is going to scale. We have reached a level of maturity and scale where this is only going to grow. I'm very confident of that.
We have a question.
Because right now you guys are imagine what we're going to do. Why should an enterprise?
So this is a great question, and I think it's sort of fundamental to this question of like fairness and equity among a bunch of other questions. So first and foremost, and I'll get on my hobby horse, and half the people in here will hate me for saying this, private blockchains are not a thing. They're just a server database with replication features, right? Second, what's the point of having a centrally managed decentralized ledger? Someone needs to explain that to me in a way I can understand, because I don't get it. Decentralized infrastructure, public blockchains, that's the value proposition, is to have this ecosystem without a central controlling authority. The value proposition kind of comes down to this. Every enterprise that I talk to, their first instinct is, I'm going to create my own blockchain, right? And then I'm going to make everybody else join my blockchain, right? And by the way, like when your biggest customer calls and says, would you like to join my blockchain? They're not asking, right? They're very politely telling you to join their blockchain, and their suppliers all hate it, but that's kind of the arm twisting that goes on. And everybody thinks that they can create the ecosystem and tax it. But honestly, there's a tiny number of companies on this planet that are in a position to do that. And frankly speaking, even some of them which have tried it have not been successful. If we want to have successful digital interactions at scale, I believe the only way they are really likely to happen is on a public blockchain. There simply aren't any scalable, successful examples of large-scale innovation on private blockchain infrastructure. I also think that the other thing about public blockchains is because they are permissionless, it creates a different form of innovation. Permission, I would actually go far as to say there's really no such thing as permissioned innovation, right? If there is a gatekeeper and they have to worry about the potential consequences of letting you into that ecosystem, then they will be very careful. You say, I want to do something disruptive to XYZ business, and be like, oh, could we get sued if we let that on our network, right? They'll form a committee and they'll get back to you. right? And so the answer is it probably won't happen. Fundamentally, if we want people to innovate and we want them to capture the value that they create without building new digital monopolies, we want to do it on public blockchains. Great question. Thank you. I'll pay you afterwards.
We have another question.
I'm coming from the education side of it. I wish to see that everybody knows about So I would love to see that GBBC take this forward with that kind of education. Because the misconception at the government level. I was with the Marinda biggest foundation director India. What it can do with nutrition. It is the kind of the solution that we need in Africa. This is needed. Otherwise, we will find the same kind of confusion. They will put all kinds of.
It's an excellent comment. Thank you. Do we have any other questions? This is a good time for them. No. Okay, so because we have a little bit of time left, I'm going to borrow a question that Sandra used last year. What is one thing you are most excited about in the Web3 space for a solution that could help decrease inequities that, in the near future might happen?
Go in that order. Okay. So the thing that excites me most about all of these technologies, blockchain included, is the idea that they're ways of creating new public goods, new non-rivalrous systems that everyone can use in a permissionless, free way, but are generated by people seamlessly coordinating together for their own incentives. Protocol Labs, which are the people who created Filecoin, now support a series of other events. Once you're excited by this event, you can go and look at called Funding the Commons that follows this pattern. And I guess for me, and Catherine knows this because we talk about it a lot, one of the things that excites me most about these technologies is the idea of finally being able to build the promise of the web, which was an open library of knowledge for everyone. And there are a lot of little elements that have to go together to make that work. But I think that finally living up to that promise where we can store things and make them available online and they don't bit rot over time, they stay for eternity. And also they're available for all the world's population, whether they're students or people of all ages learning and growing and building on that. That's the promise that I really see in this technology.
Mine is very similar. Asset tokenization. We all get to participate. It doesn't matter, since now assets can be tokenized to the infinitely small level. We all, I think that's a huge thing. Earlier, there used to be an asset which only people of a certain amount, with a certain amount of wealth could own. We could all own anything, and that's going forward. It is happening as we speak, and it's great. We can all own a piece of something which we always wanted to own.
I would like to build on what Catherine said before. She talked about the basic needs, access to food, access to water, access to energy. Well, I would add in my case, access to having an identity, a digital identity that is really self-sovereign identity, that the user ultimately has ownership, not just control, but ownership. So in our case, I believe that our dream is that we have implemented a specific solution for a specific use case, prove the existence of an individual. and we are managing that process. But now that we have the ability to have a relative certainty about interacting with someone who has been identified, we can build on that. The possibility of extending and capitalizing on this ability are enormous. In fact, I tend to share with my colleagues and with my chief executive officer how we can move from, we call it the UNGSPF Digital Certificate of Entitlement, and this is the name of the solution, to the UNGSPF Digital Pension Fund. Now that we know that we are interacting with the right person, we can offer all kinds of services. So that ability for me, I think is just huge in terms of capitalizing this asset.
And I'm going to add to what Danny said about knowledge and be really specific. And I know we've got 3 minutes and I want Paul to get in, so I'll be quick. But if you think still 2-3 people across the world know about the SDGs, and yet if we had open education resources that could reach the many people would know more about the SDGs and more could be done about it. And that's just a very simple thing, but what we could do. But you asked the question, Sandra, very specific. Over to you, Paul.
So I'll go off in a slightly different direction. I think it's great, all the financial innovation we've had for the last few years, but I think in the near term, what I'm most excited about is the creation of kind of global markets for carbon outputs and offsets. So blockchain really enables kind of a high level of transparency and a verification that you can do in this environment. It's possible to start looking at how much companies output, how much they offset, how to avoid double counting. Hundreds of the world's biggest companies have committed to be net zero by a certain date. Creating a architecture and an ecosystem where they can be held accountable and then make that happen is a huge near-term opportunity. And then on top of that, if we can figure out how to turn those commitments by enterprises into investable assets that support the investment against renewables and offsets and carbon sinks, that will be real. It's happening now, and I think it will be substantively useful for the world.
Great, thank you. I'm so glad that we could end on a positive note. I know I'm really excited to see about all the new developments in this space. So I want to thank everyone for their attention, and I want to thank our excellent panel. If we could give them a round of applause.
And thanks to our moderators.
Hi, everyone. We will now be starting our panel, Ensuring Positive Impact for Our Communities.
Okay, are we on? Maybe turn them on, maybe. Okay, it looks like it's working. It's on. Hi, everyone. Thank you once again to the GBBC for having me. I always love doing GBBC events. It's where we talk about the stuff that really matters. It's the diving into the real potential of this technology for the use cases that matter. And I can tell you that this panel that we've pulled together, these guys are engaged at that level as much as anybody out there. So I think this should be a really rich conversation. But just to quickly start off, let's just go down the line, introduce yourselves. We'll go into a little bit more about what you're doing, further questions, but just if you don't mind kicking us off here, Antoinette, and then we'll move to Nianta.
Thank you. Hello, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be in front of everyone here today. My name is Antoinette Marie. I'm a director at Heifer Labs. We're a group within Heifer International. We're an international development organization, and we focus on ending hunger and poverty while caring for the earth. My group in particular, we're focused on closing the digital divide for smallholder farmers.
Hi, thank you for being here this afternoon. I'm Nianta Spalman, and I'm the CEO of Rainforest Partnership. What we do is protect, stabilize, and regenerate tropical rainforests with communities, indigenous and local communities, as guardians and economic participants, while we also foster connection between people and nature. Work in the Amazon and beyond, protecting those forests.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jude Chidi Bogene, and I'm the Deputy General Counsel of a peer-to-peer crypto company. But I'm really wearing a different hat today, and that's as the founder of Charles Winsborough, which works with U.S. institutions to provide online certificate programs in high growth areas like cybersecurity, blockchain, AI, cloud computing, et cetera, to Africa's working professionals so that they can reskill and upskill and participate in future work opportunities from wherever in the world they happen to be.
Hey everyone, I'm Stephen Witte. I'm the COO and co-founder of Exchange.com. We're a regulated securities exchange out of Mauritius in partnership with the United Nations.
Jason, I think you'd put the mic on there.
Along with Alan Coney, who you heard from earlier, I'm the co-chair of the blockchain practice at Steptoe, which is a DC-based law firm. But for purposes of this panel, I'm here because I'm the director of the Blockchain Alliance, which is a 501c3 nonprofit that was created in 2015 by Alan and I in conjunction with Coin Center and the Chamber of Digital Commerce. And the mission of the group is to leverage the expertise of industry to teach law enforcement and regulatory agencies around the world not to be afraid of the blockchain and to actually embrace it as an asset in enforcing the laws and in protecting public safety and national security. And the Alliance has about 150 participating companies and government agencies on 6 continents around the world. And as you could hear from a lot of the discussion we've had today, our work is far from over.
Okay, great. Thanks for those self-introductions, everybody. I'm going to throw it to Nianta first because we were chatting out there and you gave me this big picture view about what's at stake, right? I mean, there's probably nothing more urgent, more important than saving the planet. So frame this, if you don't mind, why is blockchain or digital technology in general relevant to something like saving the rainforest?
So yes, as Michael's saying, we had a lovely conversation outside, sort of getting ready to speak with you all here. So think about tropical rainforests that make up less than 3% of the surface area of our planet. And in my lifetime, we've lost half of them. They're so disproportionately important to the balance and well-being of our planet. Regulate our climate, they regulate our water cycle, hold 50% of our biodiversity, they're host to so many indigenous peoples, the Amazon alone with 400 people speaking 300 languages. The natural technology that our planet evolved over millions of years, the greening of our planet and these tropical rainforests, they now need help from technologies that are just coming up, like blockchain and everything that goes along with it, to actually meet what the UN says we have to in terms of the dual existential crisis before us, loss of biodiversity and climate change. So how do we respond today by matching those two? Because here's the thing, as far as I know, unless somebody here is going to say otherwise, I know of no technology right now, negative climate technology or renewables, that's ready at scale that allows us to meet the challenge without keeping our forest standing. So how does this room and our collective wisdom and experience and knowledge and innovative brains respond in a way that we need to?
So I love the framing of nature as a technology, and it aligns, I think, nicely with the ecosystem way in which we think about open source communities and the role that blockchain technology can potentially play in coordinating all of that. I think, Antoinette, maybe you could weigh in here because you guys are there trying to take this technology, also applying a very holistic view, I would say, to all the different pieces. It's just blockchain magically fixes this is not the way to think about this, right? There are so many different elements. So in your world where you're looking at the digital divide and you're looking at sort of empowerment and financial inclusion and so forth, how do you think about the engagement of this technology with all these other elements that need to come together?
Yeah, thank you for the question and thank you for the framing. when we stop talking about change being about blockchain, we're starting to do it right. You can't just think about what is the application on top that's going to drive the change. You have to think about the enabling environment that supports that change, the community at the center, influencing what that product or what that service or what that outcome might look like, and then all of the connection points in between that enables them to participate in that change. And you heard just before about identity being a center point towards that. Well, how do we talk about identity? How do we talk about responsible carbon credit issuance and sales? Does that come back to our communities who are the active stewards of the earth? How do we talk about youth? And how do we bring them into the fold and enable their entrepreneurship to drive some of the solutions as well? And then what is all of the training and the capacity building and the support that's needed to bring technology responsibly to where these communities are at? Whether they have literacy issues, whether there's a discrepancy between genders in the ability to access those technologies, or whether it's in the infrastructure itself that needs to be built before we start talking about tokens and we start talking about DAOs and we start talking about wallets. It's a holistic perspective in the implementation of technology so that it can really transform community.
Jude, I'd like you to pick up on this concept of community, because I think one of the things that's been of interest to those who are paying attention, and not nearly enough people are, is that in the developing world, in Africa, in Latin America, in Asia, this technology is actually inspiring, and other technologies for that matter, these local communities of innovation that are acting and behaving and thinking in very different ways that necessarily is happening everywhere else. So describe that environment and how, your solutions through the Charles Windsor Corporation are looking to further empower those innovative communities.
Yeah, no, thanks for the question. Whenever I am on this side of the Atlantic, you get a little bit of feeling like Alice through the looking glass, because the discussions here are almost always couched, and to various degrees of politeness, almost always couched under the rubric of how do we help these folks in the developing countries get to where we are. And I think for those of us who have lived, practiced, interacted with folks there, you understand that you should be asking the opposite question. How do we get some of what they have? How do we get their energy? How do we get their chutzpah? How do we think creatively the way that these guys are doing? Because in spite of all of the constraints, in spite of everything that they have had to contend with, they are just harnessing creative solutions to these kinds of problems that we're discussing. I'll give you a specific data point on that. I think the Chainalysis, the most recent Chainalysis rankings just came out. And Nigeria, I don't think any African country cracked the top 10 under the various metrics, but in terms of per capita crypto adoption, Nigeria is number one. 32% of Nigerians have some form of cryptocurrency. Bear in mind that all of this is happening where under a regime, regulatory regime, where the CBN, the central bank, has all but outlawed crypto. So how is this happening? It's happening because they moved to peer-to-peer. Immediately they cracked down on transferring through traditional financial institutions. These kids, and they are kids, the median age in Nigeria is about 18. They all moved to peer-to-peer. And what they are doing in terms of transferring value through things you never would have thought of, gift cards as remittances, mobile minutes as currency. It's just astounding. And so I think, again, I'd like for us to see us reframe the debate a little bit more and say, how can we get some of the ossified institutions that are precluding large-scale adoption of the innovation that is taking place out of the way? How do we get them to step aside so that the youth, the dynamism of the youth, can come to the fore and propel the kind of change that we want to see?
And just to pick up that a little bit further, I mean, so you're talking about this, you use the word hacker out there, which I love, right? You've got a challenge, and how do I get around the problem of, taking money into a local exchange. Hey, gift cards, right? So that innovative power happening in very different environments there. You're looking to now find ways to, I suppose, legitimize or validate or give some currency to that innovative power through certification and so forth, right?
Correct, correct. So the idea is that in you know, I'm the second generation now in my family, my father before me, to uproot themselves from everything they knew and loved in Nigeria to come over to the US and further their education. And I think it's worked out fairly well for us. But there are so many people for whom that was not an option. That's one. What about them? And the second is that there's a huge opportunity cost in terms of leaving behind all of your networks, all of your relationships, all of that. In those days, though, I came here 30 years ago, approximately. In those days, that was the only way you could do it. You could not avail yourself of a world-class education or world-class work opportunity other than by going abroad. The good thing that has happened in the intervening 30 years is that if Muhammad cannot go to the mountain, now the mountain can go to Muhammad. We can bring world-class education, world-class work opportunities to people in Nigeria and elsewhere in the global south. And that way, they can bloom where they're planted, they can earn, they can establish these sort of networks where, you know, because I am working, I am now able to send my brother's daughter to school, and she in turn, as she goes to school, can earn. You establish these sort of network effects, positive network effects. And so if we can accomplish that, I think we will have achieved a great deal.
Okay, Stephen, let's take it to a different level, right? You're approaching this through a more traditional approach, building a regulated exchange, but you're really focused on Africa. Mauritius is your base. What are you looking to achieve, and how do you tie this model, this sort of more traditional approach to things, you know, carbon credits and the like, to this sort of bottoms-up local community idea that Jude and others are talking about?
Yeah, so we're now a proud member of GBBC for more than a year now. So we're contributed to the first white paper, ecological market white paper, where we published a token taxonomy framework. And we, as Exchange.com, a regulated securities exchange that we're building out of Mauritius, are implementing this technology. So we're building a framework that's standardized with the proper governance model, that's core carbon principle like compliant, and also compliant with the token taxonomy framework. And we're building this on the XRP ledger. So what we do, we build market infrastructure solutions for African markets that enable African nations to really have the right tools in place that they can monitor what's happening, the issuance of credits, the parties involved, the financial flows, the whole journey of creation of a credit or creation of a green bond, for instance. The parties involved, that you have a transparent mechanism and transparent framework and transparent dashboard that enables whoever has authorization to have a look on what's happening, what's being issued, the right price discovery, a transparent market mechanism where buyers and sellers are with an open order book where they can trade these credits in a transparent market. So that's our goal, and we're now at the point that we built our carbon credit solution, and we're now implementing all the tech that enables us to trade these type of financial products.
Okay, Jason, for whether we like it or not, the framework that Stephen and his team are building to is one that is inevitably directly or indirectly established by lawmakers and policymakers here in the United States. And, you know, one of the things that I think is really striking about this conversation in terms of these wonderfully expansive ideas that people have and how to empower people at local levels and to use local communities to drive their versions of how they operate. One of the challenges, of course, is that framework is not necessarily designed for them. You know, how do we reconcile the innovation and the ideation that's happening in the blockchain space in the developing world itself, with the demands of a US regulatory system that, whether we like it or not, everyone kind of needs to abide by, that is imposing securities laws that are pretty draconian by some measures. Is there a way out here?
Well, short answer is no, or at least not yet. The long answer is somewhat more complicated. As a number of people have alluded to today, the regulatory environment in the U.S. is anything but clear. It's often said when members of Congress decide to demagogue about cryptocurrency that it's the Wild West, and that's utter nonsense. The problem is not that there's no sheriff in town. The problem is that there's a lot of sheriffs in town, and each one wants to control a different part of the town. And in some cases, multiple sheriffs want to control the same part of the town. And you end up with a circumstance where people want to color within lines, but they can't see where the lines are. I often describe the diagram of the regulatory framework as a Venn diagram from hell, but maybe better described as a Venn diagram drawn by somebody who had smoked a lot of weed. And when you can't tell where the lines are, it's very, very hard to comply. But that same problem affects you whether your mission is to build a product that's commercially viable, that is designed to make money, or you're pursuing an innovation that will change the world, make people's lives better. Because even if that innovation is occurring in Africa or other parts of the world, you can't fully tap into the ability of the United States to participate, and US persons to participate in those efforts if you can't work through the US securities and other regulatory framework. It's hard to get full participation from from the United States in efforts to fight climate change, promote better medical care, educational programs all over the world, if you're limited to accredited investors. And when there's an entire generation of people who are not accredited investors who very much like to buy a token or participate in a DAO or otherwise participate in your activities. I think that there's both a legal and a political answer to your question, Michael. The legal one is, unfortunately, it's a sad fact of life that lawyers dominate the world so much that you need a lawyer even if you're just trying to save the world. And that actually is very sad. Any regulatory system that is only good for lawyers is, as I think Jude would agree, not a good one. And so you do need, whether your mission is to make $1 billion or to save 1 billion people, you do need to make sure that you are engaged with counsel and that you're trying to figure out a way to navigate the U.S. regulatory framework. And it's, the SEC obviously dominates the conversation because, Gary Gensler wakes up in the morning and declares another token to be a security, and regulation by enforcement is his business model. But it's not just the SEC, because you could, engage in gymnastics to try to comply with what you think are the SEC's rules and then rub up against FinCENs or OFACs or in other agencies, because there often is some degree of conflict between the imperatives to comply with different agencies' regimes. So you need to look at all, 360-degree view of all these different US agencies and make sure that you're charting a path that at least mitigates your regulatory risk. But the political solution, though, is, and we talked about this a little bit before, is the use cases that drive the executive order reports that Alan talked about before, the things that are driving the writing and rewriting of draft bills in the space and regs in the space are not use cases about saving the world. They're about crime and ripping people off and stealing people's money. That's what's motivating the people who are writing the laws that will become the next generation of laws in the United States. What they need to hear is not just use cases about, scary people stealing money and ruining people's lives. They need to hear use cases about how this technology will actually save lives. And it's not enough to go in and just say blockchain will save the world. That's too esoteric for an old person to understand, and I'm defining old to be older than me. But it needs to be practical and real. And one of the things that I love that's so inspiring about this entire day, and including the use cases that are represented at the other end, the other parts of the stage, is that these are real practical examples of how this technology can be used to actually change people's lives, not just across the world, but in the United States, because we've got our own share of poverty and social ills here at home. And so I think that there is a narrative that has to be rewritten when we engage with the Hill, when we engage with the executive branch agencies, in which we emphasize in a very practical and real way how this technology has the capacity to change lives if the regulators would just get out of the way.
So yeah, unfortunately, we can't save the world without lawyers. Maybe we need to. Maybe it's Hollywood's fault. We need to sort of reframe the idea of a superhero and then just be a super lawyer that's actually out there to save the world. And maybe that could be you, Jude, because you're a GC. You come from the legal world, but you actually had an interesting framing of what you see as the problem in terms of the lens, the perspective. And I mean, again, we'll pick up a little bit what Jason was talking about there about how do we change the narrative around use cases. But I'd like to just get you to frame it a little bit further in terms of US lens versus, say, African lens on regulation.
Yeah, no, it's thank you for the question. And look, if you look at what we're dealing with today in terms of securities regulation, all of these laws, and basically a lot of case law, Howey and his progeny, coming out of concepts that were defined in the 33 Act. And that itself was a reaction to the Great Depression, right? And people were getting scammed and all of that. And that's that's the animating spirit of these laws. And the SEC, I mean, assigning to them the most charitable of motives, they are just freaked out by the notion that people would just rip these poor, unsuspecting retail consumers off. Fine, that's a legitimate point. And so the volatility, for example, of Bitcoin freaks them out, right? What happens if somebody buys at 60K and then, the next day it goes to 19? But when you talk about it from the perspective of African countries, and again, I'm going to use Nigeria as a use case, that's kind of turned on its head because, as I've argued elsewhere, the prototypical purchaser of a Bitcoin or a stable coin is old lady selling tomatoes in the market. And the reason she is trying to flip from the local currency into Bitcoin or into a stable coin is that she's deathly scared of holding on to the local currency. She knows Bitcoin may go up, Bitcoin may go down. The local currency is descended into hell, and she knows that. So why would she hold it, right? And so if that is the animating concern, right, then how might regulation change given that perspective? And I think that's what we have to bear in mind. So for me, a couple of things come out of this. The first is it would be a mistake in setting standards, and there's a lot of talk about standardization in the Western world and all of that, and more power to them. But there has to be room for understanding the different, concerns that animate, why people are turning to these instruments. And the other thing is that if, for example, the whole point of defining an instrument as a security is to be able to apply some measure of disclosure and anti-fraud protection, why don't we just do that and get out from this sort of, obsession with defining what is or is not a security? I don't think you're going to be able to come up with the requisite precision, right? There's always going to be edge cases. So let's just apply, there needs to be a discussion about the appropriate level, of course, but apply anti-fraud, apply disclosure, and let's get out from under this debate. And so some of the new proposals, like, for example, Lummis Gillibrand, purport to address that, right? My whole point is, if you think about in the context of development in the developing world and the leapfrogging notion, where we went, for example, from analog telephony, skipped right over that to go to mobile telephony, we can do the same thing here in the regulatory context. We don't have to follow Howey slavishly and then figure out exceptions. We just don't follow Howey.
I'll get back to you because I want to take this out of the realm of the lawyers a little bit and down to the people who matter. Not that you don't matter, Jason or Jude. You're important. You're loved. You're saving the world. But my answer is actually, right there, dealing with the death of the planet, right? And the human beings who are critical to this. And needless to say, if we have to abide by a 1930s set of legislation that affirms that everything is a security, then we need to be an accredited investor. And I don't think there are that many Amazonian tribes people who fit that category, right? So yet they need to be participating in this. So how do we, what I want to do is like, how do we take the narrative differently? Because in some respects, we do need those regulators to change. We need policymakers to see this. And Jason was talking about use cases. How do we, and is it, maybe it's not talking to the US, we're so US centric in this country, and we're here during UN week. How do we get the international policymaking community to care about these really urgent matters and think around solutions such as that which Jude was outlining to make this an easier process for innovation to help find a solution?
So there's several things. You know, we were talking earlier. We think about the communities in the Amazon as being far away, being sort of, it's almost like putting them on a pedestal because they're sort of charismatic. We like to think about who they are. But think about the solutions they have. Think about the knowledge they have. How do we incorporate that? How do we bring them into the conversation? So, you know, we get stuck with technology. We get stuck with regulation. But can we backtrack and say, what would happen? What would it take to protect those forests? How do we bring them into the dialogue? So I just about last month, what month is it? Just a month ago, I did the first Rainforest Partnership dialogue in the Amazon. Who would we have to take with us? When we sit on the top of a mother tree, how many people have seen Avatar, the film, right? You have a mother tree that sits above the canopy. And you sit on that tree and you look around the forest, and you know, it's hard to see two species that look alike because that's how biodiverse that forest is, that many species of trees, and then everything it holds. What happens when you sit on a tree above there? Then you sit with a couple of folks from the community itself and people who work on that, and a banker and an actress and a biodiversity expert. And then you start thinking about, how do we solve this? You take yourself out of your own head, right? What about the fact that much of the land on our planet is not tidal land? But blockchain provides us that ability to basically do what you said, leapfrog away from these systems that don't serve us because we have that kind of an emergency. How do we get people to think? We know we can respond because we did to the pandemic. It was almost overnight, right? I mean, I don't know about any of you, but look, this panel represents several countries. We have friends and family on every continent. And it was the first time ever I had all this news from, you know, my mother. She sort of keeps up with everybody. And we were all experiencing the same thing, right? We responded. We can do that. The only thing is that we think of it being far away. We're in this urban jungle, away from nature, not understanding how it works. And so it's not just about people. A couple of you talked about people. For me, it's about the forests, about nature, about our ecosystems, our biomes. And so how do we bring it in? And then there's several ways. I mean, you guys are the experts here on blockchain technology. I know what I can propose that I want solved. And Sandra there is nodding, and she's helping actually, because we're actually talking about creating a distribution system. Because here's the issue, and I'll stop there. There's a ton of money available, has no pathway down. So there's not just millions of dollars, it's billions of dollars. And then you ask me, and I'll show you and do the math for how that money does not trickle down. It gets deployed, pledged, doesn't trickle down, because nobody I know gets it. And we're very well connected to people all over the world doing this work. And here's the thing, there's no distribution system at the bottom, and we create that using blockchain. We change how we create impact, and we change the course for humanity. and this planet that supports us and everything else that coexists with us. That's what I think. And this is the invitation to all of you for how we respond.
Right. So you mentioned the money, and people talk about is Paul Brody in the room, or do you leave? I think he's left, but so Paul's done a lot of work, at EY, really trying to think about how do you unlock literally trillions of dollars sitting in the treasuries of major corporations that have committed themselves to sustainability initiatives and to investing their cash piles effectively. I want to get to Stephen about how carbon credits can be part of this, but before that, I want to go to you here, Antoinette. And there's how do we create, the reason why it's not being deployed, and we need trillions and trillions of dollars to get to our carbon emission targets. And is because they don't know where to spend it. There's no accuracy, there's no trust, the assets aren't there. But we've got data, we've got a provable trust. But I was just singing your praises, Paul, that's all. You don't need to. What is the number? How much money do we need to meet our emissions targets in the next? You come up with $30 trillion by some date. When is that?
I think it's 20 trillion over the next decade to kind of decarbonize power grid.
Okay, this is the power grid. Okay, $20 trillion. So it's a huge ask. But the other thing I was saying is that there are all these companies with these huge treasuries. So there's money to be spent, and we can create assets from the data. That's exactly what assets are. In this sense, it's like provable data becomes assets. So you talk a little about tokenizing all this stuff here, Antoinette. How do you see us tapping those funds and turning it toward the positive ends that we're talking about needing to reach here?
I think there's, off the top of my head, thank you for the question. There's two ways that I'm thinking about it. Can you increase the efficiencies of services that are necessary to support low-income communities in having greater incomes? And can you monetize data in order to do the same thing? So I'll give we're talking about use cases. I'll give two very tangible use cases that I'm starting to see have real impact in the communities that we work with. The first is around insurance. We know that climate change is creating immense disruption, especially for our farming communities. There's more variability, there's less predictability around each season, and that creates risks, additional risks to farmers. We know that farmers who are not insured have 10 times more difficulty in recovering from an extreme weather event than farmers who are. The problem is that the cost of insurance can be very high. We also have a problem of trust. I pay you today, and when I give my claim, where are you? And we have a problem of accuracy to confirm that an event has in fact occurred and that disbursement is valid. And so here we can implement a blockchain-based system to support insurance companies in becoming more efficient, in ensuring that those contracts can be trusted and that the money gets back to the farmer in a timely manner. The current status quo is we have to send somebody out to field, they have to confirm that something has happened, and then maybe in a couple of weeks or a couple of months, if it's really bad, they'll get their funds. If you implement a blockchain-based system, and Acre Africa is doing a lot of work here with Etherisk and Chainlink to create an automated parametric insurance distribution that's triggered via data, has a smart contract that automatically sends the funds to the farmers within a day or less of the actual event happening. So that's one way that we can do it. They estimate that that's reduced the price of that insurance by 30%. Well, all of a sudden that becomes a lot more affordable, and farmers have a little bit more to spend on their inputs. They have a little bit more that they can use to invest in their production practices, which can result in higher yields, higher quality of product, and higher efficiencies. Let's look. Oh, am I going too long?
Keep going.
Sorry.
It was wonderful.
So let's look at another use case. Let's talk about access to markets. Let's talk about supporting farmers in verifying the quality of their production so that they can achieve a premium on their product without having to go through a certification model that may not be really built for them, or that may be a bit too expensive for them to engage in. But if we implement a blockchain-based system that certifies the quality, the origin, the practices that came before the sale of that product, then we can support them in accessing better buyers and a higher price for their products. At Heifer Nepal, they've implemented a blockchain-based system to support the traceability of their goats supply chain. And it's effective. It supports our farmers in gaining a premium price for the sale of their goats. So that's another way. Let's increase their margins. Let's increase the quality, because they're doing all of the work, but they never had the data to show it. And now you provide them with a QR code connected to the neck of a goat, and all of a sudden you have all of the data right there in front of you. So that's another use case.
But what I love about both of them, and just focus on the insurance one as an example, is like you are directly solving the problem that we were talking about with Paul just then, right? Like you got this money that wants to be spent, but there's no market to go to, right? This is what capitalism is. It's the meeting of demand and supply, and that you can't, insurers want to insure people because they're going to make money out of it, but they can't insure if they don't have the data, they don't have the trust, and they don't have the structure. People want to be insured, but they can't be insured. So we create this framework. That is the power of this technology, as far as I see it. So I think it's a really great. Thank you for bringing that very clear a couple of examples there. So then why don't we jump to you then, Stephen? Because you're there, creating an exchange so that those who have money can engage with this. What would you do with, for example, the examples that Antoinette just gave, and how can they be incorporated into a regulated exchange like yours?
Exactly. So in order to unlock those funds and to reinsure investors, you need to have the right infrastructure in place. So we're building a digital MRV model. So MRV stands for Measurement, Reporting, and Verification, where we can track and trace like status of projects, and also trace like the financial flows. So the whole infrastructure need to be in place to give comfort to a global investor base, to invest in like African projects, to invest in a sovereign bond, for instance. So you need to have the right infrastructure in place, and that will take a while to have that, but we're getting there. We built our MRV solutions. We're also looking at building data warehouses in African nations where we store the data locally, that we reinsure data sovereignty. And yeah, you need to have like constant dialogue with African nations that we have the infrastructure that allows us and reinsure and like global investor base to invest in African initiatives. So it's all about infrastructure solutions that you need to bring. And
super lawyer, Jason, yeah, you're the super. I mean, he's Robin. You're Batman. Sorry, Jason. Jude's super lawyer.
I'll be Robin to his Batman any day.
But like, is this going to run afoul? Right? I mean, so let's see. Antoinette's just given us a wonderful example of how you would unlock funds for these farmers, push this thing in there. Stephen's giving us an environment which this can happen. But is Gary Gensler going to come in and say, sorry, that's a security, and I'm going to kill this constructive process? And if that's what he's going to do, how do we stop him?
Yeah, I think he's on his way now. I think he's in the lobby. Well, look, as I said before, it's not just him. If there's a flow of funds, then there's a question of whether there's AML rules and the Bank Secrecy Act that's implicated. There's obviously tax issues. Gensler and the SEC are the biggest concern, and most top of mind at all times. And look, the only way to stop it, I was a prosecutor for 15 years, and in fairness to the regulators, so I said a moment ago, need to get out of the way. I don't mean they need to completely get out of the way. What they need to do is reorient the way they think. They start the day, many of them at senior levels, with threat briefings that would scare the pants off of anybody in this room. And so they view everything through that lens. And I used to oversee the computer crime program at the Justice Department, and I saw everything through the lens of hacking. And every new application that would allow people to encrypt their communications, we instinctively saw as a threat to our ability to investigate and solve crime. And when your system of regulation is based on enforcement, and where the metric is number of cases you bring or the number of enforcement actions you bring, and not the outcomes that result from that system of regulation, then it's completely wrongheaded. So I don't mean that regulators need to disappear. I think regulators need to understand that you can have all of these values. You can have innovation that actually benefits communities in the United States and all over the world. You can have commercial innovation that changes the lives of people and brings about new levels of financial inclusion. You can have public safety You can have disclosure-based regulation that allows people to make informed decisions about how they spend their money, as Jude was talking about, and that protects consumers. And you can have national security. You can have all those things. As long as your metric is not the number of cases you bring, it's the amount of opportunity you create, and the ability to have some of that opportunity occur in the United States, or to have people in the United States be able to participate in those activities if they're overseas. So I think the problem is reorienting the thinking away from being driven by fear and risk and threats, as Alan was talking about before, and make sure that it's focused on outcomes. I used to, just parenthetically, I used to be the chief violent crime prosecutor in U.S. Attorney's Office in Baltimore. My resources in my office were driven by the number of gun cases I brought. The murder rate could go up, the murder rate could go down. As long as gun cases are prosecuted, I got more money. I thought that was ass backwards. My goal was to bring fewer cases and have fewer murders. So the metric that I held our people accountable to is how many people got shot, not how many cases we brought. And if we had a year in which we brought fewer cases and got less money from DOJ, but fewer people died, that was a great year. And that's just one very off-topic example of how the federal government uses the wrong metrics to evaluate the effectiveness of the resources it spends.
It's talking about incentives, right? It's ultimately, we've built an enforcement system that rewards certain behavior when we should be rewarding other behavior, right? That's a core problem. How much time do I have? Because I haven't seen the card come up. I thought we were closing at 20 past. Am I good? Can we keep going? Okay, cool. I'll wait till the card. Sorry. So my watch is wrong.
Gave me 5 minutes.
Excellent. Gary Gensler gave it to us? No. So that was hold them there. I've still got the arrest warrants and I just need to deliver them. Just wait. Stall them, please. That idea, right? This incentives, right? So I want to just bring this back to this idea about how do we align everyone's incentives, because it's a global conversation. It's like, how do we all see that if we figure out a system that rewards people for doing something that is in the collective good, that is where it is, right? Jason described an environment in which it's not, right? The government represents us, their metrics should be, their incentives should be something that speaks back to that. But because of the way that we've sort of ossified bureaucracy and the way that we've sort of given it a structure that rewards different behavior, we're at loggerheads with what we need, right? And again, I'm going to go to you, because you've got this big sort of holistic way of thinking about it. How do you think about incentives and blockchains and tokens in terms of, like, climate change is the ultimate tragedy of the commons challenge? How do we incentivize everybody to protect the commons? And it's part of the technology, but it's also the conversations that we have.
So one of the things, when you talk about a regulatory side of things, why are we not? Because there's a lot that can happen overnight with the right kind of regulations, right? So if President Biden says tropical rainforests are really important to him, which I would have not believed, except he told me himself in 2014 when I was invited to the Naval Observatory, and he's done many things since for that. How do you actually make sure that corporations are measured, just like what the EU is doing, which they're talking about? I mean, this is not in the US, but in the EU, we're talking about commodities that cause deforestation. They're going to not be allowed to be exported, and there are going to be certain, certain things that whole law that they're proposing. Overnight, it can change so much, it's very scary. Now, here's the thing. Can you imagine coffee, cacao, palm oil coming from any of the areas where deforestation is occurring, and suddenly that is blocked? It could be chaos globally. So, there's a lot that's going to go into it. So you can't just come up with incentives, but how do we think about incentives in ways for corporations so that they're going to bake it in to what they're doing? How do we ensure the consumers? We as consumers have so much power. Gen Zs make up 40% of the workforce. By 2026, the Zs are going to be 40% of the workforce. What happens when that generation says, we will not buy unless companies take out deforestation out of their supply chain? If 141 countries in Glasgow said they're going to take out deforestation, end deforestation by 2030, lovely declaration to make in Glasgow. What are we doing? What are the incentives? What are the laws? What are the regulations that's actually driving that? And I haven't seen anything. So it's like people like me saying, and people like me coming to you guys and say, help us create this, because they set a bar. And who's going to come in and say, okay, here's how we're going to help you meet this. And then we're going to come up with incentives that make sense, that don't mess things up, right?
Last word, Antoinette. I think it's a good one for you to close on. How do we get to this? Where do we build the solutions rather than just make the declarations? I think is where Niant is going there.
Yeah, no, that was great. Give them the money. Give the stewards the money, or make it easier for them to access the money. If there's a liquidity gap and farmers and cooperatives can't get capital in order to invest in their practices and continue to be stewards of their lands, well, we can go around that. Let's crowdfund. Let's use DeFi to provide loans to farmers, or let's do peer-to-peer loans where we can leverage social capital and reputation to evaluate the ability for somebody to take out a loan, and experiment with how incentives can be used to continue to perpetuate the practices that we want to see in the world. We talk a lot about carbon, but what about regenerative agriculture? Can we tokenize ecosystem services that farmers are stewards of, but incentivize them so that they can earn more money on what they're already doing? So we can use blockchain technology to ensure that the money goes back to the farmers, and we can see the traceability of that money going back to the farmers. And then we can say, there's the transparency I was looking for. There is the impact. And there is an alternative source of revenue that's enabling this farmer to lift themselves out of poverty. And so when we start to believe in their ability to continue to be stewards of the land and perform the eco services that they do at scale, well, we can support that by connecting them to capital.
All right, there you go. A positive vision for where we want to go. Thank you, all of you, for this great contribution. A round of applause for the panel, please.
Thank you all. We will now begin our panel on closing the gap in financial inclusion.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, that again. I'm Michael Wexler, and welcome to Closing the Gap on Financial Inclusion. And today's panel will be discussing how financial inclusion is on the rise, but there are still gaps that need to be bridged. And also we look into how we can accelerate progress in this area. There's a strong case to be made that financial inclusion can help us reach our SDGs, which we'll be discussing 3 of them today. So I'll briefly introduce myself before I ask my fellow panelists. As I mentioned, I'm Michael Wexler. I'm a lecturer of blockchain at CUNY Queens College, and I'll speak more about my prior work, but I'd like to go and first introduce our next panelist. Mikhail.
Yes, greetings, everyone. My name is Assemblywoman Mikhail Salaj. I represent the 22nd Assembly District in New York, the greatest state in the world. I am actually from Long Island, so I have a strong Long Island accent where I say water and dog. Yeah, see, I like this. I like this room. I'm chair of the Black, Hispanic, Puerto Rican, Asian Caucus. I'm also deputy majority leader. And so this is just a great opportunity to really talk about what's important to me. As a woman of color, you know, we've always had challenges to really get into the upper echelons of power, of the C-suite. And so now we have an opportunity to really discuss how we can create a pathway for all individuals, regardless of your race, religion, where you come from, your immigration status, an opportunity to really uplift New York and uplift this great industry. So I thank you. I look forward to the conversation.
Hello, my name is Marcina Tilleman Perez, and I am Vice President of Impact at Circle Financial, which is a financial technology company working to help money move at the speed of the internet. Under the Impact arm, I work to drive digital financial literacy, cultivate financial inclusion efforts, and we have a number of initiatives focused on streaming payments into hard-to-reach places like Afghanistan and Ukraine using USDC, which is our dollar-denominated digital currency. So very excited to be part of this conversation. Thank you so much for having me.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Clive Vanell. I'm excited to be here at GBBC. I am the New York State Assembly member for the 33rd Assembly District in Queens, and I serve as the chairperson for the Subcommittee on Internet and New Technologies in New York State.
Good afternoon. My name is Pasquale Nuzzo. I am a banker. I work for Citizens Bank. I head up liquidity for the bank in the commercial division. Citizens Bank is headquartered in Providence, Rhode Island. We're one of the oldest and largest institutions in the country. I help large corps and commercial businesses structure the liquidity and their cash flow, and I'm looking forward to the discussion today.
Good afternoon, Karen Bhatia. I work at the intersection of technology, entrepreneurship, and economic development. I'm currently Senior Vice President at the New York City Economic Development Corporation, and I lead our tech strategy, figuring out ways in which we could promote the tech sector, including blockchain, developing our blockchain strategy for the city in order to think about opportunities for economic development. And I will soon be teaching a class at the intersection of technology, education, and economic development for Stanford University.
Thank you, Karen. So I'd like to begin our program by exploring SDG 5, the empowerment of women, gender equality. And this sector, the IT sector, probably is one of the best examples with regard to gender inequality. Some work that I had done previously at Columbia Business School with some of the help of the Sandra Rowe and the GBBC for the previous 5 years, and digital financial services covered the fact that approximately 19 to 24% of the cybersecurity workforce consisted of women, which is a substantial gap. And just recently, the World Economic Forum's Gender Gap Report reported that this nudged upwards closer to around 30%. So you can see there's still a substantial amount of progress that needs to be made. But I'd like to begin the discussion on a more optimistic note. It's also a personal, nice note. The blockchain program and fintech major at City University of New York, Queens College was founded by Dr. Joan Nix, who is a professor of crypto assets, who coincidentally just a couple of months ago happened to be speaking to our panelist, Karen Bhatia, on this particular subject, and also developing education and technology in our city universities, the finest city in the world. Karen, can you begin the conversation? Tell us a little bit more about what you discussed and how we can continue development and reach gender inequality.
Absolutely. So we're continuing that conversation tomorrow with Joan from Queens College. And what we've been talking about is opportunities for our CUNY system to grow blockchain education and opportunities for students, both in terms of workforce opportunities as well as entrepreneurship opportunities. For those of you who are not familiar, our CUNY system is the City University of New York. It consists of 25 different colleges within New York, and it serves about 240,000 students on any given day. They have 55,000 graduates each year, so it's incredibly significant. The part that I'm really proud of is that our CUNY system started off as free programming for opportunities for college. And, depending on whether or not you get a scholarship for community college or for a four-year college, it's affordable. It could be between $5,000 to $7,000, and there's scholarships associated with it. And the CUNY system has been ranked as one of the greatest economic mobility opportunities for New Yorkers. There's a disproportionate number of, it's approximately 60% of students in our CUNY system make $30,000 or less in their households, significant number of immigrants as well as people of color. There's also over 50% of our students in our CUNY programs who are females. However, less than 19% of them are computer science graduates. That's a huge discrepancy. And the reason why that's significant, and this goes without saying, without giving you all the statistics and the data that's associated here, as part of the New York City Economic Development Corporation, of course, we keep track of what are the industries that are growing in New York City. And since 2010, the tech industry has contributed 17% of growth of our jobs. That's more than any other sector in New York. That's 114,000 jobs in New York over the course of the past 12 years. And not only is this a growth of jobs, these are quality jobs. These are jobs that where professionals make at least $80,000, and a number of these jobs are accessible. You could be a data analyst, you could be a cybersecurity analyst, you can be an IT professional. These are jobs that don't necessarily require a four-year degree. So we're thinking about ways in which we could help train our workforce to get these quality jobs and good paying jobs. And as I mentioned, there are tremendous opportunities, but there are huge discrepancies when it comes to gender parity, and trying to think about ways in which we can tackle this. Now, as I said before, you all know these numbers. You know that there are discrepancies when it comes to gender parity, when it comes to people of color getting these types of jobs as well. And there are a number of programs, quality programs that exist out there. One is actually in our CUNY system, started off as Women in Tech New York. It's called Breakthrough Tech now, in which females from our CUNY schools partner with Cornell Tech. And these females have a number of programs, curriculum development that's associated with the STEM fields. They have internship programs, networking opportunities. And since 2016, since the program had launched, they were able to approximately double the number of computer science majors for these women that go through the program. The question that I have is, there are incredible programs that exist out there, ones in which more women and more people of color have greater networks. They also have internship opportunities. But the main question that I've been posing is thinking about this idea of systems. How do you create systems change? Why do we need these types of programs to, where we're able to only offer these resources for a handful of cohorts? What do we do to really create significant change so that we're not thinking about a piecemeal approach? And so when we're thinking about gender parity in tech, we know that this is an incredible opportunity and it's an imperative, but it's an area that I would love for us to start talking about and also continue the conversation with you all, is to think about how do you create that meaningful change?
Thank you, Karen. With any of our other panelists, I'm sure there are plenty of opinions here of how we can reach gender parity.
Well, I'll just say, I think a huge step is acknowledging that the challenge exists in the first place. Until we honestly reflect on these inequities and proactively work to address them, they're not going to be solved. And that's something that we've definitely seen at Circle, as we have proactively taken measures to make sure in our hiring practices, in our governance generally, that it's more representative. We've seen progress, but if you just expect the best to happen, you won't actually see results. And so I think that's a really critical element. And under our ventures arm, we've also had some initiatives really focused on funding female-led ventures, because if you look at the United States in the first quarter of 2022, only 2% of venture funding went to female-led ventures, which is dismal. We can do so much better, but we won't do better unless we honestly acknowledge that this problem is very real and then proactively work to address it.
Some of the work that I had done at CBS uncovered that in Africa, the problem was more challenging and that Safaricom had taken some measures to be able to provide programs that were more inclusive of women and do a proactive job. And I believe I've spoken to some of our panelists with regard to some of the things that are being done within their organizations that are more inclusive with regard to gender.
Yeah, I would agree. It does take a proactive approach. And I think we are trying to be proactive, I think, as an industry. And I will say that I think that things are moving in the right direction, certainly not fast enough. When I think of citizens and what we've done, part of what we've done over the past few years, we've actually in-housed a lot of our technology. We used to outsource most of our technology. Insourcing it allows us to have greater control over our workforce. And we all know the benefits of having a diverse workforce, diversity of thought, diversity of people, happier people, happier workers, people love their jobs, love to come to work. And so it's very positive. Over the past 3 years, we've added about 500 architects to our payroll through bringing some of the engineering in-house. I think about 30% of our tech workforce is women. I think that's in line with the average. So we've got a lot more work to do there. But we've also got women that are in real leadership positions, really leading the organization from a tech perspective. Our enterprise payments leader, our enterprise security leader, both women, both have really driven the organization in very, very meaningful ways. In my own group in the commercial bank, led in operations by a woman. So I think we've made meaningful strides in terms of what we've done as an organization to sort of move the path forward. But I agree, it's been slow. We try to partner with different groups. We partner with a number of different organizations to try and identify talent. We've stood up both corporate programs and tech programs to bring young talent in and to hone that talent. There's a number of things that we've done, but that said, the broader infrastructure around enablement, while it seems to be there does seem to be this gap, between the ideology and the practice around onboarding people and seeing the numbers sort of make their move in the right direction. I think I read somewhere that half of the degrees in STEM are women, and only 25 to 30% of the workforce hired are women. So there's a gap, I think, that we don't understand there well, that we really need to understand to really improve things.
And I don't want to fail to mention that also creating an environment for women in the sense that making sure that we have access to childcare in the business, or having flex hours, or even just providing a pathway for women to get further education so they can get promoted and be in those C-suites. And so, talking about gender equality, we need to talk about the policies around it. Like, for instance, I forgot paid family leave too, ensuring that, a woman doesn't have to choose between a paycheck and their child or a loved one. And so there's many policies that we can implement, whether it's governmentally or within your business, to ensure that women have access to those jobs and can have that work-life balance in which we all desire.
Thank you all for sharing these important comments. And I'd like to move forward. We've got a lot to cover. So let's move to SDG 10, which focuses on reducing inequalities, adopting policies that create opportunity for everyone, reducing income inequality to banking the unbanked, and also managing the impact of the pandemic, which has exacerbated these and other conditions on a global scale. So there are actually two major gaps which I would like our panel to address, and those would be the bridging the gap of the financial divide as well as the digital divide. And these are two important distinctions that are both, unfortunately, a challenge, but there is optimism. And I'd like, perhaps we can open with Assemblyman Vanel.
Great question to talk about, closing the digital divide and closing the gap between the unbanked and underbanked. We're in New York City right now, the financial capital of the world. We could argue whether we're not. This is GBBC, but I'm in New York, so we're the financial capital. We'll go in New York. But do you believe that in New York City right now, 350,000 people are unbanked in the financial capital of the world. In New York City right now, 650,000 people are underbanked. So that's 1 million people in New York City that are unbanked and underbanked. Do you believe that the unbanked and underbanked and folks from lower socioeconomic backgrounds pay more to transfer money than other folks? So it costs you more money to transact with money. What do we do with that? How do we look at that? How do we look at that as a policymakers, right? Can our laws and policies address that properly? Well, this industry is interesting. This industry is interesting because, it reduces a lot of the barriers. It can reduce many of the transactional costs and the transactional time. Another thing that's interesting in New York City is that in New York State, we have many folks that are undocumented or underdocumented or fall outside of the traditional economy. How do we use these technologies to be able to allow people to be able to transfer value and reduce that friction? This technology and blockchain is interesting in that sense to be able to do so, because as we see, it's difficult for folks from these backgrounds or from these areas and in certain zip codes to be able to get loans, to get affordable loans. They unfortunately overly rely on products that ultimately harm them. So how do we look at blockchain technology to be able to do this? And in this space in New York State, how do we create a regulatory regime where it is encouraging proper uses of these different financial products? It's great that GBBC is here. It's great that you guys are here, and I was excited to see so much activity in this industry here in New York, because it's really important to be able to answer these kinds of questions. Because when we talk about blockchain and use cases, folks talk about oftentimes the emerging world, but we have a lot of those issues right here in New York City.
I think that's a very important distinction you made with regard to the unbanked, which is a term which is used very often, and the underbanked, which is a subtle but very important distinction. Having spoken with other members of the panel, I know that some of you also have ideas of whether blockchain is really for prime time to be able to help close and bridge these gaps, as well as ways in which these gaps can be bridged. So I will leave it to the panel to continue.
I'd like to jump in here because, I think as Assemblymember Vanel just said, we often think about these problems as problems in the developing world. We have these problems right here in New York City. Let's, really be specific and make this hyper local here. When you were talking about the number of people and the number of households, I think it's about 9% of New York City households are unbanked in certain part, and that's double the amount in the United States. Now, when we think about certain parts of New York City, so for example, the Bronx has double the amount of unbanked households as well. That's a huge problem. 20% of our small businesses do not have formal relationships with banks. So when you think about trying to get PPP loans and the number of our small businesses that didn't have access, the types of loans that would keep them afloat during the pandemic, that is a tremendous problem. And when you think about who are the populations, they're disproportionately Black and Latino as well. What are we saying about our economic development opportunities, both professionally with businesses as well as personally, for people to be able to access loans, access mortgages, access opportunities to start and scale businesses as well? Ironically, this also serves as an opportunity. There's a challenge there, but there's an opportunity. When we're thinking about the percentage of our population who owns crypto, 24% of the US population that owns crypto is actually Latino. And a significant percentage as well are the underbanked. Now, this poses a potential problem when we think about potential scams, and this leads to an imperative for us to focus on greater education and awareness, but there's a tremendous opportunity here as well. So when we're thinking about financial inclusion and opportunities around crypto, that's one opportunity. And then as Assemblymember Vanel said, if we look at some of the root causes when we're looking at why people are unbanked or underbanked, it goes to requirements around having a federal ID or social security number. Well, blockchain can address that. There are different ways in which we can prove IDs. When we think about transaction costs to actually open up an account, that can be streamlined through blockchain. When we're thinking about lack of access to bank branches, especially in neighborhoods that are most vulnerable where you don't have as many opportunities there, well, this could be streamlined because you're able to do this online. There's so many opportunities, both from crypto as well as a blockchain perspective. But a lot of, there needs to be the will and the acknowledgement that there are ways in which this technology could be used to address some of the financial inclusion problems that we do have in New York City.
If I can just speak quickly to a couple of the initiatives that we're focused on. So if you look at the institutions that serve low income and minority populations across the United States, traditionally they're minority depository institutions and community banks. And Circle recognized a real opportunity to strengthen these institutions. As I mentioned earlier, we have a dollar denominated digital asset, which is pegged 1-to-1 with the US dollar. It means we have a lot of US dollars and treasury bonds in banks across the United States and across the world. And last November, we pledged to place those assets or a portion of those assets into community banks and MDIs, which is different for tech companies. That's not traditionally where they store their assets. And less than a year later, we have placed more than $1 billion in USDC reserves in those institutions. And we've also partnered with them on digital financial literacy initiatives to strengthen the communities to make sure that this opportunity set is available to the populations that we have purported to be creating these solutions for. But for the last decade, I don't think we've done very well at making good on that promise. And then looking at non-domestic example, during COVID, there were real challenges moving assets into various parts of the world. And we had an effort specifically focused in Venezuela. As the government there was collapsing, we partnered with the US government to create a pipeline to stream resources directly to healthcare workers who were starving. They didn't have the PPE that they needed. They didn't have the food that they needed or the resources they needed. And so with the United States government, Circle was able to stream tens of millions of dollars to these healthcare workers. And we're setting up similar disbursement pipelines to other hard to reach places like Afghanistan and Ukraine in order to make sure that we're reaching the people who really need it. The alternative, shockingly still, is that the US government or the UN will fly in planes full of hard cash. And so we're excited that there are now slightly more secure, traceable, accountable methods for moving these resources into hard to reach areas.
It's encouraging to hear that there's innovation in bridging the financial and digital divide. I'm wondering if we have any other panelists who'd like to speak on what they're doing and they're experiencing with regard to programs to move forward the progress in this SDG.
I think the solutions have to come from both the private and the public segments, because when I think of the bank, we're looking at sort of products, early pay products, same day products, so that companies can pay their workers more immediately. The elimination of OD and NSF charges, I think, is something that's probably going to address before the end of the year this year. And so from a product perspective, I think, banks are on the right track just in terms of creating sort of that digital connection with their customers. I mean, at Citizens, we want to give our customers the option to, engage with us the way they, that best works for them, that whether that be through a digital channel or a physical channel. I think as we think more globally, as we think of, some of the structural problems, education and financial literacy is definitely one of those that is hard to solve. Now, we've got an ambassadors program where, we do financial literacy training in our markets, and we've done over 120,000 of those, I think, and it's gone really well, but it is a significant problem. In areas where there's no electricity or there's no internet, it's very difficult to solve. So I think it's got to be sort of a combination of both the private sector and the public sector coming together and partnering, but definitely sort of, I think things are moving forward in the right direction, at least from the private sector. Over the past few years, we've definitely recognized the value of the unbanked and are looking for ways to reach out to the unbanked to bring as many people onto the platform as we can.
And I just wanted to add here, in addition to what everybody's talking about in terms of financial literacy and digital literacy, which are imperatives, in places like New York, connectivity, broadband connectivity is actually a problem as well in certain areas. It's expensive. It's not, quality as well in certain areas where it's difficult to build out that infrastructure. So again, going back to thinking about, unbanked and underbanked populations, we have this problem here at home in New York City too, to think about. That's foundational when it comes to even thinking about technologies like blockchain in order for us to help improve financial inclusion.
So just going back on financial education, one of the programs I'd like to highlight that we supported was there's a program called Bitcoin Academy in Marcy Projects in Brooklyn, where a number of companies, were educating people from the housing projects on cryptocurrency and financial literacy. This industry, what you guys do allows for folks that are from no socioeconomic backgrounds to be able to get into the investor class, right? Without this, there are many folks that are watching the markets, watching the valuations go up and down in this space, right? The same muscles that traditional investors use. That's a powerful thing. And how do we use that? How do we leverage that? How do we build upon that?
Just to briefly touch on both of your points, I believe that Bruce Lincoln of Silicon Harlem is also working together to try to go and increase broadband connectivity in Harlem and the local area to help the underserved. And that leads us to a great segue to our final SDG, which I'd like to discuss today, which is SDG 8, which is decent work and economic growth. An important part of economic growth is that people have jobs that pay enough to support themselves and their families, including whether we can provide sufficient job growth. We promote policies and encourage entrepreneurship and job creation. And we're fortunate today to have Assemblywoman Solange, who creates policy and passes bills and promotes the general welfare and protects the underserved. And,
and with our colleagues, we want to ensure that government is touching all. And thinking about today, today is considered Black Women's Equal Pay Day. So it takes 9 months for a Black woman to reach the same salary as her male counterpart. And it's worse for Native Americans, and it's far worse for those who are Asian. And so they come later in the year. And so when we talk about policies, financial inclusion and closing that gap is a really important aspect here in New York State, up in Albany, where we convene. And when we talk about the budget that we have this year, we passed a $200 billion budget. It's quite large. And there's so much of that money that goes into different pools. And so we have the equivalent in New York State, which is ESD. So this is the Economic Development Agency. And in that agency, we're discussing how we can make sure that entrepreneurs and also government is more inclined and looking at blockchains and new technology. It's funny, the other day, I went to go get the deed of my house. So in Nassau County, you got to go to the county clerk. And so I went to the county clerk's office, the 5th floor. I asked for my deed. I gave all the proper documentation. And the person's like, oh, I'll be right back. They go to a file cabinet. They pull out this big, humongous piece of paper that I swear is 100 years old. That's not efficient. And so when we talk about what we can do to improve government, I think we need to first talk about getting entrepreneurs in, getting the private sector in, and working and collaborating with government and how we can implement blockchain. And so, I know in the upcoming session, we'll be talking about innovation. We're going to be talking about how we can encourage entrepreneurs and providing them with whether it's education in the sense that starting at a local small level, like kindergarten through 12th grade, and encouraging, people to get into STEAM, which is science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematic fields, and educating them on that. Young people don't understand that this is an option, an avenue, and that will build a pipeline to ensure that entrepreneurs in the future have access to those jobs. So, when we talk about government, there's such a great opportunity for us to encourage entrepreneurship and also get involved in just updating such an antiquated entity.
I would think there are regulatory concerns in terms of working with regulators, and perhaps one of our panelists can go and address that.
Working with regulators.
And constraints that need to be considered with regard to deploying and building blockchains.
Absolutely. I mean, I think from Circle's perspective, we actually welcome thoughtful regulation. And speaking to digital financial literacy, I think it's so important that these conversations are very open and consistent in terms of innovators interfacing directly with regulators and policymakers to make sure that they're communicating about what the challenges and frictions that are being placed on both ends are. We have been really excited by the conversations in New York specifically. I think the regulators here are probably a little bit ahead of the curve in terms of understanding these innovations and working to thoughtfully craft regulations that are fit to purpose, as opposed to just kind of hoping that what already exists is going to work when there are these new innovations that change truly weekly. And so I think the key is really maintaining those relationships. And even though it's something as kind of sterile as financial technology, at the end of the day, it is a system and an industry built on trust and communication, and that collaboration is really key.
Well, Michael, in case you didn't know, New York City and New York State is very crypto friendly and blockchain friendly. Am I right? So, and Karen being here, is showing, it's an example of New York City's making sure that people know that New York is open for business. We want you to start your businesses here. We want you to stay here. New York's a tough place to be, but it is we want you to be able to build here. And one of the things that we're doing, which is really important, that's why Assembly Member Salaj is here and I'm here, is we don't want to just make policy in a vacuum. We come out to the community. We work well. I mean, I speak to Sandra a lot for years. We want to make sure that, we are engaging, the industry and trying to figure out our way through this. One of the interesting things is I had, my office had we have job fairs to make people, to connect employers with the community. I had a blockchain job fair. So if any of you guys are hiring, let us know. We'll do another blockchain related job fair. And one of the things that's interesting is that, we were talking about trying to close the gender gap. And part of what you have to do is address these problems with intention, right? So with that job fair, we made sure that we were intentionally, sought qualified women in the space. When we talk about working on policy, we make sure that on our task force or what have you, that we make sure that there are dynamic, women in this industry, and we want to make sure that that we identify them. We try to work with organizations like this that help be able to foster and build those populations.
Well, your vocal efforts seem to be working. I was at a wedding this weekend in Toronto, and I saw a Bitcoin cash machine that was available in the rear end. I was thinking of you and your efforts promoting blockchain here in New York City. I believe we have another panelist who can also have a little bit of a different approach with regard to another area of decent work and economic growth regarding pay policies and fee elimination.
I'm sorry.
Do we have, yeah,
Well, I mean, I agree. I think it's important at the local level to be engaged, feet on the street. I mean, since 2015, since we were a public company, we've committed about $4 billion into local communities that we serve. That's, resulted into over 25,000 affordable housing units. It's 520,000 square feet of commercial space that we situated in lower income areas to help improve the economic conditions of those areas. So I agree. And I think it's important to be committed at the very local level.
And can I just add, I think a lot of these efforts, for example, related to digital financial literacy, it's ideal if they don't sit in a vacuum. And something that we've tried to do at Circle recently is we have this digital financial curriculum, digital financial literacy curriculum that we've rolled out across HBCUs across the United States. And students who effectively finish this curriculum, and it's relatively sophisticated. It's required training for all Circle employees. So it's maybe 7 hours worth of training. It's significant, but students who successfully go through the curriculum are fed into a pipeline. They're given early access to internship and employment opportunities with Circle and our partners. And the intention behind that is, of course, digital financial literacy is wonderful on its own, but it's so much better if it's actually equipping these individuals to participate as sophisticated builders in the industry. And I just think there's so much opportunity for that as we recognize as an industry the opportunity to work together and to embrace different perspectives and again make sure they're truly representative of the communities that we purport to serve.
thank you. I would like to thank all of our panelists for their interesting comments that really, I think, give us cause to believe that there is great optimism with regard to moving forward financial inclusion and reaching our SDG goals. So on that note, thank you very much. Thank you, Sandra and the GBBC, for making this possible.
Thank you again to our lovely panel. Right now, we will take a 10-minute break. We will resume at 4:15. So if you need to use the restroom or anything else, we'll be back here in 10 minutes. Hey, Paul. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I'll just send everybody towards you.
Oh, this is so cool.
That's not her point of view.
Yeah, just absolutely. Just like.
Hi, everyone. Thank you all for coming. We will now begin our programming with Unlocking the Future of Finance.
Okay, well, welcome everyone. I'm Lawrence Wintermeyer, and I'm the chair of GBBC Digital Finance, and I think we're on the penultimate leg, I think, or thereabouts, and what's been an outstanding day. So thank you very much to all of you for being so patient, and thank you to the GBBC team for really an outstanding event. This is unlocking the future of finance, and it's, I think, a particularly interesting topic in that predicting the future isn't something that I think many people are good at. I think it's often, people get stuck in the present and the barriers and how to change things and can't really understand how to, to move forward, which we often call, the incumbents. Particularly in highly regulated areas. And then we have in this space, which you will all know, a very technology literate community who have solutions for many things, but quite often don't either recognize that they're in a highly regulated space or that change requires quite a bit of social anthropological care to actually get execution and get done. And so, those of you that know me know that I'm not a big fan of predictions. I'm systematic risk adjusted. I love statistical probabilities, but some of my favorite predictions, and again, this is very important, Paul Krugman, who the economist you'll be familiar with in 1998 said, by 2005, it will become clear that the internet's impact on the economy will be no greater than the fax machine. I'm glad somebody's laughing. I love that. Thomas Watson, who was the chair of IBM in 1943, and arguably this was long before the tech revolution, wins though, which is that I think there is a world market for maybe 5 computers. I don't know why they got it wrong in the 70s with Microsoft and the micro revolution, but there you go. So often in my life, I think that, my empirical experience, and I know having shared this with panelists as well, often we forget what job we're trying to do. And it's back to Clay Christensen's, what job does it do? What level of utility are we trying to provide to, to society, to businesses, to governments? And so I think if we look at the SDGs here, we are SDG 9 and 11, and that's important to put into context because we are really ultimately at some level talking about infrastructure. There clearly is adoption. There are a lot of things that need to go on, but we need to fundamentally focus on infrastructure. And I say this because without predicting the future, I think my observations would be if you look at Web 2, and cybercrime rates and how ineffective Web 2 is for doing most of the things that we want to do in the future, we'll need to change things if we want to get to Web 3 in the metaverse. And not just starting with security or infrastructure, but putting people and digital identity as a cornerstone of Web 3. So to help us unlock the future, I'm really joined by, I think, an esteemed panel. I've actually enjoyed the briefing, all of the conversations we have. We've got Val Sesapanik, who's the head of Strategic Hub at the SEC, the innovation head. We do have now, see now my notes aren't in order because I've asked you to sit and I've scuppered myself here. We've got Victor Prokenjempa, who's the founder of currency.com. We've got Jennifer O'Rourke, who's the Director of Innovation, Strategy and Design at the DTCC. And we have Brian Whitehurst, Head of US Regulatory Affairs from Luca. And last but not least, we have Jay Gdansky, who is the founder and the CEO of Veritas. So let's get started. And I'm going to sit down here. And Victor, I'm going to start with you. When we started talking about the keys to unlocking the future of finance, you started talking about the acceleration rate and the literacy rates from the beginning of the 1900s right through to now, and how slow that was as a means of really, giving everyone on the panel an idea of how complex that change is. And we need to be talking about financial literacy now. So what are some of the keys to unlocking the future of finance?
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to speak here. I believe that
like another story which I haven't probably told on our call was a story about a few cities in Canada, I think, just removed police from the streets for a few days, and they believe people are nice creatures and everything will be fine, and it wasn't. Basically, all of bad things started to happen, and it doesn't look like we ever are going to be in a situation when you basically don't need any kind of regulation, any kind of enforcement. So, and I believe the future of finance is kind of very much connected between effectively education, which we've been speaking about, an increasing level of education of people, and regulation. So, and today a lot of regulatory work basically is required because people just simply don't understand the products which they are using and how they're using them. And but I believe it will change basically. And what will change is effectively, and what we've been talking about on the call is that 100 years ago, only 3% of people were literate. And if you ask them how many could be literate maximum in total society, they would say like 30. Today we have like 87% general literacy rate, and pretty much everybody can read and write, and it's considered to be normal. So, and I believe the same will happen with financial literacy. So we have like 3% financial literacy rate right now, and this needs to be changed, and this will change. And I believe one of the things which the industry, general financial industry, is responsible for doing is actually educating customers and raising the general level of understanding financial products, and then kind of we can live in a world with less regulation and basically in a more free society in every aspect. So.
Well, I just think that's an excellent place to start, because in addition to trying to be a bit more specific about what job we're trying to do and achieve in finance, that literacy rate is something that definitely needs to be improved. And Val, I noticed something particularly about the analytics that are going on in the SEC. Last week's announcements coming out of Washington, I think, were huge. I mean, we were in Washington last week, and I was exhausted by the end of the week. We had Chair Gensler in front of the Banking Committee. We had the President CEO framework. We had Chair Benham in front of the Senate Ag Committee. And I thought, well, I randomly picked one of the best weeks to be in Washington that I could. But what are the key messages from the SEC that our audience should take away on, the real key to the future of finance here from the perspective of the SEC?
Sure. Thank you, and thanks for having me. It's a real pleasure to be here and to listen to the discourse that's going on. It's really important to have. I think, and I'm speaking for myself, not necessarily for the SEC or my commissioners or one of my colleagues, but it seems to me, and you've mentioned people much smarter than me who couldn't make good predictions. So I won't pretend that I'm going to predict anything, but it seems to me that if this industry wants a broad adoption, that it's going to have to kind of adhere to some basic public policy kind of frameworks. This industry is looking to deal with people's assets, whether it's transferring them, safeguarding them, custodying them, giving advice around them. People have to realize it's a pretty highly regulated space for a good reason. People are entrusting others with their assets. And so there's basic things that have to go on. One of them is, of course, disclosure. People need to understand what they're getting into. The SEC is not a merit-based regulator. It's disclosure-based when it comes to most investment decisions. So we just want to make sure that people know what they're investing in, people know the risks. And then when it comes to secondary trading, it's all about market integrity, right? It's about fair access, fair rules. People know what's happening with their assets that are on the platform. They know that they're not being front run or traded against in a way that's not disclosed or unfair. So it's really about basic public policy frameworks. And I think the message that was coming from Chair Gensler and has been coming from him for a while is to try to encourage the staff to work with the industry to figure out ways to get that disclosure to investors and to figure out ways to get the platforms operating in a way that's consistent with the way that folks who are using them expect them to be operated. That is, fairly, with full disclosure, and knowing that they're playing on a level playing field. So with that said, my own thought is, in order for us to go forward, there can't be silos. There can't be a regulatory silo where all regulation is going on. There can't be an industry silo where things are developing outside of any kind of communication. And part of what the FinHub is there for really is to interface with entrepreneurs and innovators and developers. And we have been doing that, for years now. And I think rather successfully. You don't always hear about the success stories, but we've had hundreds of meetings with folks, projects who want to come in and talk about what they're doing. And they get our feedback. We can't give advice, but we can ask a lot of questions, give feedback. And oftentimes people will think about, okay, well, maybe we'll do things a little bit differently. Maybe we need to talk to someone in a different agency like the CFTC or FinCEN. We can make that handoff for them. And oftentimes they go off and they'll do their thing, and you may not read about them because I don't know, they haven't they've done it and gone on their way. So I think I just want to stress that in order for the industry to flourish, I think there has to be a realization that it has to be done in a way that is regulatorily compliant. That doesn't mean that we have to be rigid. Even the chair has indicated that, when it comes to disclosure, we want to be flexible. There are examples of this in the past. For example, in the asset-backed space, when the staff talked a lot to the industry and figured out, well, this is the kind of disclosures that make sense in this space. Our disclosure rules are very flexible, and so we're able to work with industry around those kinds of things. And it's been done before. People have registered offerings of digital assets. People have gone through and gotten exemptions from registration. Others have gone through and gotten no action letters. So there are success stories. It's completely possible. And for folks who are kind of developing in this industry, it's compared to what you all are doing in terms of developing incredible technology, disclosure is not rocket science. So I would just encourage folks to come and really talk to the staff. And I think, our efforts are to help people avoid pitfalls, and we want to continue to do that.
Thanks, Val. And I just think it's important. I have to give a shout out to you because, quite often the discourse of the narrative really gets focused on the headlines. And I think when we first started doing taxonomies and codes of conduct in what we call the co-reg model or the collaborative model, Val and the SEC team, we were talking about it last night, in the old days, would video in with the team as observers of us, writing taxonomy and codes of conduct. Val actually went on to be the cornerstone of our own quarterly reg form, which is all about reg purviews. And so I just think that this is a complex space, and typically we have a lot of adults in the room, but there are a lot of progressive things going on that people seem to lose sight of. And so, I just think, your leadership in this area is something that we just greatly welcome, because we're all trying to move the dial here in a very complex, situation. So thank you. So Brian, here we go. TradFi's got a laundry list of, the items that they need to meet, for regulatory compliance. And as blockchain and crypto continues to mature, what are sort of some of the risk management processes and again, some of the tools that you see emerging that the industry should look for, to TradFi in order to demonstrate that they're accelerating? And I do have to say, we're a bit vested in this because we look at the DeFi community and say, gee, there's a whole set of composable things in the DeFi ecosystem, but there's standards in TradFi for quite a few of them.
Yeah, so crypto on its basis, there's a lot of people that feel that it's like the antithesis of traditional finance, that they are doing something that is completely separate, and a lot of the policies of traditional finance should not apply. But I think when you get down to it, there are risk management ideas that need to be applied in this space in order for it to become a fully mature market. I think if you were to ask your average retail investor what they believe is the system, they are going to rely on their traditional financing structure. That being, I go to a bank, I deposit money, it's safe, it's secure. I might make a little bit of interest rate off my savings account or whatever, but I know if I go to the bank, I can get it back. No questions asked. Whether that's always true is a different story, but that's the general belief. Similar with stocks, because of the disclosure system, as like Val was talking about, traditional system, people know what they're getting into from a risk standpoint. If you were to take, in the crypto industry, if you take Celsius, for instance, if you were to ask the majority of the investors as they were putting money into the system over time, how did they think, what did they think was happening to their money? I think most of them would have probably told you, oh, I can get it out, it's mine, it's sitting there, it's generating a yield, but I can always go and get it out, much like the traditional finance structure. Clearly that's not the case, and that system was not expanded upon, it was not explained. So I think what we need to do for the industry to grow and mature, we need to adopt some of these traditional financial risk management tools and apply them well before regulation ever sets in. I think we can get to a point that makes it more mature, and I think some of the things that we can apply very easily are things like focusing on substance over form. That being, when entities are developing their products, they're looking at everything before they send it to market, the legal definitions. They're looking at the effects that it will have internally and externally, how the volatility of any individual asset might be affected by what they're doing in the protocols are written out. So having that understanding before it goes to market is going to be very helpful to both them and their investors. I think then you also look at clarifying custody, collateralization, and segregation of assets. Very, very basic things that need to be done in this space, because you should, when you're putting stuff, when investors putting their money in, they need to know that how's it being custody, how's it being secured. Am I at risk of being hacked and losing everything at any one point in time? Kind of like today, I read the stories of what is a $140 million hack that happened last night or yesterday, and it's happening over and over again. So you need to have clarification around that, and also segregation of assets. Very basic principle: don't combine your corporate assets with your investor assets. It's not that difficult, but you're seeing a lot of that still going on in the crypto industry, and that can easily get taken out, which can help avoid a regulatory scrutiny. Much to Val's point, disclosures, enhanced disclosures is a baseline thing, in my opinion, that the industry can do to make sure that retail investors and institutional investors know what they're getting into, understanding the risks, being able to properly evaluate, and not putting themselves in a situation where they're handing over all their assets and they are effectively losing complete control over everything. And then when entities run into liquidity issues, they're at a loss. So if they know exactly what is being done, and these things that entities are doing, they're not trade secret. I see oftentimes like, oh, we can't disclose everything because that's trade secret. It's not. Let's make that clear. So it's doing advanced disclosures. And then lastly, I think understanding operational risks and not ignoring it. Data is very, very important to the future of this industry, and accurate data, making sure that you are able to tap into a blockchain, both on and off chain transactions, and being able to get your books in order for an accounting and tax purposes is unbelievably vital to the system and moving forward. And the more accurate your data, the better results you're going to have. And if you don't have trusted data, then you're losing from the beginning.
I love that comprehensive trawl through things, and often have to remind people that in either common law or code law, the practices that you're talking about need to be done in financial services, full stop. I mean, I don't know how some people think they can get around it. And, it creates an issue because we've got all of these blockchain advocates here, and, particularly in native blockchain, saying, look at all of the benefits of it. But policymakers say, but it looks like it's getting hacked and people are losing money. And how can it be so great, Lawrence, if this is all happening? And a lot of it is, specifically around the duty of obligations that you were speaking about, rather than just a Web 2 tech cyber hack. So I think that's, really coming to light. Jennifer, I'm going to move to you now because this is flowing nicely, and I don't want to get into my favorite topic of custody being the sort of Gordian knot of cryptocurrencies, which is where you guys are sort of focused on things, but you're really looking at the intersection of TradFi and DeFi, and then we kind of think DeFi is moving quicker than most things are on the planet, but we can come back to that. What's it actually going to sort of take to move the dial on that front? What's the big key to unlocking that intersection in the future of finance?
Yeah, I wish there was a silver bullet that I could share right now and say this one thing. This is what's going to do it, but it's going to be a combination of many things. So first and foremost, we need to have regulatorily clear mandates, and then those need to be followed through by the industry. And I think right now, because we have a variety of different participants in the DeFi space with a variety of different experiences, some coming from traditional finance and others that are dipping their toe into finance for the first time because they're coming from more technology-based backgrounds, that they're learning still why we have these friction-filled regulations in place. And as they learn by doing, it's a little bit more difficult for them sometimes to appreciate why we actually have those in place. When we have some participants that look at DeFi as a method of accessing a more optimized peer-to-peer transaction that can circumvent regulation, they aren't fully understanding that the regulation is there for a reason. And that reason not only protects the participants, but it protects the system as well, the system that they are creating. And I think the other thing that's missing is an understanding that not all friction is bad. Friction can throttle an erratic or hyper-accelerated development that does not sit as soundly in financial services because of this lack of rules, regulations, compliance, and protections. And so these friction points are not necessarily bad things because they allow the system to trip up in smaller ways so that they don't fall flat on their face in big ways. So I think, regulatory clarity and then actually enforcement around that and participation within those frameworks is going to be really important. Another component that I want to highlight is digital identity. And although that's been given a bit more of a spotlight due to Web 5 now, right? The absence of digital identity in Web 3 birthed Web 5, amongst other things. So that conversation, I think, has highlighted the need for digital identity to a degree, but there's an incredible emphasis that we need to put upon exploring the different architectures that we can deploy digital identity in and what that would mean to essentially solving some of the problems and smoothing some of the friction that we have in DeFi right now in a way that TradFi already enjoys through things like AML, KYC, and it's just some of the gates that we don't take for granted, but others that are newer to the finance space may. And then the last thing that I'll say, and this isn't really specific to DeFi, but I think just broadly about proliferation around digital assets, I think there's an incredible opportunity for P3s or public-private partnerships, really thinking about the way that the private sector and the public sector will be working together in highly specialized use cases to deliver very specific solutions is going to be a way that we can accelerate the adoption and also the socialization, the understanding of some of these solutions as well.
Yeah, very cool. I mean, I'm going to come back to if we have enough time in the second round part of the scaling, not quite safe harbor stuff, but how we get the right sequencing and pacing of technology in place so that we can actually scale things. But I'm horrified now that there's a Web 5 and I didn't even know about it. I'm just trying to catch up with Web 3. And now I know I'll have, public company CEOs calling me tomorrow and saying, my God, what the hell's the Web 5 thing? And what was Web 4, Yeah.
So combination of Web 3 and Web 2 has now brought us Web 5. It's a little bit of a play on numbers.
This sounds like technology evangelist math. If you're a quant, you're just like, well, anyway, I'm sorry. Let's moving quickly. Last but not least, Jay, and then we're bagging it because this is the second panel we've done in 2 weeks. So I don't know if you're in Paris next week, but well, that would be cool. But let's come from the side of insurance. And again, I think it's an emerging area. In fact, I really don't understand much about insurance and the role that it plays, particularly in a digitally decentralized world. And so I think at this, particular juncture of what, a key of the keys of trying to unlock the future of finance, what the Clay Christensen, what's the job, what's the utility that insurance is going to play, and how's it going to help us either make it better, scale it, protect us?
Well, in a totally self-serving statement, I do have a silver bullet, and it's called insurance. Regulators, you should require it, and customers, you should buy it.
Nobody's laughing but me.
I was going to say agree to disagree, but I'm sure it's a very important component. I want to hear more.
It's interesting because insurance, not many people understand insurance, actually. I'd say even many people in the insurance industry don't. If you want
best risk managers in the world.
Right. Well, if they're doing their jobs right. Look, the history of kind of industry professionalization, industry maturation, standardization, and risk reduction, that's all being driven by insurance. You can go back to fire safety standards, you can go back to auto safety standards, you can consumer product safety. That's all been driven by the insurance industry, right? If you're in the US and you buy a car, you don't really care what the federal government tells you the rating on your car is, you care what the insurance institute tells you what the rating of your car is. That's because they're the ones who have to be on top of what developments are in an industry, and they have a very strong financial incentive to make sure they get it right. Within this space right now, there really isn't a lot of focus on building purpose-built solutions, right? And so what you have is people who don't really understand the technology coming in and trying to create insurance products. On the other hand, you have people who don't understand insurance trying to create tokens that number go up kind of thing, which has its own problems. And so you do need a mature insurance industry, and you need a mature insurance infrastructure. And it's interesting because if you go down the list of infrastructure that we've built for crypto, right? Banks, yeah, we need that. Exchanges, yep, absolutely need those too. And software and data providers, and we need our own reporting standards, we need our own technical standards. And you say, what about insurance? Like, you know what? Those people who are really slow moving and conservative and are like 400 plus years old, they got this covered, right? It's not, it's kind of a really glaring omission. And the truth is that there are major financial deals that have not happened because of the lack of insurance. But more importantly, you're not going to get to a level of, the standardization, the risk reduction, and really the robustness of infrastructure without insurance. And that's been shown time and time again across multiple industries. And what we're doing is we're bringing that market to bear. We're increasing capacity for insurance. And while obviously it's not a silver bullet on its own, it actually tends to engender many of the things that are necessary for a mature, safe, responsible industry. And it also tends to do it much more effectively than purely industry-driven efforts, and much more effectively than regulatory-driven efforts. And you've seen this historically, say what you will about cyber insurance, and there is much to say. But the SEC required it, I think about a decade ago, for public companies to have cyber insurance, because even that was a significant improvement in their cybersecurity posture and protection, which obviously would protect their investors as well as their the users of their products.
Well, I love that, and having spent time in the global reinsurance market in the London, reinsurance market, I think they're very good at risk management and pricing risk in most things. Not that they don't make mistakes, but just quickly now, I've got a panel that we're on the clock, so I think we'll just go backwards, and I'm just going to continue. If we just keep these responses brief so that we can get everyone in the next 10 minutes. So where are we going to have specific crypto insurance companies? Is it going to be part of the Swiss? I know that, well, that's you, but where is this going? Do we need, because this is really related, and you mentioned, well, this is related to cyber. So where the experience comes and how you actually price risk in this space must be crazy.
Well, I think anyone has to be crazy to start a company, but cyber actually is, not to bore you with the history of crypto insurance, but it's actually not a good home for it. Cyber and the way it was built was not designed for kind of theft, loss of assets, or even like tech E&O or business continuity type of perils. I know insurance always is great at parties because then no one speaks to you, so you can just be left alone to hang out with your friends or get food. But ultimately, you do not see successful industries without insurance. The idea that the incumbent insurance companies are going to get there is false. You have $5 to $6 billion of insurance capacity that's been roughly flat even when we were at a $3 trillion market cap. That's ridiculous. You have major entities with, at one point, $100 billion of assets with, $200 to $300 million of insurance. Ask our good friend from the SEC how often that happens in the regulated public markets. And, you start seeing there's a real problem there. On the kind of crypto native side, like I said, the solutions that have come out, you have some people that claim to specialize in it, but they have no crypto expertise in their firm. And then you have crypto companies that are trying to solve it. And what you've seen is really good projects have a token that increases in value. You tend not to see projects that actually are providing meaningful risk transference and that are sustainable at an actuarial level before you start dealing with product issues or governance issues. And so it has to be built. It's why I've been doing this for 5 years. It has become a real problem. People have regulatory requirements. We're seeing investors that are requiring it from their customers. We're seeing people viewing it as a differentiation between people who are and are not responsible players. If there's no insurance, it will continue to hold back the market as we have seen it for the last several years.
No, and I think that's excellent. I just think, there is a capacity as your resource constraints in highly technical areas. So, and this seems to be one we need to keep an eye on because it is important and ultimately there's a high utility in it. So Jennifer, on the many-led digital principles, again, back to, we start off and things say, would an atomic settlement be great? We need to get to T1, we need to get to T0. But we don't actually often look at either the ecosystem, the problem, the counterparties, even if we're digitizing it all. So what are your thoughts on that? And I'm really keen on, again, the optionality of strategies, even as part of a scaling strategy, which is, that we put speed bumps in until we work out how this stuff works so that we don't blow everything up.
Yeah, Lawrence, I think you hit the nail on the head. It's about optionality here. And as we look at digital assets, we see how they can facilitate accelerated settlement. And that's incredibly interesting because what does accelerated settlement mean? It means that less collateral needs to be put up because there are fewer margin requirements. And that means that you don't have the same capital requirements to actually transact that you do because simply of this speed to settlement. That's definitely a solution that we want to provide our clients at DTCC. And so we've been exploring it through a variety of different ways. There are ways that we can use traditional technology and traditional architectures and infrastructure to do this because we need to be thoughtful about market structure, particular products, the way that these financial instruments, transact, and are there benefits actually in trading in and out of certain strategies where you would prefer a T2 settlement or a T1 settlement as opposed to a T0 settlement. So there is a lot of thoughtfulness around what we can do right now today. At the same time, we're thinking about how we can leverage these emerging technologies and specifically networked solutions with distributed ledger technology to really think about how we can accelerate settlement too. So when we start to think about tokenizing assets and having tokenized representations of assets like security assets, things get really interesting. When we think about what it could look like to tokenize cash and to have a tokenized or a natively tokenized representation of cash, things also start to get interesting. When you put those two things together, things get extraordinarily interesting, and you really start to see the benefit of accelerated settlement. So we're doing some incredible work at DTCC with the Digital Dollar Project around exploring central bank digital currency and settling wholesale securities transactions that have been tokenized. So we are experimenting with that scenario ourselves right now. And we're, as I said, at the same time, working with industry participants to leverage current technologies and current solutions that we have in place to also deliver the same benefits. So it really does come down to that optionality. We don't want to put our clients or anyone in the industry in a position where you're now forced to have a significant technology debt to participate in a solution that you may not be ready for right now, even though you know you may need to be ready for it in the future. And so that optionality becomes very important, not just to us, but to all the participants in the transaction.
I love that because, that's operative. And I think not a lot of people necessarily get it, but that's the technology debt that's associated with that in this case is an impeding liability. So, right, we've got 6 minutes on the clock, which I think gives us 2 minutes each. No pressure. But Brian, if you've given us the keys, which are pay attention to the laundry list, because there's a lot of things there that you could use to demonstrate that you're being an adult. How should how are you advising crypto or blockchain companies, particularly about their strategy and their compliance strategy as it relates to the emerging risk landscape that you see regulation going down?
Yeah, so obviously regulation is coming, and what form that takes in the next year or two is anyone's guess. And chances are the industry is not going to be entirely happy with it, no matter what form it takes. But I think what companies need to start doing now in advance of that is evaluating what they have and how they can use tools that are available now to make sure that they're ready for that time. Every piece of legislation that's come out thus far has had an audit portion involved in it some way or form. So get ready for those audits that are coming. Make sure that you have your data in place and your tools in place. Fair market valuations of any crypto you have on your books is going to be a necessity. It's going to move past the point of, oh, I have X wallet address, and let me see what is the price of Bitcoin at any one point in time on CoinMarketCap and a multiplier. You have to have like a fair market value to be able to meet GAP and IOSCO protocols and standards. So I think that's one thing is going to be hugely important moving forward. Being able to do fair market valuations of implied volatilities and derivatives, NFTs, all these things are going to be coming that companies need to start thinking about now in order to prepare for the regulation coming down the line, along with insurance.
I love that because I think for all of you, you standards and certification geeks out there, this is hugely important because you're going to hit a level of audit with this, and it's coming. Thank you, Brian. And then Val, I just want to talk to you a bit about DeFi and actually get your personal view on it, rather than an SEC view, because it is. I'm not sure what the SEC view is on it, but I think, and then the important bits of it is that I don't know how many of you know that Val actually really led the IOSCO report work, particularly identifying the risks in the DeFi ecosystem. And that for most of us in industry, and certainly the Industry Association, was a benchmark. I mean, there's a lot of really good stuff out there. So I'm asking you from the informed perspective of actually having said, okay, we've looked at all of the risks now, but how important is it an area, particularly to the future of finance? Because we were speaking last night about Singapore and Australia. We know that there's a bit going on under the cover of Level 1 now in MiCA. Certainly the UK is very much focused on it. And, really putting in place, broadly legal DAO structures is what seems to be emerging pretty quickly. But could we just get your thoughts on that sort of DeFi space?
Sure, thanks. And I think what we tried to do in the IOSCO report was really give everyone a level set of facts and kind of take apart the prototype activities that we're seeing in DeFi and explain it in terms where people understand what's going on. I think it's critically important that regulators around the world and policymakers have a clear understanding of what's going on so that they can regulate and make policy in an informed way. And so that's what the report attempts to do. It attempts to really just set out the facts. This is what's happening in DeFi. It's up to the jurisdictions really to apply their laws and figure out what they're going to do with it. I can tell you that the whole world is paying attention to DeFi. There's going to be work. There's going to be continuing work in IOSCO. We're going to do phase 2 of the report. There's work going on at the FSB level. There's work going on at the FATF level, and there's work domestically. And you see some of that playing out in some of the executive order reports that came out last week. There's still more to come, but I think what you see is a lot of attention being paid to stablecoins, DeFi, crypto in general, and I don't think it's a bad thing. I think regulators and policymakers around the world saw 600 billion in losses happen in the recent market turmoil that affected investors and markets and retail. And that's not a position that anyone really wants to be in. That's not a way to flourish as an industry. People need to feel that the structures are in place, risk management is in place, safety nets. And so I think with DeFi, there's a lot of experimentation going on, but I also see that it's very doable to have compliance built into the technology. There were token standards that built in abilities to have restricted periods, have freezing of assets, reissuance of assets. We look at the industry and people thought the travel rule was impossible to comply with, but yet solutions came out in practically no time. And there have been protocols in DeFi that we've seen that have kind of institutional wrappers around them to ensure that AML, CFT, policies are complied with. So I think the technology's there. People know that they can build it in. There's just this reluctance to do it. And I think once people realize that building these things in from the beginning is going to give you the longevity, is going to give you that safety net against the regulator who's asking you, why didn't you do this from the beginning? You knew how to do it. I think when people realize that there's benefit in taking that approach, that's when this industry will turn in a different direction. And I think with DeFi, there's a lot of experimentation. Folks need to understand it may not be suitable for retail right now. Just the way these things operate, there's just a lot of vulnerabilities, bugs. If you read the report, it goes into all the various risks and it goes into also regulatory challenges. But again, it's a really young industry and it's fast evolving. And I think it can evolve in the right direction if we use the technology to build in the kinds of policy and safety nets that we have now with regulation.
No, thanks, Val. And I have to put in a plug for GBBC and GBBC Digital Finance because we've got an IOSCO affiliate membership application pending approval, which is, we think, the means to really work with DeFi and all of the work that's being done at IOSCO. And it's important to us to be the first, digital assets association to, broadly be working in that TradFi association context. So we're on the clock here, but this is really important because, Victor, we started discussing, and this gets back to how in the 20th century, I think was arguably the century for great social decentralization. So you can talk about anything, but decentralization was a key part of how the 20th century scaled. But what role does that decentralization have to play in the financial system and really helping to extend, the integrity of democracy?
Yeah. So, our panel is named "Unlocking the Future of Finance," but it looks more like a regulatory panel. And I think basically there is a very good reason for it because it's all about building trust. And in this decentralized world, but the underlying effect of all of this is basically that the more education we have, the more participation in financial markets we have, the more decentralized decision making in the end of the day we have. So now in the economical system, which is currently organized through the stock market, effectively is a democracy, is a direct democracy machine. So people are bidding on different assets, and basically they say, for example, like if Facebook used to be like 100 PE ratio. It means people on General Motors was like 3. It means people want more funny cat videos than cars, basically. And effectively, they're explaining the world through this what they want. And it's not always as funny as this example because, for example, if they're saying like Tesla has market cap of 1 trillion and all the other automotive industry, which is not doing basically the electrical vehicle stuff, is valued much less. It means that people are saying to the industry that we want electrical vehicles. Basically, we want to see our world green. Basically, they don't want to happen. So so I believe sort of like if the trust is going to be there basically in 10 years time because of proper regulation, because of proper kind of ethical behavior of people and education in the system. So you'll see more and more instruments for the decentralized decision making in the future and more democracy in the end of the day, which is great for society. Actually, thank you.
I love it. I know we're a couple of minutes over, so I do apologize, but I'd like to thank my esteemed guests because this was just an outstanding panel. I'd like to thank you all for listening, and it's so great to be back in person. I've done more hugging and seen more friends here in New York in the past couple of days. So it's just been fantastic. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. Hold tight, and we will begin our next panel in 2 minutes. Hi, everybody. We will now start our panel on the future of digital money.
I feel like I'm going to do some karaoke. All right, we all ready? We're ready. Okay. Hi, my name is Jenny. I am a partner at Latham & Watkins, and I refer to myself as a fintech utility player, and I work a lot in the crypto space doing various technology and regulatory items. I am joined here by David Treat, Senior Managing Director and Global Metaverse Continuum Group Lead at Accenture, and also Board Chair of the Global Blockchain Business Council. Jennifer Lassiter, Executive Director at the Digital Dollar Project. Heidi Pease, Head of Investment Products at Wave Financial. Matt Homer, Executive in Residence at NYCA Partners. And Imran Khan, Executive Vice President of Partnerships at BIT. And we have a really great set of questions here and discussions. I understand that everybody on the panel knows each other and has spoken about this before, so we're going to try and take it in maybe a few different directions. I've got a list of questions here. If we don't get through all the questions, that is totally fine. So I will now start us off with Jennifer. What do you see are the key issues today affecting financial inclusion? And in particular, are those issues different in different countries?
Great question. Lovely to be here. Hi, everyone. So there was a panel, maybe 2 panels ago, that was talking about the gender equity gap that exists, right? And how we were using blockchain to tackle a challenge there. And Marcina Tillman, I wrote this down because I thought it was quite powerful, said, this won't change if we don't acknowledge the problem and proactively solve for it. So I'll use that to kick off, which is just to say, I want to set our conversation. I want to ground it in some statistics that were released by the World Bank's Global Findex database earlier this year. These numbers reflect 2021 data collection, but of course are the first set of numbers we've had since COVID was introduced into our world. So just to set the stage, as the World Bank talks about the Findex, they call out financial inclusion as an enabler of 7 out of 17 sustainable development goals. The G20 has implemented principles for digital financial inclusion, or as announced or re-announced their intention to implement. And they consider financial inclusion a key enabler to reduce extreme poverty and boost shared prosperity. So to the numbers, right? This year, they talked about account ownership. This was where I think we saw a lot of the jump, and the World Bank started to draw conclusions with the digitization of the financial ecosystem. So in their statistics, they reported 39% of lower income communities are banked, have access to banking products. 62% low to middle income, 84% upper to middle income, and 96% high income communities are banked. The global average is 76%. That's up from 68% in 2017. We've seen a 50% increase in access to bank accounts in the past 10 years. And developing countries have increased 71% within that 10-year period. So those are all very positive statistics. I think a lot of it was born out of some not so positive global activity, but it is important to remember that 1.4 billion people remain unbanked, and of those folks, most of them are low middle income countries, and figuring out how they use money, how they access finance is quite critical as we start developing what the future will look like. So with all of those statistics in mind, I will just say, yes, I think there is a pathway here for financial inclusion. I think it's incredibly nuanced by economy. We have kind of digital currency experts across the full suite of digital currencies up here. And I think all of the digital currencies that are available to us now will play a role. I think the biggest step is access to an account or to a product. And I think as you get into the numbers and you start to look at what has enabled the jump so significantly in the past few years, you will see that it is a change in terms of digital access, both in financial product and digital connectivity. So I'll stop there. Heidi, do you want to pick up? Great.
Thank you so much, Jennifer, and thank you for having me. Great statistics. I love data. Just want to add a little bit to that as well. Something that I find that's interesting is how do we define financial inclusion? And if I take a look at a just basic definition of financial inclusion, that is the availability and equality to access financial services. So we did speak about the unbanked and the underbanked, which is critically important. But there's also a greater part of society here in the United States, all around the world, that don't have that equal access to financial services. If I can use the US as an example, only 10% of the population are considered accredited investors, and 1.5% of the population is a qualified investor, which basically means that 90% of the rest of society here in the United States is excluded from financial products, some unique financial products, such as VC funds, fractional ownership of securities, and so forth. And that doesn't even address the younger generations today that are graduating from colleges and universities. Either maybe they're not going to school because of the cost of education, or they've graduated and they have tremendously high debt, and they don't qualify, and they're also facing unsurmountable interest rates and inflation. So that then is also giving them a lack of access to what we would have considered traditional financial services, like a mortgage loan. What does that mean in blockchain and distributed ledger technology? We're starting to see some opportunities open up. Now, I'm not saying that these are perfect solutions, and I think we still need a lot of regulation. But what fathoms, I just don't understand, is anybody in the United States, here in this country, can get a second mortgage and purchase a lottery ticket. But not anybody, the 90% of the rest of the population, don't necessarily have an opportunity to invest in a startup where there's tremendous opportunity. Yes, there's risk, but tremendous opportunity for growth. So we're seeing through the use of tokenization, cryptocurrency, NFTs to an extent, this opening up of opportunities for the 90% of the population here and then all around the world to access these potential growth opportunities. I also wanted to say really quickly about the opportunity for globalization. I think most of us in this room and possibly who are watching, if they are involved with blockchain at all, and I have met thousands of startups, I have not met one startup that is centralized where the entire staff and team is somewhere in some city. It's usually a distributed community, bringing in talent from all around the world. Now, the opportunities are still not perfect, and there's still that we need to fix and provide for. And I'd love to hear from other people on the panel, but I have never seen where there's an opportunity for someone around the world to help start or join a project. It's not just limited to people that are in Northern California and Silicon Valley. So a lot of I have a lot of optimism in this space for potential access.
If I can, I'll pick up on that. I think there's another facet to lay on top of that, which is, Jen's statistics, right? There's another, statistic from the World Bank, which complements it and explains a lot of it, which is there are more than 1 billion people in this world who don't have access to any form of recognizable identity. And so in our ever increasing digital world, and with all the innovation that we're all driving here, we run the deep risk of making it much worse. Because we're just going to make access to our digital systems that much harder if you can't solve for. And Jen, you brought it up in the last panel. I think it's brilliant, right? That at the core of it is you need access to our digital world requires some form of recognizable digital identity. It's effective, lovable, protects all of the the dynamics of that go along with it of good digital identity. But the other dynamic that's really important to recognize is those 1.4 billion people are buying and selling things every day, right? They're out there because you don't actually have to be onboarded to financial services to use physical cash, right? And so as we think about the innovation around what is the digital form of physical cash to be able to help us navigate the digital world as more effectively, let's say, than we can navigate the physical world with physical cash. And the fact that it's a public good. No one needs to be trained how to use it. No one needs to be onboarded to use it. There are certainly challenges with it, but using that kind of marker of the two-sided issue of the extending gap between the haves and have-nots in our digital world, full stop, and then the potential for us to innovate, ways to create a foundational currency that can be as effective as physical cash is, because it doesn't require maybe the same degree of onboarding and AML KYC that that it does to set up a bank account and get all of the additional services that obviously help someone thrive economically. So we almost need to bifurcate the conversation between those that are fully excluded from the digital world, and how do we serve them, and how do we get them into a digital context, and then once we do, how do we address those challenges of gender inequality, financial inclusion, and the like.
Yeah, and
I need to add something too. So I like the topic of what is financial inclusion. Thanks for pulling out the definition. We need to really broaden it beyond, as you said, what banking services are available at a basic level, which is depositing your money. But beyond that, you need to think about the merchants, that those 1.4 billion people that are going around carrying out their business day to day, selling and buying things. But if they're working as a merchant, selling food on a stall on the side of a street, they've got to use their own cash to actually buy the inventory to be able to sell it. Now, why are they the ones that need to fund their business themselves, whereas the others who have better means are able to get a bank to give them a loan? Now, working strictly in the physical world really precludes them from having access to the loans that they need to really operate their business and even grow their business. So access to loans is definitely something that falls into whether you're financially included or not. There's also being able to access investment, right? When I do have this money, I want to make sure that it actually grows, and I'm not just sitting on a currency that may just reduce in purchasing power over time. And very often in some of these economies where they can't get access to loans, they can't get access to mortgages, which means they need to hoard enough money to eventually have the cash to build a portion of their home as a family and then add to that home room by room over time. So hoarding that cash with that reduction in purchasing power, it just makes it that much more difficult for them. And finally, those people often are waiting for money to be received from relatives that are abroad. They need those financial inclusion services, right? If you can't get that at a reasonable rate, that means you're financially excluded.
So I'd like to bring up a question that I often think about, which is, what is it about distributed technology that is going to enable inclusion that wouldn't be served by something like a crowdfunding platform or a centralized lending platform? Can we talk about why DLT is the solution for all of this? And maybe Matt, I know you haven't had a chance to speak, but maybe you could talk about this.
Yeah, well, I would start by saying I don't know that it is the solution to all of this at all, right? I mean, I think that the reality of financial inclusion is that that's an area that will be solved by meeting people where they are, right? And the solutions have to be as diverse as the people that exist in the world, right? So I think that the DLT and blockchain will be an important part of the solution, but I don't think it's going to be a silver bullet. I think that and I think we've seen that recently in a few different ways, but I think stablecoins are one interesting example, right? Where people who live in countries with high inflation or other sorts of concerns. People may have read this article I read over the weekend in the New York Times about people in Lebanon. Like, people in Lebanon are going to the bank and holding up the bank with guns to pull out their own money. And so I think that, you know, you already see the potential, particularly around stablecoins. I've been spending a lot of time kind of trying to take a step back and think about, okay, what do we learn from the history of money? If you look at like the several thousand-year history of money, and to me, the biggest takeaway is that the trusted ecosystems always win. It's that the most trusted financial systems are the systems that win. And those are not always the systems that are sort of, sponsored is the wrong word, but sort of that come out of sort of a government context, actually. And so I think, I mean, to answer, maybe this is sort of a comment, but I think to answer the question, the systems that win are going to be the systems that generate trust the most from people. And in some contexts, it's absolutely going to be blockchain and DLT.
That's a great answer. Thank you.
Can I add a facet to that?
I would love you.
I would love you to. From a technical perspective, right? The dawn of modern financial services, right, started with the telegraph. It was the ability to send a message over a long distance and have an omnibus account on either side, execute a transaction. Lo and behold, 75 years later, we had none of that's changed. That we are still in a message-based architecture with two account holders on either side that are validating a transaction that happens over space and time, which of course was not the domain of physical money, right? I would hand you a $10 bill and you'd hand me a good, and that's been the physical world. And so we've been living in this message-based financial infrastructure that in our ever-increasing digital world is useless without connectivity, right? Have we all stood? We've all, or I've been in a hurricane hit part of the country, and the entire grid was down, and I was done, right? If whatever cash I had on me was what I was going to be able to spend. Our entire financial system is useless without connectivity. One of the really interesting things about tokenization and the ability to use the capabilities that are on our phone on a battery, and we've been demonstrating with a few central banks around the world, is the offline use case. That for the first time ever, actually, we can contemplate being able to exchange value in a digital form in a valid way that once you return to connectivity, catches up with the ledger, and that is it's a small use case. It's not widely pervasive, but it tells the story of actually a much better architecture for a financial system that is much more resilient, can be made in a much more secure manner. And candidly, the message-based architecture is woefully inefficient in the grand scheme of things. We've made it super fast, right? We've made it seconds for authorization, and depending on your model, minutes to days of actually settling the transaction. But if I ask a lot of my clients, and one in particular, basically said, "Look, I run a reconciliation business that does a bit of banking, right? That's all they do, right? They have a huge ops team that is constantly reconciling data because of this, and so our data inefficiency, all of the, even though it's super efficient and high throughput, it's got issues, and so there's a more modern architecture that enables us to actually build better systems. So I think that cat's out of the bag. The question is the steady progression towards that, because unchanging the plumbing of our global financial infrastructure is a gargantuan activity.
I might just add to that as well. I've been personally involved with some of the happenings in Afghanistan and helping. We were providing some blockchain training to girls' schools in Afghanistan, and unfortunately last year, we all know what happened, and a lot of the women were actually breadwinners, whether they were journalists or judges or teachers, and through the recent tumultuous situation in that country, lost access to a bank account and lost access to any kind of money, period. And the only life saving option that they had was through cryptocurrency. So that right there just is one example. You were talking about shutting down a system. You couldn't really shut down a cryptocurrency system. Now it's much more difficult once you have the crypto. Where do you go find a broker and get the local cash in the local currency? But with that said, they were still able, this was a lifeline. Until recently, there's been some changes, but that's one thing right there. Second, I would say, is the rapidity in which crypto and or digital assets can be deployed. And we saw that with fundraising initiatives for Ukraine. The Ukraine DAO being one example, of which I've got some close friends that were very involved with that, and they raised $7 million and deployed it within a couple days. I mean, that is unheard of. And third, I would also say that DeFi, maybe some of you in the audience have some arguments about DeFi. I'd love to hear that. But DeFi itself is in many ways changing the rules, where people who may not traditionally qualify for a loan, maybe they don't have your credit score that we've seen before, but DeFi is allowing for peer-to-peer lending, and they might be looking at other options such as how long have you paid rent? Have you been timely on your rent payments? What about your phone bill? So they're looking at different credit mechanisms and metrics. Again, that's all attributed to digital ledger technology.
Okay. I'd like to ask Iman a question. I know your organization works on deployment of CBDCs, so this may be a little bit of a loaded question for you. But I'd like to know what you think, and the rest of the panel, about, since this is the future of money, where do you think central bank digital currencies versus stable coins that are maybe not government banked, how do you think that's going to fall? Do you think interoperability is going to preclude central bank digital currencies from really taking effect, or do you think that stable coins are going to fall by the wayside once we have a real CBDC?
Well, currently there aren't many central bank digital currency deployments globally, and the interoperability between them is something that's being actively researched and worked on, and we're all studying very closely what's being headed by the BIS and some of the central banks that are involved around that. But for now, we have a thriving stablecoin market with high values, lots of innovation and some failures that we're all learning from. And those innovations and failures and lessons learned are being extended to everything we do in technology, right? Central bank digital currencies, as well as other types of deployments that may be seen as high risk. How do you stage a deployment properly? Now, that being said, stablecoins exist. They work quite well at sending money in jurisdictions that would take very long to get to. So they are the prevalent one right now. They serve a purpose, right? Speed, low cost, sometimes getting around sanctions. But when we get to central bank digital currencies and they start adding the value of lower costs, remittances, quicker transactions between an economy, digitizing the payment systems that may be lacking from a national payment infrastructure, you start taking some of those attributes and benefits from stablecoin and moving them over to CBDCs. Now, central bank digital currencies will then have a very clear purpose once they're launched and they solve all those problems. It doesn't mean that a central bank digital currency has the goal of imitating a stablecoin. A stablecoin has other purposes. It's about pushing innovation to its limits. It's finding DeFi applications and just making cool things that could just be leveraged as learnings. I think the two will coexist. And in terms of interoperability, I do see a future, and this is something that is yet to be proven. Central bank digital currency is being an official on-ramp in some countries where there is a concern around the use of crypto in that jurisdiction. So one day I could see central bank digital currency as being the official on-ramp and off-ramp to crypto exchanges where you can go and procure those stable coins.
That's a really interesting point about official on-ramps and off-ramps, because another question that I wanted the panel to talk about is, a lot of DeFi these days is permissionless. CBDCs may end up being permissioned, but generally, where do you see the systems falling? Do you see more people adopting a permissionless system or a permissioned system? And Jennifer, I'd like to hear what you have to say about that.
Sure. First, I want to just build really quickly off of something that Imran and Heidi both said, which is central bank digital currencies are digital fiat. So when we think about the difference, right, I would argue that they are the safest, the most secure way to transact using digital fiat, right? So if you are in a situation where you've lost connectivity in a hurricane, or you're in Afghanistan and crypto is the safest place for you to be able to get funds, then you have to go and you have to look for that off-ramp. How do you cash out, right? Central bank digital currencies, I think, are a potential solution to that. There is no cash out. It is a representation of that currency, that fiat currency. So I think that's important to call out. I don't think it replaces stable coins. I also don't think CBDC solves all the problems, but I think we figure out what the appropriate use cases are for each of those digital currencies. And then I would take your question one step further, and I'm really curious what this group thinks, which is, well, I think we've started to see some countries experiment with CBDCs not using even distributed ledger technology. And really, as we think to the future and we think of interoperability, how do we achieve that if we aren't in concurrence about what architecture we're going to be using globally? And I think this is something, if we look at the reports that came out on Friday, you start to see that debate play out. The Office of Technology and Science Policy had a very nice comparison in terms of how they were thinking about DLT versus non-DLT options for central bank digital currency. So it'll be interesting to watch the interplay between the global working groups as they start to think about that architecture and then potential corresponding standards. But I'm not convinced necessarily that DLT will be the future of CBDC, and I'm curious what others think.
I'm gonna pick. So I'm gonna pick up on. I want to pick up on the maybe my two least favorite words. In the mix, which is if we could accomplish one thing as a community, it would be let's never ever say permissioned or permissionless again, because they are woefully inadequate terms. Woefully, like totally misunderstood. They don't articulate what is. I think even the last panel talked about, and I think we've talked about a couple of different dimensions. When you think about the necessity to have a high quality currency to underpin an economy or any other systemically important system, there are characteristics of that system that are required, right? That I think we could all agree to, right? Any system that's going to get rolled out at scale needs to have a phone number that my mom and dad are going to call if it goes wrong, right? Because when it hits Main Street, you need someone to be able to fix it when it goes wrong, a proper mechanism for recourse, the auditability, transparency, liability structures, and predictable modernization of the systems. And so what we should be doing is laying, and we've got a version of this, but that we all need to collectively create a version of it, which is let's lay out the framework for large scale systems, systemically important systems like money for an entire society. Let's outline the characteristics of what those systems need to be able to do. Then let's match that with the architectural patterns that can do it, right? And so using those binary terms of permission and permissionless is inane, because actually we're walking right past the deeper conversation around how do we actually have highly effective, lovable, working systems at scale. And it is not, that anyone can operate them or just one party operates them. It is much more sophisticated than that.
Well, you've answered all of my remaining questions, so thank you.
And we're seeing a blending of that. A lot of enterprises that I speak with might use the quote unquote permission.
And don't throw hybrid in either, because that's just.
But depending upon what their use case is, they might use one or the other or both. So.
Yeah, I think that, David, I think to your point, I think you're talking about almost like principles, right? That we needed to agree to. And I think those are so important. But I think also, we need to realize that, we live in a context where things are constantly changing. So I think one question is what are the principles we want what value do we want our money to have? And then the second question is how do we want it to be able to evolve? And that's where, I don't think we've talked about privacy yet, but I think that's such an important area. And that's the one thing that really gives me concern around CBDC. I think you could envision a perfect, amazing CBDC, but you could also imagine a CBDC that's absolutely dystopian, right? And I think, going back to my previous comment about kind of the history of money, if you look at the history of money, it's very rare that governments have been able to resist the urge to do something that would win them some short-term gains, but ultimately cause their currency to people to lose trust in their currency, whether it's devaluing a currency or weaponizing a currency. And so I think that's really the question I have about CBDCs today is there a way? Well, first of all, what is the role of privacy with the CBDC? And because I do think that is it's very important to have some level of privacy. And is it around transaction thresholds, or how do we set that? But also, how do we ensure that the system can't be manipulated by future leaders? And it's not hard to imagine that in a lot of different contexts, including the United States, right? That we may develop a perfect system today, and then we have new leadership 15 years from now, and they're able to kind of weaponize it in a way that that is not good for society.
Yeah, and we've been talking a lot about this outside of these four walls when it comes to OFAC and the recent sanctions issued to tornado addresses. And my concern has always been, are we going to end up with two potential chains of ETH that really underpins a lot of DeFi? And okay, there's going to be one that has a certain set of validators that accept any transaction without looking at it, and then there's going to be another that puts into place programs to block sanctions addresses. And how do we deal with that? And I think, as you said, Matt, it is a values question. So I'd be interested to hear what any of the panel has to say about that in particular and how that is impacting how you're thinking about your development. Or is it impacting it at all?
All right, I'll go. Anyone? Okay. I think this again is where, I'm going to go back to that framework, right? And taking an issue like Matt raised, I think is spot on to basically say what are the privacy value, what are the privacy values of a particular community and the platform that's going to serve that community, and they will be wildly different in the communities around our world. And so what we need to be doing as innovators and technologists and business architects as well is providing those frameworks for those choices to match the technical configuration of the capabilities to the needs, wants, interests of the communities that they serve. And we see at the highest level, even in the central bank digital currency topics, the conversations between central banks and the user, the consumer advocacy aspects of the input to them. If I just take the US, Europe, and China, we have 3 wildly different constructs around communities and what they value in their fundamental systems, right? So, in China, it's a community value to have a very high degree of government access to information, and that's part of their societal construct and the expected rules of the game there. In Europe, with GDPR and the direction of travel, of the regulations in Europe, there is broad prohibition of commercial use of data, but much more widely accepted government use of data. And in the US, we have broad prohibition or broad protections against government use of data requiring, that are constitutionally protected, but we let our commercial community and tech, seemingly run wild with all the data, free play, right? Those are 3 wildly different environments in which to build a system for something as fundamental in scale as money. And so it'll be very interesting as to how it plays out, because the tech can be configured to suit, right? If we basically say, look, in a US context, we want to put, we can already rely upon the constitutional protections around government use of data, requiring due process and just cause to be able to have access to it. But we have to wrestle with how much commercial access to that data do we want to allow? And in the US context, or maybe even in a global context, the fundamental notion of the tech itself, having that availability of the data, even if encrypted, right? There is no scenario where 2 adversaries, whether in the commercial sector versus, or government to government, would you build a system at scale that didn't allow for the data segregation? Because every security officer will tell you that encryption alone is insufficient. So I'm going too deep on this now, but you get the point, right? Which we need the framework to be able to match the architectures to the needs and wants of the individual communities, and they will be wildly different. And so we shouldn't be talking about kind of, it in grand, globally applicable constructs. There are communities where government mistrust is deeply important, failed states and even states that, persecute populations, and we have to design for that community. And then we have, countries, where that's maybe less of an issue, and it could be a future issue. And what can we do to design, protections into that? But we too frequently treat it as some binary thing that either everybody can operate a node and therefore we're safe, from government intervention, or the government's going to run the node and everybody has, recourse. And it's not binary.
Yeah, well, it's also, not just kind of, I think also at a very micro local level, people that live in the same community can have different preferences. I think one interesting example that unfortunately I think is becoming a real example, if you're a woman living in Texas and you travel out of state for an abortion, should that transaction data be available to the state of Texas if they were to issue a subpoena to the, to the company that processed that payment? I think it's something we need to really grapple with and is important.
Yeah, Imran, I'd be interested to hear. Sorry, I'd be interested to hear kind of how you've been thinking about that in the different projects that you've worked on.
So we talk to many central banks, and they have very different set of values. As head of partnerships, I also talk to partners who talk to central banks, and I'm hearing wildly different stories and set of values from one central bank to another. I thought there was a consensus. The central bank said disintermediation is really bad. We want to keep the financial system kind of the way it's working, and we'll add on incrementally to not destabilize the whole thing. I've heard of central banks actually saying, no, we got to wipe out the whole thing and start from scratch. They have very different perspectives. Now, broadly speaking, that's not the objective. They care for financial stability. Now, when it comes to privacy, we've seen a very different set of values from country to country. And the way we operate that is by making sure that our tech stack is built out of the box so that it keeps information at the periphery, right? And if we design for that possibility, the policies will end up ensuring that it makes sense locally, right? So if they need to get subpoenas to go through financial institutions to provide certain information or get warrants to close down certain accounts, well, that could be done through the traditional method. But now we have debates with central banks where they say, well, wait, we're operators as well. If we're going to be an operator, do we need to go through the current method of freezing an account? I mean, we're not just regulators, we're operating it. So we might as well shut it down. We have the right to do that. Now, the ability to do so is different than having the right to do so, whether it's correct way of proceeding or not. And Jennifer and I were just talking about this yesterday. And I strongly believe that the way to get around that is to build tech that is responsibly built so that you have an approach that suits the needs of those that need to segregate data as much as possible. And we really want to ensure that our technology that we build is not used incorrectly. Like you've said, the current government in place may be very different than the one 15 years down the road. So the other thing that we need to do, other than embedding these capabilities within our technology and building it responsibly, is to develop guidelines by reputable organizations and experts that really breathes and lives privacy, understands what that means for technology, and develop these sorts of guidelines so that we as technology providers and other technology providers and other central banks can take a look at those guidelines that are seen as the international guidelines or standards to strive for, and then work from there and say, in our context, this is how we'll tweak it. And that would be a great way to start.
Can I ask you a follow-up question? I'm curious, so we're talking about governance in a way, right? Like and part of that can be embedded in technology, but probably part of it can't be, right? Like, I'm curious, like, how much of that do you think can be embedded into the technology itself versus the part that has to be left to humans?
When you deploy national payment infrastructure in a country, it's not a SaaS. It's not a software as a service where we own the whole tech and we put in the controls and they must abide by the controls based on the gateway, the doors that we open for them to interact with the machine. We actually implement it for the central bank in their jurisdiction. They have access to the system, which means technologically there's only so much we can do. We have to build it responsibly, but then comes policies and the regulatory context of the land where it's implemented.
Heidi, I want to make sure that you get a chance to speak, and then we are running out of time. So Jennifer, you started us up. I'm going to ask you to wrap us up.
Sure. I'm not exactly sure what I was going to comment on, but other than maybe we're talking about centralized, decentralized, and that I would agree with all of the panelists here. I would take it one step further. It's not just the tech stack, but also the regulation around it is critically important. And a good example of that are the recent failings that we saw within the DeFi ecosystem. But what was unique about that situation is that the failings came about by centralized institutions within DeFi, the centralized TradFi within DeFi. And maybe now we have more clarity on the types of regulation we want, but I found it fascinating that here we are in 2008. I remember the arguments of we need more transparency, immutability, and sharing of balance sheets and so forth. And that didn't happen in this recent go about. And I'll just give you one last thing that I'll say from Wave Financial, because we're SEC registered and we find it very important and critical to lean into regulation. When we were approached by several of those centralized institutions who kept saying, use our platform, and we kept saying, show us your balance sheet, show us your balance sheet, show us your balance sheet, and they never would. And that right there was such a huge red flag. So guess the last words on that would be we need a balance of technology. It's not necessarily about centralization or DeFi, but a balance between technology and legislation and regulation.
And I'm gonna turn it to wrap us up. I think one thing that we haven't talked about that much is we've talked about privacy, we've talked about principles. How are people going to interact with this technology, and what do we need to be thinking about when we're thinking about the end user of this technology? David talked about his mom and dad. I have the same question about my mom and dad. How do we need to be thinking about users?
So I go back to kind of basic user UX principles 101, which is to design with your users, not for them. I think it's important that we understand how the end users are using money and how they're accessing money now, how they want to in the future. A lot has shifted over the past couple of years with global pandemics and war. And I think really stepping back and reassessing kind of what the needs are, how those communities that we're trying to fold into the system, and even communities that are already part of the system, want to engage, and then leading with those principles. And what I will say is it takes a lot of testing. So I know we're getting the 0-minute sign, but I do just want to emphasize that we're not going to wake up tomorrow and Dave's not going to roll into Starbucks with his CBDC, transaction to get his coffee. It's going to take a long time. The US is very much at the beginning of a research and experimentation phase. And I think really allowing space for the government in partnership with the private sector to understand the needs of the end users and then figure out what architecture actually gets you those outcomes before making a decision about what they're going to build and whether or not they're going to deploy it. So I appreciate that there's work coming out of Federal Reserve Bank of Boston that's focused on user research and again diving into kind of those and underbanked communities and understanding how they want to use money. And there's a much broader initiative around building a holistic framework for inclusion in the US, but we have to give space for that work to be done so that we allow those voices to be included in these design stages and not kind of inserted once the thing is out there. So that's how I'll answer that question.
And when we think about central bank digital currency, it's central bank money. If we want it to be used equivalently to the cash that we have in our wallet, it means it needs to be usable by children, by the homeless, by tourists, people with disabilities, pretty much everybody, which means you have to have different types of form factor. That's why I'm very intrigued by the work that Accenture is doing with offline payments. There's lots of companies specializing in offline payments because we need to crack that problem to be able to truly have accessible CBDC throughout a country.
Okay, well, thank you all very much. This has been a great panel. I've really enjoyed all of your perspectives.
Hi, everyone. We will now be starting our next panel, The Tech Driving a New Green Economy.
Okay, are we all here? Why don't we shift one more? Yeah. There you go. We're the panel with one less person than the others. All right, welcome everyone to the last panel of the day before the final comments and keynotes. We're going to talk about the tech driving a new green economy, and I'm joined here by 4 amazing speakers. I'm Diana. I'm the head of research and sustainability with GBBC, and we're going to have a conversation. First of all, the green economy is very important, and as we think of green economic growth that is socially inclusive, low carbon, and resource efficient, what are companies and organizations doing to meet this goal, which is crucial for our survival in many ways? in the world we live in today. So I'm going to let you all introduce yourselves for about 30 seconds each as we move forward. So Georgia.
Hey there.
Are you on? You can be fine.
Hello.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Hi there. I'm Georgia Quinn. Thank you for having me. First of all, really appreciate it. I'm the general counsel at Anchorage Digital. We're the first federally chartered digital asset bank. We are an institutional platform that helps our institutional clients to custody, stake, participate in governance protocols, settle trades, participate, buy, sell different digital assets. And we also have a lending program that they can participate in. And looking forward to sharing some of the other activities that we're involved in.
Marley.
Hi, Marley Gray. I am, well, you can read my title on the screen. I'm with Microsoft for a new industry cloud we call the Cloud for Sustainability. And yeah, working across Microsoft and trying to bring solutions with our partners in a wide range of areas.
Hi, I'm Bruce Keith. I'm with the IFC. I work in innovation and climate finance from a more entrepreneurial standpoint than the IFC is used to, so we're still trying to figure it out. And applying technology to climate and sustainability is a critical step in the right direction. Thank you.
Great.
So I'm Gene Hoffman. I'm COO and president of Chia Network. Chia is a new layer one blockchain from Bram Cohen, who created BitTorrent, of which Bitcoin is named an homage. We are the world's largest blockchain by public node count. We peaked at around 300,000 full nodes and now have about 140,000 full nodes. And we're really focused on real world use cases, of which we'll be talking about some of those shortly.
Excellent. So as we're talking about, companies are starting to already incorporate their carbon footprint and ESG considerations into the very core of their competitiveness. What does this mean? A recent World Economic Forum article mentioned that the ultimate goal of businesses will no longer be to sell goods by any means necessary. As carbon pricing increases, the decision to sell or not to sell will be based on total company costs. Production costs will be enriched by carbon emission costs in real time. And this can determine the outcome of many deals due to the scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions and the costs that they represent. So what are your respective organizations doing to support the transition for the green economy? Georgia, let's start with you.
Great, thanks. So I know it's going to sound like really hokey, but I think probably just about everybody at my company is involved in blockchain and the digital asset space because we want to make the world a better place. Like we actually do. We get up every morning and we try to be good people and we really actually think we're helping. And so if in doing so, we end up like destroying the planet, that is going to be a problem. So, I'm a very practical person. And I'll share with you just some of the kind of practical things that our company is doing. But I really think that this definitely has a much broader policy, like reach. And I think that my fellow panelists are going to do kind of a better job outlaying that. But from just rubber hitting the road at Anchorage, we support proof of stake digital assets. So Chia being one, but that we're hoping to support very soon. But as you guys know, and I heard the other panelist was just talking about the Ethereum merge and the shift from proof of work to proof of stake. And Anchorage has been supportive. We've been involved in testing our staking program, and we intend to offer those staking services to all of our clients as soon as everything is live. And so also supporting other proof of stake, because it's not just ETH, other proof of stake assets is very important to what we're doing. We also provide financing to miners that utilize renewable energy in their mining efforts, and we help miners to find renewable energy sources. We also have an initiative to move miners from geolocations where green energy is on the forefront of their regulatory environment to the United States where they can access renewable energy sources. So, those are just a couple things that we're involved in. And again, it's also just a part of our ethos.
Great. Marley.
Yeah, so we at Microsoft have done a lot to try to ingrain what we're calling green economy here. But we initially started with just saying, looking at our own house and implementing an internal carbon tax across all lines of business that we collect, and every line of business has to pay their carbon tax, so they have to account for their emissions, and they pay it in. We use that as an investment fund, so we have I don't know how many billions it is now, but it's basically being used to invest outward and both in inward to help us try to, model, find the areas where the green economy is broken. And it sort of led to the formation of the product group that I'm in now, the Cloud for Sustainability. Is what are the issues that we were seeing around trying to figure out what our own carbon footprint was and how to measure that. Carbon accounting for corporates is messed up. And I just got out of a day-long meeting with a group we've helped form called Carbon Call, was just trying to figure it out. And that gets back to where, over time, as we see, the ESG and sustainability being woven into the financial fabric such that they're so entangled for corporate reporting that we'll have the same discipline and reporting structures that we have for financial reporting. If you're a big corporate, quarterly reporting is a big, big deal. It's regulated, it's standardized data. We need to have that same footprint for ESG. We're tackling carbon first, but it's, water, waste, and all the SDGs and all that
Across
stuff.
the board.
Yeah, we have to, you have to weave that in. It can't be and also we do this. It has to be a part of the business cycle. And that's what we're trying to go through first. And we're publishing and trying to say, hey, this is what we learned, and pull in and do it, because one organization can't do it all. We know that.
Exactly.
And we all have to just work together to do that. And I think that's ultimately what we're trying to get done.
Yeah. Bruce.
So our role is to support that. We invest only in developing economies, but whatever we do has to be green or climate focused going forward. So right now, our investments are about 35% green or climate focused. In the next 3 to 5 years, we have to get to 85 or 90%. Everything we invest in has to have a green or climate tag, as well as the other additionalities that the SDGs sort of guide us on, because it's just not one answer and not one approach. But all of that then is also driving technologies to deliver. So those most affected by climate change are developing countries. Those who are part of the solution and therefore the beneficiaries of a green economy are developing countries. So they have the means to address climate change better than most, because that's where the resources are and the means to address it. But also they should be the ones who benefit from providing that solution. So our drive is in everything green. Our single biggest barrier to any investment is not our risk or our credit departments, it's our E&S department, environment and social. So we have to prove a very high level of positive environmental impact and positive social impact. Doesn't matter how much money we can make off the project. If we can't address those two pieces very positively, we can't do the investment. And so that's what drives it.
Yeah. Gene.
So CHIA in many ways exists because of concerns about ESG. Bram and I were big believers in what is cryptocurrency and blockchains, but if you fast forward into the future, what the kind of development ramp we were on, you were looking at a tremendous consumption of electricity and a tremendous e-waste problem. So Bram literally invented new math here in multiple places to figure out how to build a consensus mechanism that was as or more secure than proof of work. We applaud people moving from proof of stake. We think that's certainly better than proof of work, but we don't think proof of stake has the same level of security that proof of work has. And so we didn't want to have that Gordian knot hold things back. Proof of space and time, the idea is let's use this massively over-allocated resource that it turns out there's even better resource allocation components I'll come back to use your unused space to be the thing you use to prove your work effectively. That's led to a consensus mechanism that is as secure as Bitcoin at 800 times less power annually used. That's going to get better too. One of the things we like about the storage market is we're slowly transitioning from hard drives, where you spend some electricity spinning those disks, to solid state drives, like the ones you have in your laptop. It's only a few years out, and we're talking about that 800 times maybe being 8,000 or 80,000 times more efficient. So unlike an ASIC or a GPU, you're looking forward to a world where it's only going to get greener. Now, that also led to a partnership with Bill McDonough and Seagate and Western Digital, because it turns out that hyperscale data centers like Microsoft and others have been shredding drives at year 4. So a tremendous amount of storage has been going to landfills. And in partnership with folks like Microsoft and others, we think we're actually going to be able to not just green the blockchain space, but maybe green up the entire data center business. So we're really excited about having that really massively positive impact on the totality of e-waste and electrical use in cryptocurrencies.
That's fantastic. There are so many angles to what sustainability is. And thinking through what are the key components of a green economy, Marley, could you walk us through? Is it standards? Is it requirements? Is it voluntary practices? What needs to happen for there to be a green economy?
Well, standards for sure. We need data standards. Getting a handle on all of this is a data problem. It's hard to progress and track progress for something you can't measure. So you have to be able to, and being able to accurately measure this data requires all of us to be able to collect our data and share it openly with each other. And then we have to have trust in that data. So, establishing standards for everything, what's the format of the data, essentially schemas, is very important. And then, the exchange of that data. One of the things that big terms that has come up with in this space is to connect data, don't collect it, right? And it goes back to some of that storage stuff. Is if we get to the point where we can understand each other and have the same, I hate to use data dictionaries, but basically freely exchange this data, then these problems become solvable. At least we'll know where we are more accurately and be able to do it not only at the individual or household level, but corporate level, national level, and then ultimately the global level. To be able to have a ledger like that, we have to have standards.
Exactly. Bruce, how does this relate to general sustainability practices overall? Customers are demanding sustainability. They're demanding verified ethical supply chains. Companies are rising to the occasion, and the consumption model of take, make, and waste is shifting toward a circular economy in the supply chains. What do you see as the major trends and opportunities at a global level?
That's a big question. I think first we're supporting this, but the second, in the sense of we work a lot in taxonomy. So if you're going to move it toward it, how do you define it? How do you categorize it? And how do you move, and how do you deliver it? So first we would start with, in consumer products or in financial products, the taxonomy that defines it so that the old way of thinking can adjust to the new way of thinking. So what is it? How do you track it? So if you're going to lend, somebody lending from 5 years ago has no idea about climate risk. So how do you help them define that and understand it so they can apply those definitions or those risk profiles that they weren't used to or trained on? And then you go to the consumers, and the consumers want to know. So whether it's in finance or it's in any product, they want to know, and they want to follow the supply chain. So I want to know, and they want the means to know that instantly. So blockchain provides that, other technologies provide that. I mean, immediately you can find out where it's from, where it's going, what's happened to it. Is it a plastic that can be recycled? Is it a plastic that already has along the value chain a means of being brought back into the circular economy instead of dumped? You can start tracing that. So consumers want to know, there's a means for them now to have that information. But producers want to prove. Say, I am doing this in this way. So again, information technology lets you do that. So again, tying all that data together and then tracking it from provenance to consumption and then beyond consumption. It's the means are there now. If people want to know, we need to prove, but give them the means to do it, whether it's in finance or in consumer goods.
Great. And Jean, what is the role of energy efficient blockchains to support all this process?
Well, there's a lot of projects in the space that really couldn't move forward when proof of work was the de facto standard. Yeah. It'd be seen to create more carbon than you're offsetting. And that's where some of the projects we're currently doing on behalf of the World Bank were the Climate Warehouse. And what the Climate Warehouse is something using data layer, a technology we actually released to the public this morning. It's a capability to really coordinate and build integrity and transparency in a data set. So it allows people who may not trust each other to build a data set and share that data set, to leverage the strengths of a blockchain without necessarily like putting PDF files on a blockchain, which is a bad idea. And in so doing, we're enabling, for example, the Climate Warehouse to create a meta registry. So you'll have a registry of all of the, FAIRs and gold standards of the world, Japan, Costa Rica, others, so that you won't have a carbon offset that exists in two different registries. You won't have the same piece of land for the same carbon offset in the same year. That's always been a real challenge in the international community, is how would we enforce that? And the right answer is transparency, to make it really obvious if someone does something to try to cheat that system. So in many ways, that is the necessary first step, though I'd argue it's not necessarily the sufficient step finally to creating high quality carbon offsets.
Right. And in order for all of this to be possible within regulated frameworks, Georgia, how can governments encourage and support businesses creating more resilient systems? Do you think it's something about incentivizing, creating more incentives or requirements? And what's the ideal combination?
Yeah, so first of all, I'd just like to point out that we already have a lot of laws in this country. There's plenty of laws. So before we go making new ones, we need to be really thoughtful about what we're trying to do. Also, another observation, we have a lot of regulatory agencies, many agencies. So we also need to be really thoughtful about what agency is going to be promulgating these rules. Because right now we have an agency that's really supposed to be in charge of securities in the financial system, and they're utilizing their power to require disclosures about green energy and sustainability, when that may be a little misplaced. And there may be an agency that's called the Environmental Protection Agency that might have more insight into this area. And so having the proper agency with the proper expertise provide the proper regulation, I think, is probably like step one. Now, I love what Jean is talking about with respect to transparency. And I think this is where governments can utilize one of the most wonderful features of the blockchain, which is the immutable transparency, to drive sustainability. And so I think, having this kind of global accountability for your carbon credits is amazing. I hadn't heard of this. So thank you for sharing that with us. But that shouldn't just apply to carbon credits, right? That could apply to all other areas and metrics that Marley is going to develop for us that we can use to have this accountability. And then we can all share them in a transparent way where we'll all be held accountable. And then I guess the third part of this process should be when we think about sustainability, what does that sound like? It sounds like business continuity to me, right? Like, this isn't just some pie in the sky dream. This actually is, and it goes back to the thing I said at the very beginning. If my business actually destroys my planet, that was a pretty bad idea. So we need to think about what business continuity and sustainability means for the long-term goals of the company, because you can't, shoot yourself in the foot.
Exactly. That ties us to talk about carbon markets. A lot of you have been discussing the White House's recent report on climate and energy implications of crypto assets in the US, which mentions specifically that digital asset technologies could support climate monitoring and mitigation. Much of this entails what is described as environmental markets that use market-based approaches to address negative externalities. Marley, could you tell us what are voluntary carbon offset markets as opposed to regulated markets? And also, we have an interesting announcement. If you've seen, you can take a picture of the QR code on your name badges, and you can find a link to a recent paper that we just released today with IWA. It's a report that gives an overview on voluntary ecological markets. Marley, what do you hope to be the impact of this paper and the collaboration and work that will come out of it?
Yeah, that's a lot. So I'll start with, if you want to know what voluntary markets are, read the paper. It provides a really good overview. Compliance markets are, I usually say voluntary markets are easier to get started in, harder to implement, and compliance markets are easier to implement, harder to establish. I don't know, there's weird aspects. But anyway, so voluntary markets, when we talk about voluntary carbon credits, and these are essentially, the products that are intangible assets. We start talking about blockchain, and these are things that are out there. These voluntary carbon credits started evolving right after Kyoto. We're talking about the very beginning of this century. So if you think of where technology was at that time, and how these carbon credits were created over time, and the standards of establishing these products, the technology was just not there. We didn't have transparency. A lot of the stuff was manual driven. And basically how we got started on this road was our own internal process of trying to purchase voluntary credits at Microsoft to net down our effective emissions, because our goal is to be carbon negative by 2030, not net zero, it's carbon negative. And then historically negative, I call it the Terminator goal, by 2050, eliminating all the emissions we've ever emitted as a corporation. So going back to the 1970s. So to be able to make that math work, we said, well, we need to go out and source carbon removal credits and not just reductions. And that's the only way we can get to a negative position. And we think, by the way, the rest of the world needs to go to the same place. And then we said, okay, well, let's just go out and buy them. And well, you can't. Well, we couldn't at the time. At least do it in confidence, because we could not tell what was a reduction or what was a removal. And the confidence level of purchasing them was very low for us. And we were buying a substantial quantity. We were going to be the largest purchaser of these voluntary carbon credits for the foreseeable future, and our ramp is going to go way up. So the problem we saw was the product quality and consistency. And we needed to try to help that ecosystem create a high quality, intangible asset that you can go through and purchase through markets that have evolved over centuries, right? And because what we ended up having to do is issue RFPs. And we've done that for the last 2 years. We're doing it again this year. And that's a very costly, we'll actually arguably spend more money on running the RFP process and the team to evaluate all these RFPs than we will on the actual assets themselves. And that's counterintuitive. What we want to be able to do is to say, here's our demand for this year. We'd like to go out to commodity markets or financial markets and purchase those like we do any other asset. And to be able to do that, we need to have standards. And the first step of getting in the standards is what that voluntary ecological markets paper does, is it says, this is what we think voluntary ecological markets, how they should operate at a high level. Let's agree on basic things, what we call things. What's that high level process? Establish a common language so that we can speak the same language. And then basically come down to what's that data and that intangible asset that'll give buyers the confidence to spend millions of dollars on these intangible assets that they're buying to basically retire. We're buying them and we're retiring them or burning them so that they can't be used again to net down our effective emissions. But also we want people to be able to buy them and hold them. I want to have my own risk pool. So if I buy assets that turn out to go bad and I want to replace those assets from something, I can have these assets in reserve, or you can hold them and sell them at a higher price and have it function like a financial market. So this paper, we think, this is version 2. We published the first version about a year and a half ago almost. So version 2 is a refinement of this. And if you're interested in voluntary markets and looking at it, it really is a implementation neutral approach for how you can use distributed ledger technologies to address this problem. And we're already starting to see implementations, because there will not be one, there'll be many. And those implementations, so they follow these standards, they'll be able to talk to each other, and we'll be able to share that data and make sense out of it, where we can't do that now.
And there's a huge market for carbon offsets today that's expected. The demand for verified and measurable offsets is expected to outstrip the supply. Gene, from the blockchain perspective, how do you approach the issue of incentivizing companies to adopt these solutions?
Well, first you have to get the transparency, and again, that's I think the major point behind the climate warehouse. It's not sufficient. It's not enough. It's not, is this a high quality credit? But at least it starts to get to a place where, the thing you claim to be a carbon credit isn't if it doesn't show up in that meta registry. That's kind of step one. And we believe that one of the things blockchains are actually quite good at are building global markets that are cross-border and cross-market. So, one of the things that's nice about the kind of infrastructure we're thinking about building here is that, you may never know you used a blockchain to buy carbon and retire it. And that's the point. The point is actually to enable those markets to have a global price to bring those things together. There's going to be some experimentation. There's going to be, you may buy a registry coin, it may be Vericoin that's got a certain class of carbon and they've got their standards. And, and ultimately it's going to be up to the buyers to sort through that. But at least now you're starting with a data set that's reliable, that is append only, that's immutable, and that makes it very clear that at least we're all having the same conversation about the same intangible object.
Exactly. And Bruce, IFC collaborates with Chia. Could you tell us more about the Carbon Opportunities Fund and what your goals are to address this issue?
Yeah, I'd like to go back for a second just quickly to what Georgia mentioned and then Jean just mentioned. A lot of these pieces are already out there in all asset classes, in all regulated classes. So why reinvent something new? So these technologies allow us to bring in a new asset class like carbon credits, but treat them like any other regular class of asset or commodity, right? And then move that back to any other asset class if we can track it on one. But for the Carbon Opportunities Fund, what it does is it leverages the Chia network and all of the benefits of what blockchain provide. And it's not crypto, it's just allowing blockchain to store the information in a very transparent and secure way. I want to know where it comes from. I want to know the project. I want to know the location. So from provenance to final consumption, and here consumption is a retirement, but if it's a different kind of commodity, it's consumption, but also not permanence. Carbon credits aren't of any value if there's no permanence behind them. So even after they're consumed or retired, they still have to have an activity. In the circular economy with other asset classes or other commodities, you also want to see that. It's not just once it's consumed, what's next with pieces of that. So that allows us, so the climate warehouse, so the Carbon Opportunity Fund is not about proving carbon credits. It's about proving that the rails and the mechanism that Gene and the folks at the World Bank built for the climate warehouse actually work, that this is real. So it's normalizing it. We know it happens, but people just aren't used to it. So is it fully transparent? Is it fully immutable? Can I really trust the information? As I said before, people want to know where things are from and all the information, and people need to prove where they're from and all the information. This is a brilliant way of having that fully transparent and open to anyone. So if you want to transact on something you're not sure about, you need the trust. This provides that. And so the fund is meant to prove that, so we can then go and invest in the projects that deliver carbon credits for the long term. Because once you're comfortable with the asset class, then you can treat it like any other commodity or asset class.
And aside from investors, when we talk about the role of regulators, Georgia, what do you think will be the role of traditional climate regulators in a world of tokenized carbon credits?
Yeah, so I think there's going to be two levels of regulators, as I mentioned before. We're going to have the regulators that make sure these are efficient markets, not with respect necessarily to the actual climate and like oracle information, I would call, but actually to, are there people manipulating the market just like people manipulate the stock market or, commodities markets. So that market regulator could be one of these wonderful regulatory agencies that we already have. And then there needs to be obviously the regulation of the actual oracles and the climate information, the KPIs that we're looking at. And the great thing is the blockchain is going to do a lot of that for us. So I really think this is such an elegant solution. But I'm sure that in addition to the blockchain itself, there will be some, global regulatory body that is going to be reviewing this. Maybe the World Bank, maybe somebody's going to be kicking the tires, not sure. But I think the most important part about that is the transparency of the blockchain itself really provides a lot of self-regulation.
Absolutely. So kicking off to questions, we probably only have time for one or two. So go. Okay, one. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I hear a lot of talk about vaguely using the word standard. And I think that there's a large difference between standards used in financial practice compared to then scientific data standards, and sometimes those two don't align. So, Marley, when you're talking about the lack of confidence that you have going out to acquire a large amount of these markets, do you think that digital MRV will advance the confidence in that and having the ability to actually measure the impact or performance of the underlying carbon asset or carbon equivalent? And do you think that will really drive these markets forward to give investors the confidence they need to be able to know exactly how well this asset performs versus using an outdated model or estimate?
That's a very good question. So yeah, the answer to that is we see the problem. There's two phases that we try to break this down into. One is origination of the product itself. So how does an intangible asset get created? There's a origination process, and that in techno lingo is what we call digital measurement, reporting, and verification. That that space is where we think the major quality issues. So the answer is yes. I think that is extremely important, and that's frankly where we're focusing because we think that's a all hands on deck. We need to scale supply dramatically. Distribution is a different beast, right? Distribution and how you make sure uniqueness and it flows internationally. The cool part about it is the blockchain or distributed ledger technology can solve both problems. It's just you won't have one network that does it all. We'll have a network of networks where digital MRV networks, there'll be many of those, and they might be siloed by the type of scientific standard. Is it carbon capture and storage? Is it soil, carbon, forestry, whatever it might be? You might have many of those, but ultimately we'd see those plug into the financial markets that could service them all. If we establish those standards in digital MRV where we originate products that are consistent and are easily determined, that it can distinguish themselves, like around durability and stuff like that, I think we'll be able to scale these markets. So absolutely, it's a great question. And I think that's
excellent. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming.
Hello, everyone. I know you may want to talk to the immediate panel, but we have a very special guest who's going to close our day. It's been a very long day, I know. Minister Paula Ingabire, she's the ICT Minister of Rwanda, and we are very delighted to have you here. We're honored. So please, everyone, just stay in your seats for 10 minutes. And Minister, please, we'd love to have you. She's gonna go up there.
Good evening, everyone. I think it was good that when I was introduced, it was mentioned that it's been a very long day, so I'll try and make sure I don't stay in front of you for very long to allow most of you to wind down with your day. But I wanted to start off by thanking the Global Blockchain Business Council for inviting me to be here with you this evening, but also to listen in on some of the expert conversations on how the fourth industrial revolution will impact key global sectors, healthcare, education, agriculture, financial services, to mention but a few. But as we wind our day today, just wanted to share very briefly what Rwanda's journey has been and what we're doing to really embark on this digital transformation journey. And I do hope for those of you that have spent your time here today sharing some of the work that you're doing, that you may find it attractive to come and do business in Rwanda at the end of my remarks. More than 20 years ago, we decided as a country to really leverage digital technologies and put them at the center of what our socio-economic development journey was going to look like. It was a very strategic and intentional or deliberate decision to do so, because we're a landlocked country, and we really figured with the limited natural resources that we have, we really needed to bet big on digital technologies. And our journey started in the late 90s, early 2000, and we've come far, but we've also embarked on how we can leverage these emerging technologies where service convenience, security by design, and sophistication is something that our people continue to demand. To enable top-notch technologies to prevail in our ecosystem, we've also adopted a multifaceted approach, enabling pillars such as capacity building, the investments in infrastructure, coupled with strong data strategies, appropriate legal frameworks or business environment, have been the stepping stones for what it takes to see adoption of these emerging technologies, both in the public sector and the private sector. Use cases are constantly developed within our ecosystem, and I'll be sharing a few of them with you shortly. And even as I listened in on the very last two panels, a lot of these things that were said and shared today, this evening, resonate with what is really happening, not just in Rwanda, but on the African continent. Technology, when properly managed, will lead to inclusive development, but also can be excruciatingly exclusive and cause divides that we don't all desire. Imran, on the previous panel, talked about the need to have digital technologies that empower people with disabilities, children, the marginalized communities. And that's why it's always going to be a constant pursuit, not just for our government, but even for some of you that are in the private sector, to make sure that no one is being left behind. I would like to share a few use cases that will highlight how, as a country, we continue to leverage digital technologies in response to addressing some of the socio-economic development challenges that we continue to grapple with as a country. Starting with healthcare, we've been able to use drones to deliver medical products, starting with life-saving blood. And we know that most Rwandans, especially in the rural parts of the country, are able to get this life-saving blood that is delivered using drones. And this has saved blood wasted by 67%. Drones continue to be used to research on how we can reduce on malaria by spraying in areas that have the high likelihood to generate contamination or to spread the mosquito breeding insects. And so clear results of using the drone technologies in our health sector continue to scale because of the impact we continue to see across the board. We also, staying with the health sector, we've been able to use AI triage tool to deliver a digital-first healthcare approach for our citizens. We're a country that started with ensuring that at least every citizen has the minimum basic healthcare insurance in place, but that wasn't enough to just have healthcare insurance. It's also figuring out how we lower the cost of healthcare, how we ensure the quality of healthcare is delivered to our people, and what the role of technology is to deliver that. And that's why a digital-first healthcare approach is one that we continue to push for as a country to ensure that we deliver on a cost-effective but also quality healthcare services for our citizens. The other sector where we continue to see growth and impact of what the fourth industrial revolution or the emerging technologies are contributing is within the financial sector. And our goal is to make sure that at least all Rwandans are financially included in the next 2 years by 2024. We've embarked on a data-driven, evidence-based approach on how we can deliver on a cashless economy. And we did hear about the central bank currency that is really, a few countries already embarking on as we think about cryptocurrencies and all. And we're a country that is also looking at that as well. Specific to blockchain, which has really been a big part of the conversations, at least for the 2 sessions that I sat in as we looked at it, we've been able to leverage blockchain technology to develop a paperless land management system. And this has minimized the amount of fraud that could possibly happen during land transfers or sale, but also improving the authenticity and verification of land ownership, which has significantly really reduced the malpractices that could happen with land, which in many parts of our country is a big asset for many of the households. In education, that's also another sector that hasn't been left behind. We've piloted a program with the UNICEF and ITU, which is called Giga School Connectivity. Some of you may be already familiar with it. And this is really a program that is designed to deliver school connectivity and starts with mapping of schools in each country and then figuring out the financing that is required for these schools. But at the same time, also looking at what are some of the other levers that will empower the students and teachers to benefit from this digital infrastructure that is being rolled out in these schools. But what is interesting about this program is also the need to figure out innovative financing models that can deliver the scale and impact of school connectivity, because the sheer value, the sheer amount that is required to deliver, to close on the gap of school connectivity is huge. And so in trying to figure out what could be those innovative financing models, we worked with GIGA and ITU, and we were able to use Ethereum to fund school connectivity. And this really looks at how we stack Ethereum to fund school connectivity from the interest that has been earned. So on top of this, Rwanda is enabling a thriving fintech ecosystem, whether it's through the policies that we put in place, but also really thinking through how we establish Rwanda as a hub that attracts global and regional fintech innovations. And all of these efforts have been complemented with different institutional arrangements, whether it's the data office that really looks at data protection and privacy, which is a critical aspect as you think about the digital economy, or whether it's the Center for Fourth Industrial Revolution that we put in place with the World Economic Forum. And so these institutions are supported by a growing number of the startup industry, of the private sector, large companies, who have the intent to use emerging technologies to change the lives of Rwandans. Rwanda brands itself as a proof of concept nation, where we continue to challenge ourselves to figure out what kind of enabling environment do we need to have in place. And when we talk about enabling, the regulatory certainty is key, the regulatory environment is key. Obviously, as we think about emerging technologies, the need, especially like blockchain, as we're discussing here, the need to have regulatory sandboxes where we can test and try some of these innovations. And once the benefit is proven, the risks are understood, and there are ways to mitigate these risks, then we can start to scale going forward. And so all of this to show what has already been happening over the last 22 years for us as a country. But the journey remains long. The journey remains long in terms of there's still potential for more to be done. And I wanted to close off my remarks this evening by sharing what I think is critical even as we go forward. Partnerships are key. Government alone cannot deliver on the ambition of a digital economy. Neither can the private sector do that. And so that collective effort that we require to have in place, where each one plays their role, where government thinks about our role to provide an enabling environment, but also the private sector making the necessary investments that are required to really provide impact, but also impact at scale. The second thing is around harmonizing regulations. And if you've heard me speak before, you'll know that this is something that is that I'm very passionate about, because Rwanda positions itself as a proof of concept hub. It means we're setting up ourselves to be a place where you can test and try these innovations. But it's important that scale is thought about. And for scale to happen, it means that regulations must be harmonized across the board. For some of you in the private sector, you will agree with me that it doesn't help if you have to deal with tens of different regulatory requirements and environments, especially when you're a startup, and you take a lot of time trying to figure out what regulatory requirements do I need to fulfill for every market that I have to get in. And so not just for Africa, but I think there has to be a concerted effort to sort of figure out how do we harmonize these regulations, which are so important to provide the scale that our startups need, but also to quicken the impact that we can all get. And so that's very critical. And I hope that as we go away from here, this is something that we can collectively, and we always welcome input and feedback from the private sector, to tell us what does it take for us to have that harmonization, because primarily it's a role that governments have to play, obviously with the input of the private sector. So as I close, I just wanted to urge everyone and also to thank you for your time and being here. I know towards the end of the day, but also just to say that our collective responsibility is to build partnerships that scale and that will leave no one behind. And if you do want to find a place to do business in Africa, Rwanda is open for you to come and do business. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you to Minister Ingabire. Thank you to all of our speakers for the lovely panels today and all of you here in the audience for joining us. We'll now begin the evening reception. So if you can please make your way out to the lounge out this door here. Olivia Cohn will be speaking on advancing the SDGs with blockchain, a youth perspective.
Test.
She's speaking, yeah. Just introduce, right? Just introduce her so that people know to come now. She's speaking. It's on? Okay. Good. You got this. You're going to kill it. I'll make sure everyone's here, and then I'll give you the go. Yeah, he's going to introduce you, and then in a minute and a half, 2 minutes, you're going to start talking.
Hey, everybody. In just a minute, Olivia Cohn will be giving her remarks. So if you would all come around here, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. If I could have your attention for just a minute. Hello. Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. Can I have your attention for a minute? Thank you, Lawrence. Hi, everyone. My name is Summer Singh. I'm the communications lead at GBBC. Thank you so much for attending GBBC's 5th annual Blockchain Central UNGA today. To close out, after following Minister Ingabire's remarks, I have Olivia Cohn here to speak on advancing the SDGs with blockchain, a youth's perspective. Please welcome Olivia.
Thank you, Summer. Good evening. It's so incredible to be here with you during Climate Week while the UN General Assembly is here in New York City. My name is Olivia Cohn. I am from Westport, Connecticut, and I am 14 years old. Most importantly, tonight, I want to thank you all for the work you do. I am so inspired and honored to be here with a group of people who is doing so much to make the world a better place. As a young person, I'm excited that our voices are being heard by you. Youth makes up about 20% of the global population, but 100% of the future. As part of the Royal Academy of Science International Trust Girls in Science for SDGs platform, I'm fortunate to work with girls from every continent. Many of us are from different social and cultural contexts, and we speak different languages. But our common language and belief is the promise of science and technology to heal our society and our planet, and ensure a future in which all of us can thrive. As you know, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals provide a blueprint for peace and prosperity and for the future of people and the planet. The 17 SDGs are calls for action and partnership, a set of goals we hope to achieve by 2030. The SDGs are important to all of us, but especially crucial to young people. Technology, blockchain, the tools of science, statistics, critical thinking, and rigor are powerful, even more so when we combine these with ethics and civics. The challenges our planet is facing transcends national borders. Similarly, our solutions need to harness the best and most diverse talents of technologists and scientists worldwide. Through decentralization, blockchain encourages this type of collaboration to thrive. There has never been a better time to make technology and science the foundation of our work to address global challenges. We learned a lot during the pandemic, and we leaned on technology. Vaccines were developed by scientists and dedicated medical professionals, and innovations in internet and communication technologies kept us connected to our loved ones and our communities. Even though we were physically distant, we came together, using technology to protect our health, our societies, and our economies. So we know how to do this. And now it's time to deploy our most advanced technologies like blockchain to address our most pressing global challenges. The people here tonight, of course, understand the power and potential of blockchain technology. Accountability, traceability, and global transparency allow for a more responsible use of resources. All of the SDGs are important, but I'm especially excited for the opportunities for blockchain to address the challenges of education, reducing gender and other inequalities, and climate. The power of blockchain is our next frontier. We have the tools, we have the people. Now all we need is the implementation and the action. Imagine if we can deploy blockchain to make a positive impact on financial inclusion, food safety, biodiversity, and more. What sort of security might we create? What kinds of opportunity will be unlocked? I believe that blockchain can be the fastest, most economical, resilient, and fair technology to be utilized in solving the SDGs. By harnessing blockchain to its fullest, we can accelerate our shared goals. Technology plus empathy and commitment to our communities will carry us, and young people are here for it. Young people are natural optimists. We are globalists. We are collaborative change agents. We've been working to win ourselves a seat at the table, and I think it's working because we're here today with you. Thank you, and I hope you have a wonderful evening and an impactful week. Now, I know I'm standing between you and your drinks and snacks, so please enjoy.
Wow. Thank you, Olivia. Thank you so much. Now, without further ado, we will commence our networking and evening reception. Enjoy. Thank you all. Thank you. To the youth.